Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so great to see everybody, and I hope everybody's having a great day. I hope that you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling awfully black. I'm feeling better. I had a bout with the neurovirus this weekend, which really kicked my butt. Saturday, it was like a really heavy, really hard, like 36 hours, I think. And what's crazy is that I'm back, and I'm not 100%, but I'm getting pretty close. So anyway, I apologize for having to cancel class yesterday. That was why. If I had had class yesterday, I would not have been able to make it through. I was in pretty bad shape. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Good morning, Amanda and Kovar. Is that the name I saw? And everyone else that's in the chat. It's so good to see Terrell Griffith, Teresa. Irma, good morning. Good morning to everybody. All right, James Keller, I see you, Yvette. All right, so I have a special guest today, and this is a really smart brother. His name is Charles Kelly. Charles Kelly is he is a guy that you should know. He's into some things that I think matter for all of us. One is crypto, the other is taxes, and he also has an interesting life. He doesn't live in the United States. A lot of y'all talked about leaving the country when Trump got elected, but this brother actually is able to do that. He's actually a global citizen. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Mr. Kelly, how you doing today, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Glad that you're here, man. Glad you're here. So you right now are in sunny Medellin, Colombia. Is that correct?
Yes, currently I'm in Medellin, Colombia. I was at the Medellin Bitcoin conference, the first ever in Medellin, and then next week I'll be in Costa Rica at the Bitcoin Freedom Festival.
Wow, wow. The way you describe, I've never met anybody who's doing this. So you travel the world and just go to Bitcoin conferences. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Digital
Wow. Okay.
nomad.
So you are a digital nomad. Tell everyone, just for those who don't know, what is a digital nomad? How would you define that?
Essentially, I make my income from my phone and my computer. So anywhere I go around the world, it doesn't really affect my income at all. And so I have the freedom to be able to go whatever country I want. I don't have to talk to a boss. I'm not on a corporate plantation. The world is basically my plantation. I go wherever I want and I make my income wherever I go. And certain countries, like a Colombia, they'll respect it. Some countries you have to make a certain amount in order to stay longer for your visa. But as of right now, I'm just going from country to country. I'm not worried about staying anywhere for more than 30 days.
Wow. So when you go from country to country, you said you stay there about 30 days. What other countries have you been to? Let's say in the last couple of years.
So I just started this. So I got my flight the day after the election was announced. And I went to Kenya. So I went to the Bitcoin conference in Kenya. I've also been to Turkey. I'm in Medellin right now. I'll be in Costa Rica. I'll be in Cartagena, which is still Colombia, but a different city. I'll be in Mauritius in December. I'll be in El Salvador at that Bitcoin conference, as well as Hong Kong in August.
Wow. Wow. And what do you get from each of the conferences? Like what is your purpose when you get there?
So the networking. So most people think Bitcoin is about how much the value is in US dollars. But I feel as though Bitcoin is about the freedom to be able to transact peer to peer without a middleman. And so everywhere I go, I meet and network with people who have like minds. And so we're able to transact and have global businesses everywhere we go versus a brick and mortar or having to stick to the US dollar or the Colombian peso or the Kenyan shilling. Now we can all transact with Bitcoin and have our own economy that's not controlled by any government, any business, or any one individual.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So let me ask you this. How early when did you get into Bitcoin?
Heh, I got in 2017 uh, when it was going up, and I actually watched the video that you were talking about, and you were the one that was talking about getting into Bitcoin because you saw the price going up, and then you had brought in a man named Lamar Wilson, who is a developer, and so I've been following Lamar with the Bitcoin ever since 2017, and so I
Wow.
got in 2017, and now I've just been perfecting it ever since.
Wow, wow, wow. Good old Lamar. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I think a lot of people are kicking themselves because they didn't get more involved with Bitcoin back then. Because I mean, it wasn't like we just started talking about it. When Bitcoin was at less than 10,000, less than 5,000 even. I think a lot of people were discussing it And I think that that uncertainty kind of leads us to sort of waffle a little bit, or maybe you see a dip and you sell and all that stuff, and a lot of money got left on the table. And I know you know about that video. What was that guy? What's his name? Da Vinci, the guy
Oh
in
yeah,
2013 that was begging everybody to.
yeah. $1, $1.
Yeah, that to me is the greatest flex like in human history, in my opinion. The fact that he has that video and he can go around and show that he was screaming and begging people to buy it. And the thing is that it wouldn't have taken much to just be in the game, just to participate, you know. And
Correct.
you wouldn't even have to be a fortune teller. You wouldn't have to know the future. You just say, okay, well, why not? Right? Like I think a lot of people ask themselves, like, why should I invest? I think the bigger question is like, why not invest? What are you gonna
Correct.
do? Spend your money, throw it away, right? So tell me about your life and your background, man. Where are you from? How did you get in this mindset? Like, tell me about your youth and how you were raised and what part of the country, where you went to school, all that stuff.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Los Angeles. My family moved me from South Central to Rialto, California, went in the 90s when it got crazy. So I went to a school called Carter High School. Um, I got to learn what money was from when it was up and it was down. My dad was a computer programmer who went to Germany to learn about systems with SAP and to introduce those systems into companies based in the US. But when 9/11 hit, uh, the companies were no longer thinking about implementing these systems, they were thinking about safety. And so the income completely went from way up to hardly anything. And so I went from one of the best private schools in junior high to a school that made national news for its fights. And so I got to see the world from both sides. I was
Mm.
blessed to be able to get a full ride scholarship to Texas Southern University in Houston, HBCU. I graduated finance and accounting, and immediately upon that, I took a job at Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway, which is a railroad based in Fort Worth, Texas. Um, they taught me everything I need to learn about accounting. I'm very grateful for the experience, but they worked me like a dog. There was times I was working past midnight, back-to-back nights, and then if I come in, 10 minutes or like a couple hours late the third day, they told me I was stealing company hours. Even though I wasn't getting paid for anything past 5, I was working past midnight. Now, if I
Mm.
miss 2 or 3 hours in the morning, I'm stealing. And so I was actually watching your videos talking about get off the corporate plantation. And so I was like, budgeting my money, trying to figure out, okay, when's the best time to take that leap? As well as my one of the people I listen to, Nipsey Hussle. So like between the two of you guys, it was like, okay, I got to get out of here. And really, when Sandra Bland passed away, I was like, okay, it's time to take the leap. I can't do this anymore. I got to fight for my own people. I left without a real plan. I mean, my plan was to get my CPA license and start my own, but that's all I had. And so all the money I saved up, all the credit I had completely disappeared. I mean, I had money went past zero, below zero. Credit went from the high sevens to below 4, which I didn't even know it could go below 4. Um, so, but I leveraged all of that to get my license. I started working with Nipsey at a Vector 90, which was his entrepreneur spot in LA. Um, the goal was for me to be my goal, whether it's his goal or not. My goal is to be his CPA. I passed my exam in February 2019. He passed away in March 2019, so that never happened. Um, I stayed in LA for a little bit longer. Won an award at a Vector 90, uh, and then the biggest moment that nobody ever really would know unless I talked about it was that was the day I got debanked. So I won an award at Vector 90. And then that same day, I was going to the post office to file my CPA application. And I was like really excited. Got to the post office and they said decline. I checked my bank and I have enough money. I don't have a lot of money. Like I think the application was like $250. I may have had 350 in my account, but I still had 250. And so for them to decline it, I called them and they said, "Hey, we shut down your account," and they didn't tell me why. And so that night I actually had to sleep at the airport um, because I didn't have a place to stay. I didn't have any money for gas because they shut down my account. And that's when I realized that Bitcoin was about more than just the financial value. It was about the ability to transact peer to peer without a middleman. And so then I wound up getting my license in 2020. Black Bitcoin Billionaires, which is Lamar Wilson, joined that. And from there, I went on tour 2 years in a row with Naja Roberts. She owns a digital exchange in California. And after going 2 years around the country, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of being domestic. I'm going to figure out a way to go around the world. And here we are in 2024, 2025, traveling the world through Bitcoin, living a decentralized lifestyle. And I'm very grateful. I thank God every day.
Wow, man. You said a lot of names that I respect. You know, Najee Roberts and Lamar Wilson, Nipsey Hussle, of course. You know, I love that, man. I mean, I think it's okay, so your journey was kind of guided by these individuals that gave you an education that went above and beyond what you might have got in college, right? And it's unfortunate, right? When we think about um how college a lot of times educates us to work like dogs, and that's it, with very little reward, right? And then you start to get to, my in my opinion, the real education, which is like, okay, here's how you can actually do well without working like a dog, without staying overnight and or working, into the 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, all that. And it seems unfortunate that so many of us are trained to do that. Even I mean, I hate even saying this. I love our HBCUs, but it seems like there's more that we could do in terms of really saying, what are you invested in and how do you benefit from that investment? Like, let me give you an example. I'm sure you love Kendrick Lamar, his performance. I mean, you're a West Coast guy.
Yes,
I know my
sir.
West Coast guys, I mean, Kendrick is one of a kind. He's amazing. But I had to make a little tweet today about it. I said it was an awesome performance. I said, isn't it interesting that the Super Bowl was full of black people everywhere except for the owner's box, right?
Yeah.
Except the owner's box. And what you see and what I end up seeing is, when you're working hard for a company, you're investing in that company. When you are buying products from a company, you're investing in that company. When you're performing entertainment at the Super Bowl, you're investing in the brand for the Super Bowl. And if you look at the Super Bowl, you look at the history of these NFL teams, a lot of them were bought for under $2 or $3,000. And the families own these teams, and now they're worth 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 billion. And part of the reason that they have those billions of dollars in wealth is because they've had a lot of really consistent black investors, right? Like the owners of the Chicago Bears. I don't think any of them ever got CTE, right? I don't
Right.
think any of them have ever made a tackle. None of them have ever done a two-a-day practice. None of them have ever performed in dance at the Super Bowl. So we are investors in the NFL, but we just don't get a return on our investment. And that's what happens when you get trapped in that employee mindset. I said a lot just now, but did you have any thoughts on anything that I just said?
Well, yeah, I actually thought about that myself. So at the end, they have all the trophies, Jalen Hurts, the Eagles, all of these things. And then you see the owners. And when you see the owners, you start to really realize, yeah, they're the ones who really got paid. When you think about the rings, how much is a ring worth? How much is a trophy worth? And then you really think you're risking your brain getting hit every single day, your ankles, your arms, but really your brain more than anything. Even Terry Bradshaw, you can see him shaking. That hurts my feelings. Like, I saw on Twitter people were laughing. I'm not laughing. Like that's serious. And those players are down there. You're fighting for a ring and you're fighting for a trophy. You're fighting for some paper money. Um, and it's like, do you really value your life? Do you value your soul? Do you value your brain? Do you value your family? And it's one of those things where I think that as an accountant, um, we have to really think about what are assets, what are things that go up in value versus liabilities, that things that go down in value. And if you're fighting for a ring or you're fighting for a trophy, to me, most of that is sentimental value, because there's no actual usefulness for it, unless you sell it, or you entertain, or you just have it in a bin, like a showcase. And so it's one of those things where it's like, what do you value the most, and what are you getting out of the sacrifices that you're making? And unfortunately, the kids are taught from a very young age, go out there, give everything you can for this inch, give everything you can for the ring, give everything you can for the trophy. And the ones you see on TV, those are the few that were successfully able to do it. But how many hundreds of thousands of people weren't able to make it? I am grateful that we have meal deals in college now. I think that's a huge, enormous step in the right direction. But I also think that we need to have different avenues, and we need to make being intelligent cool again. And so that's one of the focuses that Nipsey had me doing was making intelligent being be cool again.
Yeah, yeah, and I really think, and even then, I mean, it's crazy that we even got to the point that we thought intelligence was uncool. How does that happen? How does it how did it ever become cool to be stupid? Right? How did it ever become cool to be a day late, a dollar short, behind on everything, fucking over your family, excuse my French, because you don't know how to solve a problem as a man. You don't know how to, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing cool about that. Ain't nothing cool about your daughter looking up at you like, Daddy, like you don't know what to do, Daddy. You don't even have any, you can't provide for us. My mama tried to solve a problem. She messed up our lives. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not making fun of anybody in that category, right? I mean, if a person's ignorant, you can't blame an ignorant person for being ignorant because they don't know that they're ignorant. But what's really bad, what really angers me is when you have an intelligent person that pretends to be ignorant just so they can fit in, right? And like once, man, I was actually going on the Breakfast Club, and there was that rapper. I don't know if you remember Trinidad James. Gold
Yes,
all in
yes,
my chain, gold
yeah.
all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Anyway, so Trinidad James, when I first saw his video, I thought it was a spoof. Actually, I didn't. I thought it was. I put it on my Facebook and I said, "Did y'all see this stuff?" And somebody's like, "No, Dr. Boyce, that's not real. That's a spoof." Like I thought it was like a spoof, like an SNL skit. So they were making. So I thought I made like one of those old man mistakes. Like, oh, okay. I thought it was a real video, but it turned
Yeah,
out it was a real video, right? So Trinidad James, it was interesting. I went on the Breakfast Club, and the day before Trinidad James had come in on the show, I didn't meet him in person. And they were like, "So what do you think about him?" I said, I don't really like that. I don't like black men presenting ourselves this way. I think we're better than that." And they said, "Well, actually, Dr. Boyce, Trinidad James is a really smart guy. He went to college and he's really intelligent. Da, da, da. You just don't see it in the video." And I said, "Well, then that makes it even worse. That makes
right.
it worse. What makes you think that to be black, you got to be ignorant? Who made that decision, right? Who decided that if I want to fit in with black people, I gotta dumb it down. I gotta be because the thing is that being black requires us to be strategic. If anything requires strategy, it's the constant threat, the constant risk that comes with being black, especially as a black man. So to me, being smart, you shouldn't be smart just because it's cool. You should be smart because that's what's safe. That's what's going to keep you alive. That's what's going to help you survive. Because you and I both know you know this. I mean, you from South Central, you know how many brilliant black men are in prison. You know how many brilliant black men are dead. You know how many brilliant black men are not living their best lives, not living their purpose out. You know what I mean? So I think that intelligence piece, I think that that's a real interesting thing, like how that even happened, you know?
Yeah, I spoke to my dad about it. He's an author, and he talked about the movie Superfly. And so that was the first time that you had a black superhero, but the superhero wasn't written by black people. And because the money, the dollars were going into this movie so much, a lot of people started seeing, oh, well, the drug dealer and the Superfly, like the outfits, the loud, that's the hero, and he sticks it to the man as a drug dealer. And the thing is that wasn't written by a black person. And so it's one of those things where all of a sudden, if you can't control your narrative, they can control your narrative. They can make you think whatever they want about you. And so it also makes me think about Allen Iverson and his interview. I think that was like a big pivot in a lot of black men's views of the media. He was talking about practice. You know, all growing up, all I ever heard was practice. You're talking about practice. Don't be like Allen Iverson. He's a terrible person. He's lazy. He doesn't work hard. And then it took me like 10 years later, maybe even longer, 15 years later, to listen to the entire interview. And he was really talking about his best friend had been murdered. And we're
Mm.
talking about a practice. I still showed up to the game. I still played well, but my best friend got murdered. All of a sudden, when you think about the interview, you look at it from a completely different perspective. And he was actually being vulnerable in that interview. To be honest with you, that's what you want from an athlete. You want from an entertainer, anybody that you look up to, is to be vulnerable and to be able to speak how they really feel. But after that, nobody speaks on how they feel because they know that they can take those little sound bites and make it for what they want, distort it. And so that's why I applaud somebody like LeBron James or Draymond Green or anybody who has their own platforms, yourself, because now we can control our narrative. Whereas I think Superfly for a good 50 years, they took their narrative from us, and now we're just starting to reclaim it with the internet and now with the value that's going to be indoctrinated on the blockchain.
Wow, wow, I love that. And by the way, everybody who just came in, I'm speaking with Charles Kelly. Charles Kelly is an expert on crypto and taxes. And we're going to get to talking about crypto and taxes now because I just wanted you guys to get to know him because I think he's an interesting guy. And he's going to actually be our special guest in Dr. Boyce Crypto tomorrow night. If you guys want to join the crypto club that we have, just go to b1crypto.com, b1crypto.com, and I'll send you guys a link to do a free trial if you'd like to join. So, Mr. Kelly, I'd like to ask you about this. In terms of crypto and taxes, what would be some things that people, common misperceptions about crypto and taxes or mistakes that people make when it comes to crypto and taxes that they should be aware of?
So I'll start off with the easy, big stuff first. The first one is that crypto is not taxable because the government doesn't own it. That is completely false. That's a complete lie. The second one is that, well, they can't track it. That is the biggest misconception because every transaction is recorded on the blockchain, and they have different companies like coin analysts that goes in there and verifies they're able to track all the transactions. I actually had one client who used Tornado Cash to try to hide some money, and I found it, and he was shocked because he was like, "Well, what do you mean? I thought you couldn't find it for Tornado Cash. That's like a mixer." And I was like, "Man, I can't take you as a client anymore, so I have to release him because you're trying to hide your money from the accountant." And so, number one, uh, it is taxable. Number two, it's easily traced. And then number three, uh, make sure that on your tax return at the very first page, like right under your address, it basically asks if you've been involved in any digital assets. If you click no, but you've KYC'd, meaning you've given an exchange your social security number, that is the most easiest cross reference ever. And if you check no and you've been knowingly in crypto, then that is considered fraud or evasion. And they have an infinite amount of time to audit you. And so if you try your best, they typically only have 3 years to audit you, as long as you're within like a 25% error rate. They don't normally only have 3 years. Sometimes they'll move it up to 6 years if the error rate was a little higher. But very rare is it more than 6 years. But if it's considered evasion or fraud, meaning you check that box no, but you've been doing stuff on like a Coinbase or a Cash App, they have an infinite amount of time. And right now, while the administration is very nice on taxes when it comes to crypto, just do your best because chances are the next administration won't be so nice or so fair on it.
Mm. So do the regular capital gains tax rules sort of apply to crypto? Meaning we know it's taxable, right? We know that you will be taxed on your crypto. Is it something where if I own Bitcoin and I just don't sell it, I don't pay taxes until I sell, just kind of like the typical capital gains taxes, or are there different rules that apply?
So for the most part, it's the same as stocks, but there's some differences. So first, if all you do is buy, then there's no taxes. You don't have to report it. Uh, I would still check the box yes. There's been some back and forth saying, well, the IRS website says you can click no, but the IRS website isn't the actual Internal Revenue Code. And so there's been a lot of back and forth within each government entity, IRS, SEC, commodities. Like they're all fighting to figure out everything. But the bottom line uh, is the differences as of right now would be like the wash rule. There is no wash rule in crypto. So like in stocks, if the price goes down and you try to sell and then you try to rebuy it back, there's a certain amount of days you have to wait until you can actually lower your cost basis. And crypto is not like that. So if you bought your Bitcoin at 107, now it's at like 96. You might want to sell it, take that loss, rebuy it back so you still have as much as you want and you have a built-in loss. Um, that's allowed in crypto, tax loss harvesting. Um, Another difference, and it's getting more difficult. They're adding regulations, um, but in stocks, most of the time you have like a FIFO method, meaning the first stock that's the same. So say if you buy Google every day for the year, if you decide to sell, typically you would sell the very first share that you got, and that's called FIFO, first in, first out. For crypto, you don't have to sell the first one. you could choose any of those days that you bought and use it to your advantage. And that's called specific identification. And you do not have to tell the government um, which methodology that you're using. Um, but they are starting to make it more difficult because it's always been whenever you sell, spend, um, exchange, those have always been capital events. But now they've moved it from uh, a universal wallet method to wallet, meaning if you move your Bitcoin or your crypto from one of your wallets that's on an exchange to another one, now that's become a taxable event. More than likely, they're going to get sued for this because that's like saying, well, if I move it from my savings to my checkings accounts, why is that taxable? But they did that so that the 1099 DAs that come out, 1099 DA meaning digital asset, when that comes out, it's easier for the exchange to provide that information. Um, but yeah, those are some of the main differences right now. Is the wash rule, specific identification, um, and uh, and just how it's viewed as property versus uh, a commodity. And there's probably going to be some more in depth between each individual crypto because not all cryptos are the same and they don't all have the same use cases.
Mm. Okay, so I'd like to know, so Charles Kelly, your opinion. How do you think that the Trump administration, the election of Trump and all that is going to change the face of crypto? I mean, it seemed like the crypto guys pretty much they pretty much almost got him elected. I mean, other than maybe Elon Musk and his participation, but it seemed like the crypto guys were really supporting him, and got him into office. So I assume that this will create a better environment for crypto investors. What is your take on it?
The regulatory environment, without a doubt. Bitcoin in itself doesn't need any administration whatsoever. It doesn't need help. It didn't matter if Kamala was in there. It didn't matter if Trump was in there. It didn't matter if Mickey Mouse was in there. Um, Bitcoin is going to stand regardless because it's not controlled by a government, any individual or any business. And any government that's tried to ban it, such as China or Nigeria, uh, they've been met with the underground using it, and it actually increases the price in that area. So Bitcoin cannot be stopped regardless of any government. It's peer to peer. Think of like Kazaa or LimeWire. People were still exchanging music back and forth, even when it was illegal. And when you shut down one, you have another one. But with Bitcoin, because it's around the entire world, you can shut down this country, but you're not going to shut down that country, or this country, or that country. And Nigeria, even though for a while the government was against it, the people in Nigeria used it more than anybody else because they recognize that their local currency, their naira, has been devalued so often, and so the government can't do anything with Bitcoin. However, with these other coins, governments can shut those down because those are companies, um, and so you had a lot of banks that recognized that Bitcoin and crypto was a threat to them, and so they debanked people, they debanked companies for getting into crypto. And so now this administration, definitely shout outs to Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming. She's going after all the people that made it hard for the crypto people. And so you have some really big senators, you have some really big representatives. Senator Lummis, she's amazing. You have Senator Tim Scott. He's doing very well in the crypto. He's over the Senate Banking Committee. You have Chairman Hill. You have a lot of them. You have representatives, um, Byron Donalds. You have Tom Emmer. And so you have a lot of people now that are in positions of power now. And not only are they trying to go after the people that made it difficult, but now they're trying to create a terrific environment, like a terrific environment for crypto to thrive. And so I'm very, very, very excited about the administration in terms of the crypto, not social. I don't get into that, but in the business world, I believe that this administration is doing a very good job. That's without the emotions. That's not looking at race. That's not looking at social issues. That's squarely looking at Bitcoin and crypto because I've been in Bitcoin before it got political. Um, so I'm not looking at the political side, especially I'm not in the US anymore. So I'm not even thinking about the social side.
Well, so okay, so let's, and I'm curious about that. Um, So the digital nomad thing, I didn't get a chance to ask you everything about that. Uh, and maybe you did touch on it. I'm gonna ask anyway, just because I just got over my sickness, so maybe I forgot. But what made you decide to live in other countries? Like what's the thought process here? And how long do you plan to do that?
So I've planned on traveling to different countries for years, but it wasn't until I started feeling a lot of black backlash from my own community that I was like, I need to leave. And it came me being a CPA. I'm in all the meetings, meaning I know what's going on behind closed doors. I'm in every single meeting until the very last decision meeting at BNSF. And BNSF has nothing to do with crypto, just an example. I see the numbers at the very bottom. I come up with the financial statements. I take that to my manager. My manager then takes it to the director. The director then takes it to the general director. I present at all those meetings. And then we take it to the CFO. Now, my general director might speak about that, but I'm still in the meeting. So if they ask a detailed question, I can provide the answers. And then they leave me alone. And then they go to the CEO, they make the final decision, and they report that financial to Warren Buffett. So literally, my reports will say to Warren Buffett. And so when I'm telling people, hey, this is what's going on, this, it's wild. It is crazy to me that the people that I love and care about will basically look at me like I'm crazy and not value the information I'm providing when I'm literally telling you what's in the CEO meetings, but I'm telling you what's going on. And so the amount of backlash I would get from my own community is stressing me out. And I was like, I just got to get away. And then going to Africa, it made me see the world from a completely different perspective because a lot of Africans they're looking at going to America for the opportunities, the money, and the jobs, but their quality of life in Africa is so much better. Especially like in Nairobi where I was, it's just that they're not making a lot of money, it's not developed, so looking at America as a place of opportunity. But if I'm able to take my income from the States and I already created my opportunity and I go out there, my living situation is better. And so when I'm looking in the States, you get hit with two punches. You get hit with inflation whenever they print money, meaning your savings can buy less and less money. They're stealing your time and energy from printing out money. I I incubate myself from that with Bitcoin. And the other one is taxes. The more money you make, the more money you got to pay in taxes. Well, if you travel the world, you're out of the country for 50 out of 52 weeks, you don't have to pay tax on your first 126,000. And so now I'm actually able to pay less in taxes, not get hit by inflation, and take advantage of the cost of living. And then because a lot of them are looking for opportunities in America, I'm then able to connect people in America to Kenya or to anywhere in Africa and have jobs so that they're not working for $180 a month. A lot of them are getting exploited so bad by the Chinese and by these European countries. Now I can connect them to my people back in the States. They could pay less than half of what they pay somebody in the States, but they can get the Kenyans or the Africans get paid more than double or three times more what they're used to making out there. And so I'm bridging those gaps. And that was another thing that Nipsey had me do was he was saying he wanted to connect LA to Silicon Valley to Africa. And so I feel like I'm living that mission right now and making those connections. And so for me to leave, it was like I've always wanted to see the world. And when I just saw the opportunity met the preparation, it was like, okay, it's time to make that leap. I already took the leap of faith leaving corporate America. Now it's time to make the leap to leave in America.
Wow. Wow. I really love that. I think that's great. I think it's a great plan. And by the way, y'all have to excuse me, everybody. For some reason, my eye was watering really bad, but that's why I was sitting there like doing this while you're talking.
Oh,
Okay. So that's really fascinating. I mean, I think just overall, and I'm very sorry that you had people that didn't understand your vision and who you are. One of the things I've always believed is that there's no one way to be black, right? There's no one way to be black. And everybody, you run so many people who think that there's like an instruction manual for being black. Like you got to know how to do certain dances, you got to eat certain food, you got to speak a certain way. And I think it's all bullshit. It drives me insane because we put ourselves in a box, we put ourselves in a trap. And it's unfortunate when when you have somebody that has some different ideas and you have people that will just crap all over it. Believe me, I know that, right? I was, when I first started talking about investing in a public space around '06, '07, I get a lot of pushback. Even urban radio stations, they said black people don't want to know how to invest. They don't care about investing, right? But then a decade later, everybody was talking about it, right? And so I personally felt, what I learned over time is you have to ignore the people that um, can't see the vision. You can't, don't explain. I don't even try. I don't even believe in wasting time trying to explain your vision to people who are going to fight it. Because they're just expressing their own limitation. You have to forgive them for they know not what they do, all that stuff, and just find the people that can see the vision. Because it's really hard. Because I mean, keeping a vision alive is already difficult without having ignorant people arguing with you the whole time. That's going to stress you out and distract you. What you do is you say, okay, I get it. No problem. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, whatever. And then you go talk to people who actually are ready for that level of possibility in their lives. People that are ready, so I always say, that I never wanted to be like a black leader or none of that stuff. I'm not a bridge builder. I'm not the guy that's going to bring everybody together. No, I draw the line in the sand. Like, either you're trying to meet the standard or you're not. Either you're sick of the shit or you're not. Either you're trying to do better or you're not. And if you ain't trying to do better, then I will sit back and just allow you to enjoy your life. And I want to talk to the people that get it, right? And the beauty of blackness though is there are a lot of people that have always waited to like really come out of the closet, so to speak. Meaning there are people that are like, yeah, I always wanted to do this, this, and this, but none of my relatives understood it. They never supported it, or they thought I wasn't being black anymore. It's like, no, no, there's no, can't nobody take your black card away, and I think being a global citizen is beneficial as well because I don't know if we realize how good we actually have it here in certain areas, like economically at least. Like we are rich. Black people in America are very, very rich. And we just think we're poor because white people are so much richer, but we're doing really well. And then you go to other countries and you see that dire poverty. You see people who would literally die to get the same opportunities that many of our kids take for granted. It's humbling, you know. It takes you, to another level in terms of appreciation. So let me ask you this. And by the way, Charles's website, I'm gonna give y'all Charles's website. It's smartguytaxes.com. Smartguytaxes.com. Somebody type that in the chat. Smartguytaxes.com. So if you want a smart guy to do your taxes, looks like Charles is your guy. Now I can say I haven't tried his service, but he gets vetted by everybody that comes in here gets vetted by Chanel, and Chanel wouldn't be letting no BS up in here. I didn't know much about Mr. Kelly before we met today, but I know that when Chanel speaks to people before they come in, she always makes sure that we're not tying up with no shenanigans or nothing. So, smartguytaxes.com is his website. He's also going to be a guest tomorrow night in our Black Crypto Club. So if you'd like to join the crypto club, you can do a free trial, 30 days, 100% free. Just try it out. Go to b1crypto.com. That's B1 Crypto, B the number one crypto.com, and I'll send you guys a link. So, Mr. Kelly, let's finish on this note then. Okay, so going forward, if I am a person that wants to invest in crypto and I want to build my wealth and I want to make sure I understand what's going on with the tax stuff, what are some recommendations you might have in terms of some best practices that I might want to keep so that I can make sure I don't run afoul of the law? I think a lot of people, it almost seems like some people even think that now that Trump is in office and he hates the IRS, that they're not going to be enforcing anything anymore and collecting their revenue. I don't believe that. I believe the IRS will always be around. What are some best practices I might want to adopt to make sure that I stay safe and stay out of the way of the IRS?
The biggest thing is to keep track of all of your transactions. This can be very difficult for traders or for people who like to use a lot of DeFi or different multiple exchanges because not every exchange provides the transactions. DeFi may not provide the transactions. Most exchanges up until this point haven't provided any 1099s, but it's still your responsibility to, pay the taxes that you owe. Of course, I'm going like a CPA who represents you is going to try to take the stance of whatever's in your favor, but no matter what, you're going to need to have evidence. And so that evidence is keeping track of all your transactions. Try to keep it in two different places, possibly on Excel, on your computer, and on an external hard drive. Because if you lose it, that can be devastating. And with the new rules, they're saying if you don't have evidence, then we're going to basically tax you the worst possible as we can. And that basically says your cost basis can be zero. They might say first come, first serve, or first out, first in, first out, FIFO. But if you don't have any evidence, then they're going to make a cost basis of zero. I mean, you've been paying taxes on stuff that you weren't even supposed to. And so the best practice is to make sure you keep track of all your crypto transactions in 1 to 2 places, so that if you lose one, you still have access to it. To me, that's the most important thing in terms of organization. The other one is just make sure that that box is checked yes if you've been in any crypto stuff. There's plenty more strategies, but to me, those are the main two that I try to stress to everybody. I don't charge for those 2 pieces of advice because I care about the community. Please, please keep your crypto transactions organized, and please check that box yes if you've been doing any crypto trading or transactions. And if you want to learn more about crypto, the first place to start is really the Bitcoin white paper. So you understand what you're getting yourself into and what all the copycats are. If you come in trying to make money off of a fart coin or a Melania coin or a Trump coin, and that's your introduction, that's where you put your money, then you're really basically in a casino, because whomever is behind those cryptos, they control the entire ecosystem. So they can create new coins, they can burn coins, they can do whatever they want. They can sell their coins. And if you don't research, if I'm speaking gibberish to you, then you haven't done enough research to really get in. And so read the Bitcoin white paper, check the box yes on your taxes if you've been in crypto, and keep all your crypto transactions organized.
So what are your biggest crypto investments?
So I have not bought any other coin since 2020 other than Bitcoin. I used to buy a lot in 2017 to 2020. I was just going crazy with it. And occasionally, uh, some of those have gone skyrocket up, and I'll take some profits and I'll pay off, some bills, or I'll make some other investments. But Bitcoin to me is the money, especially if the strategic Bitcoin reserve gets passed like I'm expecting it to. Uh, and so if that gets passed, that means the US dollar could either be backed by Bitcoin, or they would have a additional fund of 1 million Bitcoins to be able to have strategically to transact with the world. Whatever it is, if the government's holding on 1 million Bitcoins, there's only 21 million to ever be created. To me, that's extremely valuable.
Hmm.
There are other coins that this administration is looking at, such as the XRP or XLM or HBAR. But to me, those are companies. So XRP might be an upgrade to Visa, but Bitcoin is the upgrade to the US dollar to gold. Ethereum might be, to me, it's like a whole new thing because now you're dealing with the metaverse. So to me, Ethereum might be an upgrade to Microsoft. But you have to really understand the different types of cryptos because they're all very different. And so the main one is Bitcoin. That's all I accumulate, but I still hold Ethereum. I still have XRP. I still have a couple Chinese ones like TRX, some things like that. But I haven't accumulated anything since 2020 outside of Bitcoin.
Wow. 1 million Bitcoin. Are they seriously thinking about buying that?
Correct. That was in a bill by Senator Lummis. So during the last Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee, um, she announced the bill, the act that basically said that the U.S. government over the course of 5 years would accumulate 1 million Bitcoins. Right now, they have about 240,000 of them from Mount Gox and a couple other where they, if there was a crime, they hold on to it. Um, Biden at the very end tried to make it to where they can get rid of them, but they didn't get rid of it in time. And so now that Trump's in office, they made a freeze to that. And so now they'll potentially get 1 million of them. And you also have, I think, 22 states now that have introduced bills for the individual states to accumulate Bitcoin. So you might have it at a state level and a federal level. And now, in response to that, now you have different companies that are now saying, okay, well, if the government's going to get into it, we're going to get into it. And now you have different countries that are looking at America and they're saying, well, if America's going to do that, we're going to do that. And so I think this is actually the very beginning of hyper Bitcoinization, which is where everything is going to wind up being based. Like everything is going to be priced in in Bitcoin. And I think when the price of Bitcoin goes too high, that's going to be changed from overall Bitcoin to Satoshis, which is a fractional piece of Bitcoin, just like there's 100 pennies to a dollar. there's 100 million Satoshis to a Bitcoin. And so like when I was with Naja Roberts traveling the country, we just advised everybody to at least get 1 million Satoshis for your children and for yourself so that you're saving for the future. Because we believe that one day Bitcoin will hit 1 million, probably within 5 years, and it'll probably hit 100 million by the time it's time for my retirement. And so, you know, just accumulate and make sure the biggest thing is to make sure you own your private keys. If you don't own your private keys, then you don't actually own your Bitcoin. Isaiah Jackson, Bitcoin Zay, he has a phrase called "no keys, no cheese." If you don't own the key, if you don't own the keys to your Bitcoin, you don't own it. And so a lot of these people that are buying these Bitcoin ETFs, they don't own their keys. And BlackRock is literally just one bill away from saying, "Hey, make it to where they can't own their keys, and then you're locked out of it forever." In terms of the freedom of it, you might have the financial side, but you don't have the freedom. Think of it like gold bars. If you buy gold certificate, yeah, what if they decide to not honor and give you the actual gold? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to fight them? So to me, owning it, the actual physical assets, the most important piece. And so owning your keys is the most important piece um, to having that. So you might want to get a cold wallet. You might want to do other things, but that's what they're going to learn on in the Black Crypto Club. So we go over that a little later.
Yeah, yeah, that's really fascinating stuff. And by the way, Charles, you can tell he knows what he's talking about. And if you have specific discussions you'd like to have with him, questions you'd like to have, the Black Crypto Club meets tomorrow night. I believe it's 8 o'clock. And if you'd like to join us, go to b1crypto.com. That's B, the number one crypto.com. And there will be a much smaller number of people in that session. So if you want to come to that private meet and greet with Charles and ask him questions directly, you can certainly do that. And I can say this based on what you're saying. I mean, I was thinking about 1 million Bitcoin. That's $100 billion. That's an insane. That's a lot of money. And that to me is yet another reason why investing in Bitcoin, I think, is the right strategy. And really, it was the right strategy even years ago because there were so many legislative barriers sort of inhibiting the growth of Bitcoin, and that the price was kept, I believe, artificially low. I got made fun of because I predicted Bitcoin would hit 100,000 way back in 2020, 2021, and it didn't. But the reason it didn't was because the legislators were just blocking it so often, right? And doing these things to undermine and create what they call it, FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And then you had Sam Altman, or it's not Sam Altman, what's it, Sam
SBF.
Bankman-Fried, and what happened there with FTX. And it's just, but long term, it's a good long term play, in my opinion. It's something that I am invested in consistently. So I want to say thank you, Charles, very much for your time. I appreciate you, brother. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night as well.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Charles's website is smartguytaxes.com. That's smartguytaxes.com. Also, he's going to be our special guest tomorrow night in the Black Crypto Club. So if you have an interest in crypto, bring your whole family. Don't just bring yourself, bring your kids, bring your spouse, bring your parents, whoever you want to bring your best friend. And it's going to be it's b1crypto.com, be the number one crypto.com. We meet tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. And also, you guys will hear from me again soon. If you're not on the text list for this class, we meet every morning, 7 days a week. You can text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a wake up call. So text morning to 87948, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day. And thank you again, Charles. God bless you, brother. All right.
Take care. Thank you.
And it's I wanted to hop in really quick and talk to you guys about the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, man, I'm telling you, Kendrick Lamar had a great performance. It was an amazing, amazing job. The Eagles, shout out to the Eagles. Blow the whistle for the Eagles. They did the damn thing. I've always loved Jalen Hurts. I've been a big fan of Jalen because I admire his work ethic. He talks about his dad a lot, and you know how I feel about good black fathers. And Jalen, busted his butt. He went through a lot at Alabama, and here he is, a Super Bowl champion. And he came back and actually beat the team that beat him pretty bad last time, or not terribly bad, but beat him in a way that was kind of ugly. And so anyway, that is that I saw the game like everybody else. I was a little bit sick. I had the norovirus, so I was kind of watching the game in between vomiting. It was kind of a nasty thing. You don't want me to tell you about it, but anyway, I wanted to talk about the Super Bowl and not just from what happened on the stage or on the field, but I also want to talk about the economics of the Super Bowl. One thing that you may have noted, may or may not have noticed about the Super Bowl, some of you who are financially conscious have probably noticed this. If you haven't noticed, I'm going to bring this to your attention. Did anybody else notice? Give me a yes or no if you noticed this, that the Super Bowl had black people everywhere. How many of you noticed that the Super Bowl just had black people like on the stage? Kendrick, when he did his performance, there was nothing but black people on the stage. It was beautiful to watch, and he got his little dancers, from South Central and everything, and they were just doing the damn thing. And he was really representing his community. There were black people on the field all over the place, a few black people in the stands, mostly the celebrities and stuff like that. But one thing about the Super Bowl was that they had black people everywhere except for the owner's box. The only place that the Super Bowl does not allow black people is the owner's box. I'm talking about majority owner's box. From what I understand, the Super Bowl does not have one single black majority owner, not one single family that owns a majority of a team, not one single individual, nothing like that. The Super Bowl is pretty much run by the white people's club. And they've pretty much done a really good job of keeping black people out for a very long time. And it's really fascinating. The reason it's fascinating to me, the reason I wanted to bring it to your attention is because black people are among the biggest investors in the NFL. You don't think we're the big, we are the biggest investors. Let me explain. The owners of the Chicago Bears or the Kansas City Chiefs, they invest, but all they've ever invested was money. All they invested was money. I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. Do you know of any team owner who's ever gotten brain damage from being associated with the NFL? Name one owner, the owner of the Jets or of the Giants or the Cowboys. Jerry Jones has Jerry Jones ever gotten CTE from his ownership of the Dallas Cowboys? No, the answer is no. I want to ask you a question. Has any NFL team owner ever broken limbs as a result of their investment in the NFL? Have they ever lost limbs? What do you think? Yes or no? Has any team owner ever gotten paralyzed from the neck down from their investment in the NFL? I'm gonna give y'all a second to answer that question. I want to give you, I want to give you a second. I want to let y'all answer it. I want y'all to marinate on it. Has it ever happened? Really? So do you agree with me when I say that black people are among the biggest investors in the NFL? Black people, black athletes mostly, and others and their families have endured the greatest investment. Black athletes have gotten the brain damage. Black athletes have gotten the broken limbs. Black athletes have gotten the CTE. Black athletes have gotten the paralysis. Black athletes have worked their entire life, all the way from the time you're six, all the way from the time you're six, and you go into football camp, and they've done nothing but dedicate their whole entire lives to trying to become good enough to get on that field. Every single player on that field pretty much worked his whole entire life to get there. I have nothing but complete admiration for every single player on that field. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to talk about this for a second. I want to talk about this, what it means to be an investor. You guys know I'm a finance PhD. That's what I do. And I analyze wealth. I analyze where wealth comes from. And I, most importantly, as a black man, I've been a black man my whole life now. I'm gonna stick with it. It's been kind of fun. And I want to go through some data to kind of help you understand, just where the NFL comes from. Because a lot of times we think that these entities that are taking all of our money, that are stealing black wealth, they just come out of the sky, like, white man is Jesus or something, and he just makes these companies and we all go work for these companies because unfortunately a lot of our institutions, including HBCUs, are designed to do nothing but produce employees. Your job is, as a graduate, is to go out and find some nice white man to let you work for him and hope that he gives you an opportunity. But that's not really how economics works. Um, if you were to go and look at the purchase price of the cheapest NFL teams in history, in terms of what they're worth now and their current valuation, you would be absolutely stunned. You would be absolutely stunned if I were to tell you how much these teams cost to actually start. These teams, if you were to go through the list, I remember, I think the Green Bay Packers, y'all ready for this? The Green Bay Packers, the current value of the Green Bay Packers is $4.25 billion. Guess how much the Packers cost when they were established in 1921? $50. $50. Anybody got $50 that you can invest on the Green Bay Packers? What do you say? The people who founded the Green Bay Packers, the visionaries who probably didn't go to college just so they can go work for somebody, they actually started a business of their own. They actually made investments into something they could pass down to their children. They bought the Green Bay Packers for $50. The Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones bought the Dallas Cowboys in 1989 for 140 million. That team's worth about 10 billion dollars. The you had teams. Let's see, what was it? Um, let's see. I know that there was another. I want to say it was the New York Giants. Let me see. I'm going to look for the original purchase price of these teams because the number I just got is not the original purchase price. It's the sales price. But I want to say that there were other teams that like the Chicago Bears that were bought for less than $500. So a lot of these teams, the here we go. In 1925, Tim Mara bought the New York Giants for 500 bucks. The Giants are now worth 6 billion. The Chicago Bears were purchased by the Hallis family. I believe the Hallis family still owns it. Do they still own it? I believe they still own it. They paid $100 for that team. $100. That team is now worth $6.3 billion. 6.3 billion. So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. You've got two types of investors in the NFL. Pretty much the white ones and the black ones mostly, but you know you could really say rich white people and everybody else. However you want to look at it. The white investors in the NFL that sit in the owner's box, they invested a little bit of capital and they invested time. They invested commitment to their own vision. They invested commitment to their own business. They invested commitment into growing an entity that they started themselves as a family 2 or 3 generations ago. Then you got the black investors who commit their entire lives to playing the same sport every single day until from the time they're 6 until they're 21, 22, 23, 24 years old and end up getting lots of brain damage along the way and probably don't make any money at all. Your investment kind of becomes like this lottery ticket because it's very interesting how if I go into a classroom full of a bunch of little black boys who are decently talented, it's amazing how half of them will think that they're all going to the NFL when we know that pretty much all of them are not. Not one single boy in that class is going to make it to the NFL, but every single one of them is prepared to invest his entire life into the NFL. Now, if you think that I'm making this racial, it's because I am. I'm making this racial because it is racial. That whole performance by Kendrick Lamar was very racial. He had nothing but black people on the stage. So let's just talk about the elephant in the room. When I think about the Super Bowl and I think about why people watch the Super Bowl, why are they watching the Super Bowl? Well, they're watching to see the stars of the game. Well, who are the stars of the game? Who are the people that they're coming to see? Well, Patrick Mahomes, they're coming to see him. Saquon Barkley, they're coming to see him. Great, one of the greatest running backs in the NFL history, probably greatest in the league right now. Jalen Hurts is a bad boy. They're coming to see him. They're coming to see Chris Jones on the Kansas City Chiefs. He's a bad boy. Pacheco. You got a lot of great players on both sides, most of whom were black. Now, there was the little white boy who got the interception with the Eagles. I was very impressed by that, but he was a rookie. He's 22, he's new, and nobody expected him to play that great, but he's good. He's good. He deserves credit too. So this is not 100% black, but you know it's majority black. So I propose this back to you. I throw this right back at you. The Super Bowl was full of black people everywhere except the owner's box. When they need somebody to entertain, they call black people. They need somebody to play the sport, they call black people. They need somebody to crip walk on the stage, they call black people. When they need somebody that's going to bring the cultural relevance to the Super Bowl, they call the black people. But when it's time to count the money, they say, okay, you Negroes can leave the room now. The adults are taking over now, so y'all can scoot along now. You can go. All right. So here is and if you don't believe that they're counting money, let me tell you exactly how much money they're counting so you'll just kind of know what's going on. Now, mind you, I want to be clear. The NFL does have some initiatives to allow black people to have minority stakes in the teams. Like I think Ward Dunn invested about $9 million in a very tiny stake in the Atlanta Falcons. The stakes are so small that they rarely even tell you what the percentages are. I tried to find out the percentage of ownership. They wouldn't tell you. They'll tell you who the majority owners are, and they'll have some minority ownership group. So it's not to say that there are no black owners at all. There are some minority owners. So the goal is to keep you minor, to keep you as a minority, not to have majority. When we become majority, then they become scared, I guess. I have no idea. But here's some information that can kind of help you to understand just exactly how much money they are counting. Okay. So first off, let's talk about the commercials. If you were to look at the cost of a Super Bowl commercial this year, the average 30-second Super Bowl slot sold for between $7 and $8 million. So they had 102 slots to sell, which means they made $816 million, almost $1 billion from selling the ads. That's one revenue stream. That's just one of many, 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 probably dozens of revenue streams. Two, they sold 30-second slots during the pregame show for $2 million. And for this particular Super Bowl, those slots went up as high as $4.5 million. So they were selling pregame commercial spots. The Superdome has a capacity of 73,208 people. The average ticket sales price was $11,000 in 2024. So they made almost $1 billion just from the ticket sales. Also, you can keep going. Total consumer spending related to the Super Bowl in previous years amounted to 17 billion, including merchandise, food, and beverages. That's all the spending, all the money being made by the advertisers at the Super Bowl. And let's not forget the 1.4 billion that Americans were projected to wager in the whole sports betting arena. That they're, by the way, which they're marketing heavily to black men. Has anybody noticed that? How the sports betting sites are using black men in the ads to get you to become addicted to something that is literally the worst addiction that you can have if you ever want to have any money and you don't want to go broke and destroy your family in the process. If you ever want to be a degenerate that nobody respects and have your life fall apart, go get you a DraftKings account and become an addict. If you do that, then your family will hate you, your daughter won't respect you, you're going to lose all the family's money, and you're going to be embarrassed, and it's going to be painful. I'm not telling people what to do. I'm just warning you right now that those addictions are rising. Every therapist I know says those addictions are rising. Remember, in the Black Business School, we have a Black Financial Therapy Department, and they're ringing the alarm bells right now, saying that the fact that they're promoting all these sports betting apps to Black men is going to be hugely detrimental to many Black families. Hugely detrimental. So when you see Jamie Foxx on the commercial, Kevin Hart on the commercial, Shaquille O'Neal, I believe he did a commercial, and a lot of these other people, that is no good. That is them simply duping you into doing something very bad with your money, very unstrategic, not very sound. It's going to put you in a bad spot. But then again, who am I? Don't if you don't like what I said, then please just ignore me. Just ignore me. I don't matter. All right. So anyway, with that being said, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. This podcast is on Spotify. If you go to Spotify, look up Boyce Watkins. You can find the Dr. Boyce breakdown on Spotify. Also, tomorrow night we're doing a meeting in the Black Crypto Club. If you like crypto and you want to learn how to invest in crypto properly, there's a lot of opportunities there. We're bringing in another crypto expert tomorrow night. If you'd like to be a part of that group and talk about crypto and join the club, just go to b1crypto.com. B, the number one crypto.com. B1 stands for Black First. Black First means we put ourselves first, we put our kids first, we put our community first. So if you are Black First in B1, go to b1crypto.com and you can do a free trial in the crypto club if that's of interest to you. Now, with that said, let's go back to our original premise. So the Super Bowl had Black influence everywhere. There were Black people all over the stage. Kendrick Lamar was tearing it up. It was a great performance. It was great to watch. The athletes were killing it on the field, just doing a great job. And so you had this what appears to be diversity on the field. You had what appears to be diversity when it comes to entertainment. They let Jay-Z kind of pick the performers, and he picks a lot of rappers, which is fine. And Kendrick was the guy he picked. I have nothing against Kendrick. I will say though, I kind of feel like I wish Kendrick had not really beaten up on Drake even further at the Super Bowl. I kind of feel like Kanye does. I told you I don't get along with Kanye very well. The conversation he and I had didn't end very well, but I can say that I agree with Kanye on one point. Kanye mentioned a point that a lot of you are going to forget because everybody likes drama. Everybody likes to see black men taking each other out. I believe that what Kanye said that what they'll do, he said exactly what I said this before, and I'm saying it again. He said that what they'll do is the labels, the puppet masters, will use one rapper to destroy another rapper, and then they'll destroy both of you. They'll get rid of both of you. And I think that, and this is not just a Kendrick Lamar Drake situation. This is a white supremacy situation. White supremacy does that. They did that with the Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda. They do that with black Democrats and black Republicans in the United States. They do that in other countries all around the world. So they're quick to pit you against each other because they love to see you destroy each other. And then when you destroy each other, you're serving the master, and then the master cuts your head off and kills you. That's what the CIA has always done when they go to other countries. When they help the Afghans fight off the Soviets, the first thing the Afghan leader said when he met with the head of the CIA is he said, "You're here to kill me, aren't you?" And the guy said, "I'm not going to kill you today." Right. And basically, what that means is that once they're done with you, go listen to E40. E40 had a song where the chorus was, "They'll find a new Igga next year." He said, "They'll find a new Igga next year. They'll find somebody else to replace you." So I think Kendrick, I really wish I could understand why he hates Drake so much. Because what concerns me is if he is he is a certified blah, 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 and got the whole world singing that. Well, if he is really doing something like that, if he really is certified, then I'd like to see the certification. If he really did this, I'd like to see the evidence because accusing another man of something that terrible is really, really heavy. Like, remember, pay attention. Let me know if you're following what I'm saying here. Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Diddy, and Drake are kind of all accused of the same thing. They're all accused of something that apparently white men never do, which we know is BS. We know white men do it all the time. They don't become public enemy number one, but they're all being accused of kind of the same thing. Sleeping with underage people, girls, boys, whatever. And R. Kelly's in prison for it. Bill Cosby lost everything. Puffy's in prison for it. So when you're accusing a man of something that could get him sent to prison, I think that that is where I want to ask you, why do you hate this guy so much? And is it true? If it's really true, then I guess it's if it's true and it's proven, then that's one thing. But if you're just doing it for entertainment, because you got a crowd full of white people cheering you on, as you call black people the N word and destroy another man, another black man, I can't get on board with that. And in fact, actually, I will say this too, black people, you can never get offended when white people call you niggas because your favorite rappers call you niggas all the time. So if I'm white, I'm confused. Like you call yourselves niggas, so why would we stop doing it? And that's just my 2 cents. I kind of think so that's my critique. I wouldn't say I hated the performance. I like Kendrick. I really do. I like him more than I dislike him 100%. I don't even like Drake's music that much. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but I thought his music was kind of puffy and goofy and stupid. But I have to be honest. I have to be honest and I have to say that what would have really been powerful, the most powerful revolutionary thing he could have done, in my opinion, is to bring Drake on the stage, right? And to just say, like, we're not doing that song, but here's what we are gonna do, right? And then do one of Drake's best songs or something, right? I again, maybe I'm just being too idealistic here. Maybe the idea of black men reconciling in public is just so dramatic and so crazy. People aren't used to it. But I personally would have loved to have seen him bring Drake on the stage and join forces with him. They say the best way to defeat an enemy is to defeat an enemy, and that's not true. The best way to defeat an enemy is to make that enemy into a friend, right? And here's the deal. Here's what's and remember, I'm not a kid. I'm not 35. I'm not 25. I'm 53. I remember Biggie and Pac. I remember just like Drake and Drake and Kendrick. Biggie and Pac used to be friends. If y'all were never friends, how come there's all these pictures of y'all together, like posing with each other? Seriously, Biggie and Pac were friends. Drake and Kendrick were cool at one point. Something went wrong. There was a misunderstanding. There was a beef. Somebody got mad. Somebody's feelings got hurt. So my point is to say that this is what happens in so many black families. This is what happens with so many black friendships. This is why so many black businesses fail. Y'all don't know this, but trillions of dollars gets lost in the black community because people can't put their egos to the side, apologize, and repair relationships. We want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, destroy everything, and the hatred and the venom and the trauma get so deep that we just go in for the kill. And I'm not saying that there aren't times where you might go in for the kill. Sure, if when it comes to white supremacy, I'm going in for the kill. When it comes to racism, I'm going in for the kill. When it comes to defending my family, I'm going in for the kill. When it comes to elevate my people, I'm going in for the kill. But when it comes to me dealing with a black man, you can't name a single black man that I've ever had a beef with. And I can I'll give you my own stories. Umar Johnson, Roland Martin, just people like that. You can't Mark Lamont Hill. You can't name a single black man I've ever had a beef with where I would go in for the kill for that man. You cannot name a single black man, Kwame Brown, that I've had a little bit of a beef with. Where if we sat down like men and said, okay, let me just you tell me what I did to you, I'm gonna tell you what you did to me, and we're gonna repair because I respect you enough to fight with you, and if I respect you enough to fight with you, then I respect you enough to become allies with you, which means that if we join forces, not only am I taking the weight off my shoulders of having to fight you, but I also have a powerful ally that I can go to battle with on our common interests. I literally could do that with every single person I've ever beefed with. So again, I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. I'm not dissing Kendrick Lamar. I know a lot of people want to see it that way when you don't agree with their favorite celebrity, but the reality is that I have to say that I think that Drake thing, humiliating that man on the biggest stage in the world, was just that kind of went beyond what I would like to have seen. I think that black men reconciling is, in fact, Corey Holcomb, the comedian, he and I had a little weird thing going. I don't really beef with people like that, but apparently he was beefing with me. So I got on the phone with Willie D. Me and Corey and Willie got on a three-way, and then we got online and we resolved it in front of everyone because as 50-something-year-old men, we wanted to show like you really can come back from that. You don't have to fight somebody for life. You don't have to fight to the death. And forgive me for over talking that, but I hope that you're getting my point point that I really, really would have loved to have seen these guys find some way to understand who the true enemy is. The true enemy, honestly, Kendrick, it's not Drake. Drake ain't really your enemy. Your enemy is these fucking record labels that are jacking all of y'all. The enemy is all these white audiences that love to see you stand on stage calling each other niggas and killing each other. The enemy is all these people that have built a whole industry around toxic music, not your music, Kendrick, not Kendrick, but I'm talking about toxic music that's really ruined the culture, that's ruined the black community, that's destroyed us. They created the sexy reds and all the violence and all this other stuff, and is leading to people dying. A rapper dies every other week, and personally, this is I don't know about anybody else cares about this, but this makes me sick. I mean, let's keep it 100. The biggest thing you have to brag about is your rappers. When they talk about culture, they're always talking about the culture. They're always talking about your rappers. Well, I want to ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. Seriously, I'm a wealth guy. I'm a wealth guy. Answer this for me. In the 50 years of hip hop, we've had how many years of hip hop? 50 years, right? In 50 years of hip hop, have you seen one black-owned hospital come out of 50 years of hip hop? In 50 years of hip hop, have you seen one black-owned school system? In 50 years of hip hop, have you seen black wealth go up or has it gone down? In 50 years of hip hop, what have we created? I mean, really, I need to have we had one automobile manufacturer in 50 years of hip hop? In 50 years of hip hop, with rappers partnering with professional athletes and being shiny on stage and bragging about how great you are, how many professional sports leagues have you started? Again, it's not hard to do. The Chicago Bears were purchased for what, $100. The New York Giants were $500. How many black-owned professional sports leagues do we have? I mean, we play all the damn basketball. How come we don't have a black professional basketball league that's making money? How come y'all don't get together with all y'all 100 million? You got between all of these black celebrities, they have 1 billion followers on social media. If you wanted to create a league and create your own distribution for your content and do your own ad deals, you could easily make 100 million a year with an entity like that right off the bat. You could adopt the HBCUs and promote them on your channels and get the viewership and then go to the advertisers and sell the ads and make 50 to 100 million or more. You're not going to make as much as the NFL makes because they're good at making money, but you will be making enough money to be free. So I'm gonna just tell you like this. One of the things that I just have to speak up on a little bit is I think that what happens is we get very frustrated about what we perceive to be racism. We feel shut out. We look at where other people are doing amazing things and we don't get our opportunities. Like right now, Trump got rid of DEI and now we're all freaking out because we don't have the equity and inclusion that we had, 2 years ago. And I get that. I totally get that. But one of the things that you're seeing when you see us getting frustrated because they won't invite us to their table, what you're seeing is a frustration with integration. You're seeing the frustration with what was actually a failed policy to begin with. You're seeing us trying to solve the impossible problem. The impossible problem is that the only way I can get ahead in this world is if a white man decides to give me an opportunity. The only way I can get an NFL contract is if Jerry Jones signs the deal. The only way I can get a chance to own an asset, own a team, is if they let me own 2% of their NFL team, right? That's the only way I can get in. And that is a flawed policy, not because it can't work. Maybe white people one day will stop acting white, and maybe one day they'll become very generous, and maybe one day they'll just decide to start sharing wealth with black people. They haven't done it for 500 years, but maybe you'll get lucky. Or maybe you can go build your own. Maybe you can say to hell with all this, we're going to go build our own. Maybe we're going to get together and take the energy behind this movement and say, okay, next time let's go ahead and create a professional sports league with our own teams, our own franchises, so that we can actually harness some of this economic energy that we're giving to others. Because what you got to understand is this, and I'll go back to this original premise. Black people are among the biggest investors in the NFL. Just like when you go to that job every day, you are investing in that company. When you pay the rent to the landlord, you are investing in that landowner's property. When you buy consumer products, you are an investor in those products. The only difference is that you're the investor who doesn't get a return on his or her investment. That's the problem. That's the dilemma. But you're an investor. You're just not getting an ROI. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me know if you know everybody knows what ROI is, right? ROI is where my money's a boomerang, where I throw it and then the money comes back with friends, right? I throw in 1,000, I make 2,000. I throw in 10,000, I make 20,000. I throw in 100,000, I make 150,000. That's where what money's supposed to be. That's investing. It's a boomerang. Some of y'all's money's like a frisbee. You out there, I'm gonna throw the frisbee, y'all. And you throw the frisbee and you wait for the frisbee to come back, and the frisbee doesn't come back because they catch that mug and they run with it. Right? So you out here throwing frisbee when you're supposed to be throwing boomerangs. When you go to the mall and spend money so you can look fly and they get to keep your money, you just threw a frisbee. When you getting up and going to work every day, working harder than the damn boss to build a company owned by the boss, owned by his family that he's gonna pass to his children, and your children ain't got nothing, you just threw a frisbee. When you go and you bust your butt, you give birth to a baby, and he spends his entire life training to get to the NFL, and then he suddenly gets out there and he plays a couple years and gets some brain damage. You just made an investment in the NFL, but you didn't get an ROI. So basically, you just threw a frisbee. You threw a frisbee because the team's valuations only go up if they've got players. If they don't have players, then they can't exist. And those players are majority black, the good ones anyway. The big brands are what draws people to the game. So the Patrick Mahomeses, the Jalen Hurtses, the Chris Joneses, those are the guys that draw the Saquon Barkleys. That's what draws people to the game. So we have the biggest brands in the sport, but yet we don't own a league at all. And I know Ice Cube owns the big three. I know Ice Cube, and I like what he's doing with the big three. I think that's an excellent start. Ice Cube and I, we talk many hours, and he and I think alike. That's why I like talking to the guy. And Kanye made sense for about 30% of our conversation. The other 60, 70%, he started to get on my nerves. But Cube was cool. I enjoyed talking to Ice Cube, but there's a little bit of a conflict, right? Because I'm not 100% on board with everything that's happened in hip hop. I'm not 100% on board with the effects that the music has had on our people. I'm not 100% on board with us entertaining white folks in this way, and I think that we can entertain the world without humiliating ourselves in the process. So I think, unfortunately, we have to accept the idea that some parts of hip hop has done more damage to the status of the black male in America than actually benefited us, and it's actually put us behind black women. Like I think sports and hip hop is a big distraction for black men. So rather than black men working hard to become plumbers, carpenters, accountants, and lawyers, you have a lot of black men who spend their time working hard to become rappers, basketball players, and football players. And then when that does not work out, then he doesn't have anything else to fall back on, right? So again, I'll let you kind of work that puzzle out because I don't want to be judgmental, but I am trying to say that ultimately, if I had my pick, I would look toward a guy like Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine. Dr. Myron Rolle became a great NFL player, but he also became a surgeon at Harvard because Dr. Rolle is incredibly smart. And so, long story short, if you want to look at the price we paid, the investment we made to make the NFL into the $100 billion behemoth that it is, we've made the biggest investment. We've literally sacrificed our children. We sacrificed our brains. We sacrificed our bodies. We sacrificed a lot of time and energy. All the mothers and fathers dragging their son to football practice every single day. That's your investment in the league. And the question is, and the big question you got to ask yourself is, what is your return on investment? That because remember, all those other things, there's something in economics called a shadow cost. A shadow cost. A shadow cost is kind of like an opportunity cost. Let's think of it in another way. If I spend all my time trying to get to the NFL, that means that I could have spent that time doing something else. Right. So I want you to imagine, let's do the math real quick. So imagine if you're a kid and you're dreaming about getting to the NFL because they advertised it to you when you were a kid. It becomes like the Hunger Games or the Squid Games even, right? You think you're going to be the winner, and you go in there with the other 10,000 black boys thinking you're going to be the one who gets to be the next Saquon Barkley. So because we tell everybody to keep dreaming and everything else, and you don't know much about probability yet, and you don't want to hear some old guy like me come in and tell you that it's going to be hard to do. So you don't listen to people like me. Who listens to black professors anyway? We're just a bunch of goofball nerds apparently. So you go in and you are going to football practice every day. You're thinking about football. You're carrying the football with you. You got your Saquon Barkley jersey, and you're watching every game and all this other stuff, right? You're going to practice. You practice 5 days a week, maybe 2 hours a day. So you're doing 10 hours a week of practice. You do 10 hours a week of training and practice. You do that over 52 week year. Let's say over 50 weeks. That's what's that? 10 hours a week, 50 weeks, 500 hours a year. So in a decade, you spent 5,000 hours training to be a great athlete. So 5,000 hours. So over maybe the course of like between the ages of 6 and 18, maybe by then you maybe have spent a total of maybe 15,000 hours because you got to also count in the time that you spend preparing for games, preparing for practice, going back and forth to practice, traveling for team games and all this other stuff, right? So you've invested maybe 10 to 15, maybe 20,000 hours to becoming the best athlete you can be. Well, the cost of that goal isn't just the time that you spent. It's not like you weren't going to do anything else at that time. That same amount of time, that same 10 or 15,000 hours, if that time was spent trying to become an excellent plumber, you'd be able to make a couple $100,000 a year as a plumber. Believe me, I know. Anybody go ever try to hire a plumber and see how expensive they freaking are? It's insane. It's crazy, right? Or that 15,000 hours that you spent practicing football could have been spent on you becoming a medical doctor, right? And so being a medical doctor, maybe you'd make a couple hundred grand a year doing that. Or that 20,000 hours that you spent could have been spent with you becoming the best carpenter that you could be. Carpenters charge lots of money, right? Redoing people's basements and all that. So you gave up millions of dollars, at least hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars in addition to the time that you invested. Do you understand? Do you see what that means? So you got the regular cost, the cost you see and the cost you don't see. You've got the regular cost and then you got the shadow cost. You've got the cost that you paid for the time that you spent and then you've got all the things you could have been doing other than that. So a lot of our black boys are paying a tremendous shadow cost at the basically at the request of the NFL. They are basically marketing these superstars to your kid, to your sons. Your sons want to, they don't want to be the regular guy down the street because there's nothing glamorous or cool about that. They want to be Saquon Barkley. They want to be the rapper 50 Cent or whatever. And they end up buying the lottery ticket that almost never ever cashes in for anybody. But you don't know that it doesn't cash in because they always market the one guy who won. This is the movie The Hunger Games. If you ever watch The Hunger Games, go watch The Hunger Games, and that's the game you play. What they do is they will market the winner to everyone so they can control the masses. So they're controlling you based on hope. That's why when Barack Obama ran for president, his whole campaign was based on what? Hope. Hope. Right? It's not your life ain't gonna get better. Don't ever think it's gonna get better. But all we need you to do, we don't need to improve your life. We just need you to believe that there's hope that your life will get better because hope will carry you a long way. Hope and faith are something that the black community is built upon. We go to church every Sunday where the pastor tells you to keep hope alive and have faith. Am I lying? No, all you live off. Some of y'all eat hope for dinner, hope for breakfast, right? And that's what it does. And hope is a good thing. Hope is a wonderful thing. Hope is a beautiful thing when it's appropriately applied. But hope is also something that can be easily manipulated. It is something someone can use to string you along like a pimp. They can play you like a hoe. Hope starts with the letters HO. So some of us get used like hoes because they're dangling hope over our head. So they're like, come over here, ho. Here's some hope, ho. And next thing you know, we're like, okay, okay, I'll do that. Okay, you want me to do this? You want me to right? And we're doing everything that we're told to do. We're following the path. We're following the pattern. We're following the system. We're signing up for things and putting our energy into stuff because we have this hope that something amazing is going to happen. And then what happens is eventually reality hits and you find out you're not going to the NFL or the NBA because you're 5'8". You're super fast. You're the fastest kid in your city, but nobody cares about the 5'8" kid who was the city champion in Wichita, Kansas. No, nobody cares about that, right? And you realize that maybe being the next Saquon Barkley was a lot harder than you thought, but nobody explains that. And when someone does try to explain it, they get attacked. So this what this does is it creates a horrible imbalance in the black ecosystem. You got the black males distracted by sports and entertainment. The black girls, they're not distracted by that. Black girls don't grow up thinking I'm gonna be in the NBA or the NFL. They're not thinking I'm gonna be the next big rapper. They don't say, "Well, I'm not gonna study today because I'm gonna be the next 50 Cent, dog." They don't do that. They don't say, "Yeah, I'm gonna be dunking on fools, so I don't gotta go to class." Like they're not doing that. The black girls are studying. They're in the books, like their mamas tell them. They don't be paying attention, no boys. Get on there and focus on your books, right? So when she's 28, 29 years old, she's looking for a husband who's on the same level as her, and she can't find one. all she finds is like these poor guys that spent all the years trying to become athletes and then didn't have a plan B. Right? And then the men complain about the women. Oh, you think you're better than me because you're educated. And she's like, I'm mad because you didn't do what you were supposed to do, and it just becomes this mess. So I'm not a big fan of. I like sports, I like the music and all that. But when I look at the whole ecosystem and I look at the price we pay, I go back to the original premise. Black people are the biggest investors in professional sports. The only difference is that we're the investors who don't get a return on investment. And if you go back to that Super Bowl, a lot of y'all thought it was the blackest Super Bowl ever. No, it wasn't. It wasn't no black Super Bowl. That was black labor. That's what you saw. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a whole book about it. And I got the book around here. Everybody needs to read this book. It's called Black Labor, White Wealth. Has anybody heard of that book? Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson. Give me a yes if you've heard of this book. Black Labor, White Wealth. That ain't nothing but America, man. That's the country you live in. Every every America's always been like that. You go to any plantation, including the NFL, and you see a bunch of slaves working hard, busting each other's heads open, dancing, doing all these dances and stuff. And white people are in the owner's box sipping on like some Kentucky bourbon with their little hats on, saying, "Oh, this is so delightful. The Negroes are so pleasant today. Oh my goodness, look at Kendrick. Oh, and Saquon, that boy can jump. He's so fast. Oh my God, he's so talented." That's what they do. Charleston, give me another drink, please, sir. That's what they do. They sit back in the owner's box watching your black ass hustling for something that isn't going to leave any kind of generational wealth or legacy for your family. Nothing. You get to say, I danced with Kendrick on the stage at the Super Bowl. That ain't gonna put no money in your grandkids' trust fund. It's not. It's a reality. It's not. A lot of the NFL players, unfortunately, some of those guys who haven't gotten education on wealth building, they're going to have a big problem in a couple of years, and that's when their income drops. Cam Newton's talked about this. I appreciate him bringing this up. Where when your income drops off, and you have been making money up here, and suddenly you got child support and all kinds of other stuff to pay, and your expenses are here, and your income drops to nothing, you got to figure out what else to do. I think that's why a lot of these guys are doing podcasts and everything else because they're looking for a hustle. They're trying to find something that's going to supplement their income because they're not going to make that kind of money. So the worst feeling in the world is to become addicted to a financial lifestyle that you can't afford to maintain. And the NFL does not stand for National Football League. It stands for not for long. Not for long. Because the average NFL career is 2.3 years, I think, maybe 3 years. That's it. So anyway, I'm not here to hate the performance, anything like that. I don't hate it. I just think that it's something that requires clarity, so we understand where the real money's at. And before I do that, before I move on, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And not only do I talk about the economics part, I'm a finance professor, but I also put my money where my mouth is. So every morning I teach economics to anybody who wants to listen. Every morning at 10 a.m. It's a free class. It's a millionaire training camp. It's called Money in the Morning. I know pretty much all the financial techniques and everything. I understand money pretty well. That's what my doctorate's in. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, etc. And if you want to join for free, all you got to do is pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948 because that's money in the morning. That's what we call it. And I do this every single day. And or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, we're going to take a trip to Ghana this summer. So those of you that hang out with us and want to go with us to Ghana, feel free to text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And once you text travel to 87948, I'll send you a link to invite you to Ghana. All right. So with that being said, let's talk about why I personally don't consider this to be the blackest Super Bowl ever. I think it's all it goes back to allowing black people to have symbolism. I think that if black people were to ever really fight for the money, they would have a fight on their hands. I think if they were really to go in there, and I'm not just talking about the black elites, I'm not talking about just Jay-Z and these other rich people. I'm talking about people that I'm talking about some sort of infrastructure, something that creates black wealth and tens of thousands of black jobs on a consistent basis. I'm talking about industry, right? Like so, for example, if I go to Texas right now, if I go to Austin, Texas, Y'all, a lot of y'all hate Elon Musk, but let me tell you what Elon Musk did in Austin. I was in my Uber riding back to the airport, and the driver, I saw rows and rows of houses, thousands and thousands of houses, dozens of rows. And I said, "What is all that over there?" He said, "Oh, that's where Elon Musk houses all of his employees for Tesla. And I think SpaceX might be in the same city too." And I remember like the Tesla, just the housing was just massive. And so industry is where you don't just have a couple of bright shiny people held up on a platform like the way they put Jay-Z on that billboard when they bought the Brooklyn Nets and they wanted to get past the black community. That's symbolism. Symbolism does not transfer. You want something that involves industry, something that involves something massive. I heard the NBA player, I forgot his name, but he was I think he was the MVP. I love this guy. He's super smart. He's very talented. He's a great player. I can't remember his name though. Is it Jalen? Is it Jalen something? I like him. I like him a lot. So if you know him, I know someone that knows him. I told him, tell him I approve of what he's doing. He talked about wanting to use his money to build a Black Wall Street. And what he really needs to do, in my opinion, is I think you need to have a board. You need to have a board, somehow help that board raise $100 million and get super smart people who are not self-interested, who are not in there trying to get themselves rich, who can come in there and really lay out a plan. Jalen Brown, thank you, EJ. Lay out a plan where you can really go into a community. Maybe you start in Boston, since that's the city, and literally create tens of thousands of jobs. I don't think you can name a single rapper who can say I'm responsible for creating 50,000 jobs. 50,000 jobs isn't even that many jobs. That's tiny. That's small on the ecosystem. Elon Musk has probably created almost 1 million jobs. Jeff Bezos has created 1 million jobs. So where are the black Elons and the black Bezoses? I think that if I'm Jay-Z and you really want to make a contribution, then create the black Jeff Bezos. Create the guy who can go create 200,000 jobs, 100,000 jobs, or whatever, or the women, or whatever, or the board, or the team, and really do that in a way that really punches to the gut in terms of shifting the economic infrastructure of the black community. It also starts with education. I will just tell you, the public schools ruin black kids. The fact that there are 40 or 50 schools in the city of Chicago that have mostly black kids, where not one a single one of those, not one kid can read or do math at grade level, should alarm and appall you. There's nothing to celebrate about having the blackest Super Bowl ever when your babies are going to public school and they can't read. What are you celebrating? Do you enjoy being ignorant? Do you enjoy being in last place? Do you enjoy losing? Like what is it? What's happening right now? The only thing I can imagine is that maybe you're so doped up on the symbolism that you're not seeing the reality. So I personally will tell you, if I'm sitting down with Jalen, first thing I say is, okay, how do we find some space where we can have some decent number of young people, let's say 20,000, and we're educating 20,000 kids. And we're educating them not on the BS that they're learning in public school. Some of that matters, not all of it. Reading, writing, math, all that, yes. But we're also making sure black kids have the essential skills required to be successful from an economic standpoint and otherwise. Maybe health, wealth, and relationships. So we're going to make sure these kids are entrepreneurs. We're going to make sure they know how to invest. We're going to make sure they know how to have healthy relationships with each other so they can resolve conflicts and see opportunities when they emerge. Like the Kendrick Drake beef. I told you, inappropriate. It was cool. It was cool when it was a rap beef, but when you get to calling somebody a pedophile and destroying his whole career and getting people shot, that's when you go into that Biggie Pac territory. I have never felt good since Biggie and Pac got killed because both of those individuals were $2 billion assets in the black community that got destroyed at the same damn time. The only people that won were the magazines and the record labels. That's it. So no, you teach them, like, if you know how to form healthy relationships, then you know how to repair them, and you can get on the phone with your brother and say, "Hey man, look, I want to fix this. Can we talk about this? Whatever." Or you get a mediator, you get a Farrakhan to bring them together so they can talk it out and figure out a way they can join forces as opposed to attacking each other. I did not enjoy seeing Kendrick on that stage, finishing destroying Drake and having the whole world dance on his grave. I just didn't. That didn't sit well with me. I don't even like Drake's music, but that energy is not good energy if you ask me. Um, what else? You're teaching the kids how to even start a family, how to manage a family, how to get the therapy so you can deal with the trauma, and so we're not destroying our families, right? So you're going into all the things that black people need to prosper and be successful instead of ignoring these things. We ignore the essential skills black people need to survive, and then we wonder why they're not surviving. We ignore the essential skills that a black person needs to do well in America when they're in their 30s, but yet then we wonder why they're struggling so much. See, you don't understand. See, the reason Jalen Hurts was able to win that Super Bowl was because he practiced. The reason the Eagles dominated the Chiefs is because they were prepared. The Eagles won that game because they came ready to play. But unfortunately, in our community, preparation is not popular. It's not. The hard work required, the critical thinking skill required to design a game plan and to really prepare. That's just not popular. That's not cool. People like me are not cool. I'm not one of the cool kids. I'm not. So when you say, "Boys, you ain't really into culture and all that," I agree with you. I'm not. I'm an outcast for the most part because I believe deeply in preparation. I believe deeply in strategy. I believe deeply in solving the problem, not just crying about the problem. And so, what effectively we have to learn is if we're going to conquer this white supremacy thing, if we're going to conquer this economic inequality thing, if we're going to conquer this whole back of the bus issue that black people have had for 400 years, you're going to have to think different. And what's going to really have to occur is that your leaders are going to have to make some different decisions. I don't care about $1 million Negroes dancing on stage. I don't care about $1 million Negroes sitting next to white folks up in the stands. I don't care about, I like Samuel L. Jackson, but him, appearing as Uncle Sam, that does nothing for me and my family or my kids. That's entertaining because I think he's a great actor. What I want to see are the people that can actually develop the infrastructure that can see the bigger vision. If your success as a black person does not transfer to at least 100 or 200 or 300 or 1,000 other people, then your success doesn't matter that much because it's going to be what we would refer to in economics as a perishable commodity. If your success does not translate, then your success will die when you die. Let me explain it again. If you're not building someone else up based on what you built yourself, then when you're gone, everything you work for will be gone. Do you understand? If you're not multiplying what you've done by saying, I'm going to invest over here, invest over here, invest over here, invest over here, develop systems over here, whatever, then you might as well not do all the work because when you're gone, it's going to be over. Game over. That's one of the big issues you have with black leadership because in youth, black boys and black girls are not taught how to develop infrastructure. They're not taught how to develop systems. In many cases, some of our kids are even taught how to develop egos because they watch their favorite celebrities with big egos try to outdo everybody. You watch Kendrick destroy Drake and you say, I don't want to collaborate with other men. I want to dominate other men. I want to be the boss. I want to be the king. I want to be like Rick Ross. Boss, boss, boss. I'm Big Meech. Boss. And then next thing you know, you destroy all your potential allies and you ain't got nobody. Well, then you're easy to take out. See, I believe if these labels wanted to destroy Kendrick, they could do it with the snap of a finger. All they got to do is go to all the media outlets that they collaborate with and plan a story about him that makes him look terrible. Next thing you know, he's public enemy number one, and then y'all hate him too. Just ask Diddy, just ask Cosby, just ask R. Kelly, just ask any of those guys. Just ask Drake. I think that what happened with Drake was orchestrated. I don't think it just happened by coincidence. I think that they used their systems to get extra spins of the song. If you go read the lawsuit, Drake talks about this, and I agree with that. They got extra spins on Spotify, and they pretty much hypnotized the whole world to this song. And they literally got people chanting these allegations against this man. Where I don't know if anybody else. I haven't seen any concrete evidence that this man is really a pedophile. I just haven't. I'm not saying that he can't be. I don't know. Again, I feel weird because I don't even like Drake's music that much. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I have not seen any evidence of that. But yet you were on the damn Super Bowl stage singing this. This don't happen by accident. Think about now. Process this. In this, think about this though, right? Like a person like me would not be on a Super Bowl stage. I'll never be on a Super Bowl stage because black men like me are dangerous, right? If I come out talking, Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics type stuff, they don't want black people to hear that. They would say that's not appropriate. Get this man off stage. This isn't family friendly. But you get another man on stage who's literally calling this black man a pedophile on the stage, like A minor, like, and everybody, and they just let that pass. They let that through. I don't think that was by accident. I think that there is a bigger plan here. And so maybe he pissed off the wrong person, whatever. That's what it is. I can just say at the end of the day, though, I hope that you'll understand the game. And I personally think that when you go back to the NFL, and I'll make my final point on this. When you look at that Super Bowl, a lot of people are celebrating on Twitter like that was the blackest Super Bowl ever. Um, I didn't really see a black Super Bowl. I saw a plantation. There's you could go back and find any plantation in 1652, maybe on a holiday or something. You're gonna see slaves out there dancing and singing. You might see slaves out there competing in a sport, like cracking each other's heads open for the entertainment of white folks. And you're gonna see white folks sitting in the back, sipping on mint juleps, enjoying the slaves' activities. They're gonna be like, "Oh, dance for me, boy," or that girl, she's a big strong one, ain't she? Right? That's literally there's literally nothing about that Super Bowl that differs from a plantation. That's what, and then any money that gets made, most of the money ends up going into the hands of the white folks. I reiterate some of the financial realities of the Super Bowl. And remember this, black people are among the biggest investors in professional sports. We're the ones who get our heads cracked open. We're the ones who get brain damage. We're the ones who get paralysis. We're the ones who give birth to boys that sacrifice their entire lives that they could have spent learning how to have a family. They could have spent those years learning how to be lawyers, doctors, or anything, but they spend all their time learning how to be football players. 99.9% of them don't make it. So we are the biggest investors in the NFL, yet we are the lowest beneficiaries. So here is just to run through the numbers really quickly so you understand this. Fox sold about 102 30-second slots for $8 million a piece for the advertising. They made about $1 billion on advertising. They sold a bunch of slots for about $4 million for the pregame show. That made them about half a billion. The Superdome has 73,000 seats that sold for over 11,000 a piece. They made almost $1 billion from that. There's also a lot of economic activity from the corporations that market during the Super Bowl, none of whom have anybody in their families that's actually playing in the game, but they're marketing Doritos and Coca-Cola and everything else. That leads to about 17 billion in economic activity. Also, if you want to go back in time and look at what it takes to start a professional sports league, remember this. The Chicago Bears are worth about $6 billion today. They were purchased by the Hallis family for $100. So all the black people that think we can't start our own league, all you have to do is have the same patience and vision that the Hallis family had when they bought the Chicago Bears for $100 and actually give a damn about your children and grandchildren because they started that professional sports league with a bunch of mediocre white folks. You know that we could do it with all these millionaire, billionaire Negroes we got. I don't understand why they haven't gotten on the phones with each other and figured out how to start their own league with their own distribution, their own everything. But then whatever, that's what they're doing. I'm not judging. Also, the New York Giants were purchased for $500. They're now worth $6 billion. So big things start off as small things. That's the point. If you really want to be the boss, you have to pay the cost to be the boss. Paying the cost in investing typically means you're paying the cost with time. It's hard to build true economic strength without the value of time. If you think that you've developed economic power and you have not invested time, chances are you've been deceived. When you think you have power, but you haven't invested the time, typically what's happened is you haven't received real power. You've just been given the perception that you have power. So when I become a rapper and I overnight get a multi-million dollar contract and I'm on the biggest stage in the world, I'm perceived as having power, but really I don't have power because I do not control the power source. Do you understand? That I am on the stage and I'm the loudest person on the stage, but I do not own the stage. I did not finance the stage. I did not build the stage. So what can happen is that when they get done with me, they can take the stage away because they actually put in the time to develop the infrastructure to allow the show to happen. So instead of trying to be part of the show, instead of us always trying to get into the show, I'd like to meet the black people who want to go put on a show. Tyler Perry, as much as I can tell you that his movies just drive me crazy sometimes, that man built a stage. He built a show. Tyler Perry used to sleep in his car so that he paid the price to develop a platform. He developed brands. Even that Medea crap. He developed all that on his own. And now this man has real power. He has real economic power. And so ultimately, when you talk about a lot of this, you got to make sure you just know the difference between symbolism and actual power. I didn't see a lot of actual power. Maybe Kendrick for sure, and maybe Jay-Z because they let Jay-Z do whatever. But if they decided to shut Jay-Z and Kendrick off completely, they wouldn't be involved with the Super Bowl at all. Or if somebody else becomes commissioner, and they're a Donald Trump supporter, then next thing you know, you'll see country music stars or Taylor Swift performing in the halftime show or something. I'm sure there's enough people complaining about that. So anyway, that's it. That's my 2 cents, guys. I think that the one big solution is I think we got to educate our kids different. If I ever come into $1 billion, very first thing I'm gonna do is develop an educational system, because a lot of the reason that we miss these things is because we're so sorely miseducated, to the point where we don't even know exactly which way is up, which way is down. And if you're talking about building wealth and legacy and all that stuff, you have to even know what wealth and legacy look like. And it doesn't usually show up in symbolism. It shows up in substance and real economic value. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm about to get out of here. You can join us for class tomorrow. Feel free to text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. It's free. It's money in the morning. You can text morning to the phone number 87948 on your phone. Also, if you want to join us for the crypto club tomorrow, we meet tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We do crypto in it. So if you're a crypto investor and you want to learn from the best, go to b1crypto.com. That's B, the number one crypto.com. And also, we do actually educate kids in the Black Business School. So if you have a child and you want them to learn economics from someone like me, remember, I'm a black man, I'm pretty radical, but I do know my stuff. Feel free to go to kiddyboss.com. I did a training, doesn't cost that much. It's called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. What most people don't know, and they don't believe me when I tell them this, is that it is super easy for me to explain basic things you could do right now that will almost guarantee your child will be a millionaire. It definitely guarantees they'll be financially secure. So I did a whole training on it. A lot of you liked it. I encourage you to feel free to take a look. You can go to kiddyboss.com, KIDDIE, kiddyboss.com, and feel free to take a look at that. I guarantee it'll change your perspective. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And if I offended anybody, I didn't mean to offend you, but I can't apologize because I don't apologize for nothing. I just do my thing. So love you. See you soon. Have a good day, everybody. Record, man. What's your name, bro?
Marlon Jackson.
Marlon Jackson. Just like the dates from the Jackson 5.
That's like Marlon Jackson. I was here first.
Oh, okay. You were here
first. Named after him.
And you said you're 62 years young, and
I never had a job. I just go live where there's an economy.
Wow.
As consumers, that's what you need if you have a product or service, somebody who can buy it.
So you weren't looking for a check or a job.
Yeah.
You was looking for a consumer.
I'm looking for some money.
All right. So, and you learned at an early age that you don't need a job to get money.
Well, I saw my dad, who was a strong Leo man, worked at the steel mill. And what happened was they laid everybody off when the Vietnam War went over, and all these men became punks and weak, and the women were taking care of them. And I said to myself, man, I'm not going to give nobody a chance to fire me.
Wow.
And I'm not going to do it because it broke my heart to see my dad, become this, because all he knew was steal. He didn't know anything. They didn't train him to do anything else. And he died early at 55. I mean, it really.
Oh, man.
That's when the wino got started, because all these guys who got laid off would just sit around drinking wine and playing checkers, and you know what I'm saying?
Right. Wow.
And just giving up on life because they didn't know what else to do.
Wow. So for you, being an entrepreneur wasn't just about money; it was about preserving your manhood.
Yeah, man. I'm not a good man. I can't work for nobody.
I love it.
I can't have a boss.
All right, man. I love it.
My kids got something to do. I want to go see it. I don't need to go to nobody to ask for permission.
Right on. So do you feel like the majority of the men have that mindset? Do you think it's the opposite, that the majority?
Well, I think we mess our little man up because we tell them to get a job, we tell them they need to work, and those are slave terms. We need to tell our young kids, you need to make some money. So their minds will open up and they can start innovating, because it's hard to get a job when 10 million people are applying for the same job. And we do these to our kids, man, and these kids almost like, I'd rather go smoke some weed.
Wow.
Than try to compete with a bunch of everybody with applications standing in line for 2 or 3 days, you know what I mean? And
wow.
They could have been using that same time to go out here and wash windows or clean cars. I know a guy at the car wash up here makes $400 a day. He just sits out there. People come consumers who don't want to clean their own car.
Wow.
And he makes about $20 a car, and he's making $400 a day. He don't have no overhead. But you just got to make money so that we can free our mind.
Wow.
Because work and job are slave words. That's what slaves do. You know what I'm
Wow, man, you preaching. It's funny. Did you catch the speech I gave?
No, I didn't.
That's what's funny. You didn't hear the speech. I was talking about this, but you were here preaching.
I know Ron. I'm his personal assistant. So
okay.
Ron's from Oakland. I'm from Philly. I'm Malcolm X. He's Black Panther.
Wow.
So we get it,
man.
We're just trying to get everybody else to get it.
Well, you preaching to me, man, and I learned a lot of my manhood from the big brothers like yourself that teach me, what manhood really looks like. We don't.
If you don't mind,
please.
I do taxes, and the people who work for all these years, man, by the time they get retired, they're so beat up from working all them years, and they ain't making as much money, and they're like the slave that you said you're free now. And then you tell the retired person you're free now, you ain't gotta work no more. Man, they gotta figure out what to do with 10 hours a day.
Wow. And no,
that ain't easy.
And no skill in terms of how to make their own money.
How to do something else.
Wow,
so
man.
Then they end up working at Walmart.
All right, I'm gonna let you get that call, man.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Come on in. Welcome. So good to see everybody. Let me go in and hit the chat button so I can let you guys come into the chat. For some reason, Zoom doesn't open the chat. I have to open it manually. How's everybody doing tonight? So good to see you. Welcome. I'm gonna change your life tonight. I promise you. You guys know I know how to do it, and I'm going to do it. It's going to be extraordinary. You're going to walk out of here a different person. And if you could say something in the chat, let me know what city you're from. I see Tanya and Keith Bird and Barbara from Fayetteville. Let's see, Alfonso from Birmingham, Anita from Phoenix, Delisha from NYC, Glenn Ford from Dallas, Tanya from Phoenix, Corleen from Duval. Is that Duval, Texas? Or let's see here, Leslie from Ohio, Michelle out of Atlanta, Misha out of Milwaukee, Sky out of Charlotte. Let's see, Roxanne, Apex, Marlon out of Houston, H-Town, very nice. Jonathan, LA. I'm going to Los Angeles tomorrow. Becky, Detroit. Lorna from New York City, one of my favorite places. And Eunice says, I cannot wait. I'm in Ohio. Well, I'm an Ohio State Buckeye, Eunice, so I love you already. All right, so welcome everybody. And I'm not going to waste a lot of your time at all. I'm not going to waste any time tonight. I'm actually going to invest this time into offering you some information that I believe is going to elevate you in every single way. I think that this is really exciting. This is actually some pretty deep revolutionary stuff that we're able to do in the Black Business School. We're really proud of our faculty. We're really proud of what we're able to do for the community. Now, in case you want to know what we're trying to do here in the Black Business School, we are trying to create an HBCU. We believe that HBCUs can be created without the need for government funding. We believe HBCUs can be created without the need for excessive corporate sponsorship. We believe that HBCUs can be created with a fraction of the cost without the student loans and everything else. And the Black Business School has done it. We have done it. We have excellent faculty, PhDs, attorneys, therapists, all kinds of people. We even have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we are digging deep into cutting edge research on money mindset, everything from financial anxiety to the ability to work together as a group so you can build wealth together as a group. The Powernomics philosophy is all about groupism and group work. And so we are not capitalists because it's, in fact, our economic philosophy is probably more socialist communist, but it's not really labeled. You can't label it because we end up being able to make as much wealth as a capitalist would. But we do it in a way that is ethical, right? Because capitalism is unfortunately very harmful. Capitalism is the reason that your healthcare system is so bad. Capitalism is the reason that they sell you fast food that is going to kill you. Give me a yes in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Capitalism is the reason that that we have a lot of problems in our society. So we don't want to be capitalists up in here, but we also don't need to walk away from money as if wealth does not matter. We are here to build a strong community by building strong individuals and building strong families. We educate our kids on wealth at the age of 6 so that they'll be ready to dominate when they are 26. We don't wait until the last minute. We don't react. We are proactive. That is the philosophy we have in the Black Business School, and that's why we're the best on earth at what we do. So anyway, let me hop in and just tell you guys that I'm about to start. I'm about to pull some slides up, and we're just going to get going, man, because I'm really excited about this discussion we're going to have, and I want to introduce you to a methodology that I think is one that is life changing. It's not just something that I talk about from a theoretical standpoint. It is something that I practice. And from a personal, practical standpoint, it's something that I do in my own life. This is how I make my money. This is actually how I make my income, the bulk of my income. And so I'm going to share some of this with you and introduce you to some ideas that you may not have seen before. Some of you maybe have seen it. Some of you haven't. Well, let me just tell you why I'm super excited about it. All right, so let's jump in here. So I want to talk to you guys about how to make money without working. That's something that we as Black people, I don't think we get exposed to very often. But one thing you should understand is that the majority of the wealthy Americans in this country that are making lots of money, they don't get up and go to work every day. They don't do 9 to 5s. They don't have a boss. They don't report to somebody. In America right now, to be in the top 1% of all income earners, you have to make about a little more than $500,000 a year. That's what I just saw. That was the last piece of data I just saw today. So you have to make $500,000 a year to be in the top 1%. A lot of those top 1%, they don't get up and go to work every day. They don't just have good jobs. They have good investments. And so I'm going to introduce you to an investing model that I use that I apply from the PhD that I have. I got my PhD at The Ohio State University, and these are some things that I put together based on what I understand about financial markets and how money can be extracted from financial markets. And I did this because I love my wife and I love my kids, and I want to leave a legacy for my family. So here's, so why are you here? Well, the first reason that you're here is because you want to learn how to generate passive streams of income using stock options. That's the goal for today. We're going to talk about how to generate not just income, but passive streams of income. Passive means you're just chilling. You're not really doing anything. The money's just coming in. And stock options is something that you may have heard people talk about in the media, but they talk about it wrong. They introduce it wrong. People are applying it wrong. And I'm going to explain that in a second as we move forward. Next, you want to level up your life. Give me a yes in the chat if you want to level up. Everybody in here that wants to level up, that's doing things to put yourself in a better position, where you want to level up your kids, you want to level up yourself, you want to level up your spouse, you want to level up your situation, whatever that situation may be. I don't care if you're at the very top. They say, Michael Jordan said in his book that when you stop growing, you start dying, and none of y'all did. Y'all are 100% alive and growing and thriving and pushing and striving, and I commend you for that. You're also here because you want to invest in a way that's safe and affordable and impactful on your family finances. A lot of investing happened during the pandemic, and a lot of that investing was very bad. That investing led to a lot of people losing money. They saw this when the stock market started to crash and crazy things started to happen. And a lot of people were investing in weird crypto schemes and whatever. And I feel bad for those people because they didn't understand that what goes up can come down. And a lot of things that went up did go down. And so you want to invest in a way that is safe, affordable, and impactful. Also, what else might you want to do? Well, you might also want to leave a legacy of generational wealth. How many of you want to leave something behind? I hope that you're in this category. We're all about legacy. Part of my legacy personally is going to be the Black Business School. I want to let you guys know when I die, I will leave millions of dollars to the board of trustees at the Black Business School, and I will give them specific mandates in terms of what our core mission is. And I want to be the founder of a university. The same way John Harvard started Harvard University 200 or 300 years ago, I'm starting the Black Business School now. And I told him, I said, I just give me a little statue in front of the building and just kind of don't forget that I was here and build on what we started. Because if you don't leave that legacy, then everybody after you is going to have to start all over again. So we're all about legacy. We're all about institution building. We're all about power. We're all about seeing that family as an institutional piece. Even if you don't have kids, that doesn't mean you can't be a parent. Even if you don't have a biological family you can work with, that doesn't mean you can't have an economic family. If you don't have a family and you're here by yourself, that's okay. We're your family. I got you. Like when I see you at the convention, I'll give you a hug because I got you. We are family up in here because I know that not everybody thinks the way that we do. And I want to encourage you in your desire to build a legacy for the people you love. All right. So here are some lies that I was told as a child. These were things that somebody told me that just were not true. A lot of economic lies are given to you when you're a kid, and these are lies that keep you broke. These are lies that keep you in the struggle. These are lies that keep us stuck on generational curses. And one of the lies that I got, tell me if you ever heard this one, that everybody has to get a job. Did you grow up kind of thinking, like when you told somebody you wanted to make money, maybe your parents, and they didn't mean to curse you like this. They didn't know what they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that they were doing this to you. But how many of you heard like, okay, when you want to make some money, well, you better get a job. Get a good job, boy. You better go and get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Right? I heard that too. I heard that a lot, that you have to get a job. And I will tell you this, I don't teach that to my kids. And I don't say you have to get a job. I say you have to pay the bills, right? That's what I say. You have to find a way to pay the bills. So if I give you a head start and I pay some bills in advance for you, then you can go your whole life and not have to even pay the bills. You know, you definitely got to go to work. So this idea that everybody has to get a job, that is a false idea. That is a lie. That is a myth. That is something that we were told, maybe because we were slaves, or also because America is a capitalist society where they convince a segment of the population that you got to go to work in order to pay your bills. That is not true. Also, how many of you heard this? If you don't work, you don't eat. Like, boy, if you don't work, you don't eat. Anybody heard that? If you don't work, you don't eat. Okay, so that is not true either. You know, now work is important, you know, when it comes to building things. Like I work to build the institution. I work to, you know, do things with my family. I work to write books and stuff like that. You know, you guys know my new book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I had to work to write that book. But this idea that you have to work in order to eat, that's simply not true. As I mentioned to you guys, most of the people that make the most money in this country are the ones who work the least. What they focus on doing, unfortunately, some of them, is they focus on getting other people to do the work for them. I heard a billionaire who said this once, and he said that the secret to being a billionaire is not how hard you work. The secret to being a billionaire is how hard you get other people to work. Okay, so if that statement, if you don't work, you don't eat, that is simply not true. Don't believe that anymore. You have to work if you don't have any capital or you don't have any money. But if you have capital, money, you don't have to work in order to eat, and you can eat well by making certain moves. The third myth, let me know if you've heard this one. You have to have money in order to make money. If you ain't got money, you can't make money. Anybody ever heard that? You got to have money to make money, right? Anybody heard that one? Well, that's a common myth too. A lot of people say that, and I can see where people are tempted to say that, right? Because it does seem that it's easier to make money when you have money, and that is true. If you have money, it is easier to make money. If you know, unless you blow it, you know, if you do something crazy with your money. But you know, you don't actually have to have money in order to make money. That's not true. That part's not true. Money is one type of capital. What you really have to have is you have to have capital in order to make money. What is capital? Well, capital is anything of value that you can extract wealth from. So that means you can make money from stocks. You can make money from your real estate. You can make money from your human capital, your time and energy. There are plenty of people out here that have no money that are able to make plenty of money because they have something that other people want. They have something of value that they can sell, offer to the world, that ends up helping them make money. This is why one of the mandates in the Black Business School that we ask you to pursue is to make sure that every Black child in your sphere of influence knows how to start a business by the age of 12. Because if they know how to sell something and they can see value and see wealth and see capital, they don't have to have money in order to make money. They know where the capital is and they can convert that capital into money. So this idea that you have to have money in order to make money, that is not true. That is absolutely false. Do not let anybody ever tell you that, because that is not true. All right, so what is a stock option? Let's talk about stock options. But first, before we talk about that, I want to ask you guys about, some of you have been studying in the Black Business School in some of our stock options programs, but it never hurts to kind of refresh your thinking on some of this. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat, how many of you know what it means to have options? How many of you know what it feels like? Give me a yes if you if I say, oh, you know, he's got plenty of options. Do you know what I mean when I say that? How many of you know what it means to have options? Give me a yes in the chat. And I want you to think about what that feels like. You have options, you can do a lot of stuff. You feel wealthier. You may not even have any more money, but you got options. Like if you're dating, like, you know, you're a pretty girl and 10 guys are trying to talk to you, you got options. That feels pretty good, right? Now I want you to think about how you feel when you don't have options. Well, that sucks. It's kind of like slavery. You know, that's what slavery is. Slavery is being stuck in a world without options. A lot of us become slaves to corporate America and have to go to jobs that we hate because we don't have options. If we had options, we would pursue those options, but we don't have any options. So we're stuck doing whatever massa tells us to do, right? So ultimately, from a psychological standpoint, you guys know we've done a lot of research in our Black Financial Therapy department on financial anxiety, financial depression, things like that. And one of the things that we found is that people who don't have options are more depressed. And this is simple and it's true. Right. So if you want your kids to be happier, which I think is an important goal for kids, that's a nice goal. They're not going to fight you. If you tell your child to be a doctor or a lawyer, they might just rebel just because kids are rebellious. But if you say, I want you to be happy, they're not going to fight that. Who would get mad at you for saying, I just want you to be happy? Right. But then you have to define what happiness looks like. Right. So that's the thing. You got to define what happiness looks like. And one thing that they would agree on, even if your child is 7, is they'll understand that you're happier when you have plenty of options, right? Well, Sonny, how do you get options? Well, education gives you options. Investing gives you options. Being financially secure gives you options. Being intelligent gives you options. Do you understand? So you can guide them in the direction you want them to go without telling them what you want them to do, right? So ultimately, we all know what it feels like to have options. Now, so stock options are basically one type of option that's out there. It's a financial version of the concept of options. So you already understand what a stock option is. I just need to kind of nail down the financial theory so you kind of understand exactly what it is from a financial standpoint. So an option, to use the more technical definition, is it's an obligation, it's the right to do something, but not the obligation to do it, right? So that means you can do it, but you don't have to do it. So for example, right now, I have the option of jumping out my window if I want to. But I'm not going to do that. You know why I'm not going to exercise that option? Because it's 23 degrees outside. Me and my wife went running today, and it is freezing out there. I mean, my butt was so cold when I came back. My hands were so cold. It took me a while to even warm up on the keyboard, right? So an option is something that I could do, but it doesn't have much value to me right now to have that option because, I don't want to jump out the window. But what if conditions change? What if the house caught on fire? Right. And I was locked in the basement and the whole outside of my office was on fire. Well, then suddenly that option to jump out the window becomes very valuable to me. I would pay money for the option, the right, but not the obligation to jump out that window. Right. Because now the option means something because I need to exercise that option. You understand? So a financial option is kind of the same way. It is the right to do something, but you don't actually have to do it. It's not the obligation. So, for example, with a stock option, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. And I can buy it at a certain price. I can buy it for $65. Now, the price may not be $65 yet, so I may not exercise that option. Why would I buy a $65 stock from you when I can buy it on the market for $58? Right. So if the stock price is below the price that I've agreed that I could buy it from you for, then I'm not going to pay that. But what if the stock goes way up? If suddenly the stock goes to $150, well, then suddenly that option to buy it at 65 is a very valuable option. Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes. Let's stop right there and just sort of focus on that definition and give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying, what that means to have a stock option. Let me see. I'm going to look at your responses here in the chat just to make sure we're moving and grooving together. Okay, good. And I get excited. When I get excited, I talk a little bit fast, and I hope that's okay. But this stuff really does excite me. I'm not pretending. Okay. All right. So we know what it means to have an option. We know what it means to have an option when it comes to stock. It's the right to do something, but you don't actually have to do it. Well, every option has a buyer and a seller, right? So a lot of times, for example, this might happen in Hollywood. Like, let's say Shonda Rhimes writes a new script, and that script is for a new movie. A Hollywood studio may come along and say, look, we don't want to buy your script from you, but we want an option on your script. So what they then might say is, we're going to sign a contract with you where we have the right to buy your script anytime in the next 5 years for $2 million. That means you can't sell this script to anyone else without going through us for the next 5 years. And so suddenly if you become the most popular thing in the world, or your script becomes really valuable, it doesn't matter because we have the option to buy it from you for $2 million. So every option has a buyer and a seller. The buyer gives up money to get someone else's option, right? The seller is receiving money, but they're giving something up. Right. So Shonda Rhimes receives money to give up the right. She gives up her right to sell the script to anybody. She can't sell it to anybody now because she's committed to the person who holds the option. And she cannot sell it to anyone else until that option either expires or she maybe buys it back and says, here's your money. I want my freedom back. I want to be able to sell it to someone else. Right. So when you sell an option, you're kind of giving something away, but you also receive cash, because you've given away your right to do certain things, right? So every stock option has a buyer and a seller. And the thing is that there's a massive, massive market of people buying and selling options every day. The market is huge. There's 40 million options contracts traded every day. And basically, it's a bunch of people that are just kind of gambling on what a stock price is going to be. So, for example, if a stock price is trading at 50, there will be people that will say, hey, I'll sell you the option to buy my stock at 53 by next Friday, but you got to pay me $1.50 per share to have that option. That means that anybody who buys that option can buy your stock from you for $53. If the stock price goes above 53, then it's a great option. If it doesn't go above 53, then it's not a good option. Right? So this is a massive market. This was one of the biggest drivers of economic activity all throughout the entire pandemic. When the pandemic occurred, there were tons and tons, millions and millions of people that were buying options on stock, because what options did was it allowed them to pay small amounts of money to get in on the game, to get in on the action. Right? So that means you buy an option to, I pay $2 a share to buy an option on Amazon stock, which with a price, what they call a strike price. That's the price it has to go past before the option kicks in and becomes valuable. A strike price is slightly above the price that the stock is trading at. And if the stock goes above that price, then the value of my option goes up and I can do a quick flip. A lot of people were looking for those quick flips because it was almost like a type of financial crack. It really was financial crack, because think about this. You can invest $3,000, and if things work out, you're making $10,000 or $15,000 off the $3,000 investment. That's pretty good. But for every yin, there is a yang. For every good thing, there's a bad thing. For every light, there's a dark. So the good side is, hey, if it works out, I win. I make all this money. The downside, though, is that if it doesn't work out, you lose everything. You can lose everything. Right? So options, a lot of people, millions of people were buying options largely because options are easy to understand and options can give you a quick flip. And a lot of people are looking for the quick flip because we live in a world where people seek out instant gratification. We live in a world where people are always looking for that easy money. We live in a world where people want to make money overnight. They want that fly by night. And I'm not in that category. I don't go chasing waterfalls. My cousin's in the group TLC, and she taught me a long time ago. She's T-Boss, Tiana Watkins. That's her name. Tiana Watkins and TLC, the greatest female group of all time, told me, don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. That's my point. And let me explain why. Let's keep going. The options are beautiful, and then before I actually explain why, let's talk about what options can do, though. Options kind of allow you to season your portfolio. And so understanding options is a critically important part of being a good investor. You have your stock. A lot of us know how to buy stock, but the options allow you to kind of calibrate your portfolio, like putting seasoning on food, right? So imagine food that is seasoned properly versus food that is bland, right? Food that's bland, it's not very interesting. Food that's seasoned is made just right for you, just the right amount of salt, just the right amount of pepper, right amount of cinnamon, paprika, whatever it is you want to season it with. Options allow you to do that. But the reason I don't buy a lot of stock options is because those who buy stock options typically do not make money. They don't make money. The people that were buying all those options during the pandemic, a lot of these 22-year-olds getting on Robinhood, overpaying for stock options on GameStop and AMC and all that, they were losing millions and millions of dollars. They were getting their butts kicked because they were on the buy side of that transaction. Now, the thing about this market is that it is what is called a zero-sum game. It's like a football game. If you watch the NFL playoffs, for every winner, there is a what? Answer in the chat. And for every loser, there is a winner. So if they're losing, if they're on the buy side of the deal, then what does that mean? Who's winning? You got the buyer and the seller. If the buyers are losing, then who's winning? The sellers, right? So I never came into this market looking to buy stock options. I come into the market to sell. I sell sides. So that's what I did all through the pandemic. That's what I've been doing ever since. That's what I do to this day. I do it every single week. I sell stock options. And that has generated me hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what I do. Now, where can I add value? Well, because, having a PhD comes in handy. You know what to look for, what to watch out for. You know where the opportunities are. You know where the risks are, right? So here's the deal. In this transaction, in this big trade between the buyers of options and the sellers of options, it's like going to a casino. It's like going to Vegas, right? So process this for a minute, right? if you're talking about a gambler going to a casino in the house, who always wins? Does the gambler typically win, or does the house win? The house always wins. The house eventually wins. Now, remember this though. So if you know that the house always wins, then why would people go and gamble? Why would people even show up and gamble if you know that the house is going to win? Well, because every gambler doesn't lose. There's that 38, 40, 45% that might win something, right? So everybody's thinking I can be in that group, that small group of winners. But the house is always going to win. That's why companies like MGM make billions of dollars every year, because the house always wins on average, right? So in this trade between option buyers and option sellers, you got the gambler, which is the person buying the option. They're seeking to speculate. And then you've got the house, which is me. I'm selling the option because I already own the stock. And I say, hey, look, if you want to buy an option on my stock, you can. I want to be the house. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. So this is a specific type of trading strategy that's built more so for people that want to generate income, who don't need to be greedy, who are not trying to bet the whole farm, who just want to have a steady, consistent income that you can rely on, even when the stock market's going down. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling options on my stock, even when the stock market was going down, because I do not believe in being a greedy investor. So let's keep going. So here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a couple of things. One, I'm going to show you why selling stock options actually saved my real estate portfolio. My wife and I, we invest in all different areas, in real estate, stocks, everything in between. And I'm going to show you why my options actually saved my real estate portfolio. It was tough to make the income that we'd like to have on real estate, and stock options actually really came through in terms of providing cash flow that supported our real estate investments. Two, why selling stock options is easier than running a business. I have run many, many businesses, and I find that selling stock options is the easiest way to make money I've ever had in my life. Three, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. A lot of us buy stock, and it can be a little bit dull because you're sitting there waiting for the stock to go up. Well, what do you do when the stock takes 3 years to go up? What do you do when you have 2 years of negative returns in the stock market? You know, you're just waiting. It's kind of dull, right? So let's keep going. So here's a house we bought. We went to this house in Atlanta, and we really loved it. It was a beautiful house, and we fell in love with it in a minute. And we bought it, and we thought we were going to use it, and then we realized we'd rather rent it out, and we did. So we made it into a rental property, and we have a nice lady that lives there, and she's an excellent tenant. And it's cool because the tenant, if you know anything about real estate, the tenant, kind of gives you enough rent money to cover the mortgage, and it's great, right? That's why I'm a big believer in the ownership of real estate. I love real estate. Real estate ownership is a very substantive sort of investment. It makes you feel good to own a piece of the earth. It's all that good stuff, right? Well, one day I got a phone call, and somebody sent me this picture. And this is a picture of the downstairs bathroom. The downstairs bathroom, apparently, because I'm a forgetful professor who's always working on doing other stuff, and I forgot to pay one of the bills. So the sump pump backed up because the electricity went out. And when the sump pump backed up, all the downstairs flooded. And next thing you know, we got all this destruction and mold in the basement. And so this bathroom had to be completely torn out and gutted and repaired. And the mold had to be cleaned out. And then I had to apologize and pay for the neighbor's damage because the water had leaked through to their place. And it was just terrible. And here's the thing. It wasn't so much just a matter of like the fact that we weren't making any money from the property at this point because all of our cash flow was going toward this repair. It was just the inconvenience of it all. It was a pain in the butt. Like I like real estate, but I don't know how much I enjoy being a landlord. I don't know. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know how much I enjoy like getting a call in the middle of the night because somebody's toilet broke or something flooded. I know you got property managers and stuff out there, but even talking to the property manager was draining, and so I like real estate, but I tend to be an investor in things like real estate investment trust rather than actually buying property because there's a lot that comes with it, a lot of time, a lot of attention, a lot of energy. It's not that it's bad though, but it's not optimal for me. And also it's not the best way to make money. And actually, I can even give you an example that shows this, but yeah. So this is what happened, and so one of the things I realized is that I real estate's nice, but it was actually the money I was making from stock options that kept flowing even when my real estate money stopped. Okay, so also in terms of businesses, I've run a lot of businesses, and I love running businesses. The problem with running a business is that you can't run a lot of them. Like after you sort of put your heart and soul into one or two businesses, You can't run like 10. And eventually you get tired. I don't know if anybody ever gets to the point where you're just tired of always working like nonstop all the time. Even when you're successful, you end up being successful and drained. And then you start getting maybe over the age of 40 and you're like, gosh, I don't really know if I want to just work until I die. And so that's the downside of being this independent entrepreneur, is that first you work yourself out of a job and then you end up working harder as an entrepreneur than you did on your job, but you're happier because you're free, right? You got your freedom to make you feel better. And then maybe your business takes off. You learn strategy and delegation and technology, and it allows you to scale. But then even then you're tired, right? Because you kind of are like, gosh, I don't really know if I want to have to chain myself to a desk every day in order to get things done. So I was kind of working nonstop. And this wasn't bad. I still do it and I still like it, but I don't know if that's the best way for me to spend my time. I kind of want to hang out with my daughter because she had a choir recital yesterday and I enjoy like doing stuff like that involves things other than working. So I learned that passive income is more enjoyable than active income, because if you build your capital base, you can pursue passive income at a level that gives you as much money as you would if you were out working every day. So you don't have to torture yourself in order to make money. Next, here's the other thing about the stock market that's interesting. So the stock market has been the greatest place on earth to invest. One of the biggest things I'm super proud of right now is the fact that 58% of all Americans invest in the stock market. In the Black Business School, that number is 92%. Sorry, 91.87%. Let me be more precise. So let's clap for that, because let me just tell you, that stock market participation, based on my research, is the number one variable that determines whether you're going to end up rich in this country or if you're going to end up struggling in this country. People that are missing out are really missing out. Really missing out. It's like you're trying to drive the car, but you haven't chosen to put the key in the ignition, or you're trying to drive your car 70 miles down the road, but you keep on getting on a horse. A horse can't go 70 miles an hour like a car. So if you want to go 70 miles an hour, you got to get you a car like everybody else. The stock market is that vehicle that drives people to wealth. The Black Business School students, those of you, I don't care if you have a nickel in your bank account, if you are among that group that has started investing in the stock market, I guarantee that within one generation, your family will have more wealth than 95% of the white people that you know. Right? So this racial wealth gap is largely driven by stock market participation. I put it right there. I put the little cursor right there on August 2009, because that was when a lot of Black folks got nervous and started selling their stock, and they lost trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars, because you see what happened to the market right after that downturn. Everybody got scared when the market went down right there a little bit after 2008, after Obama got elected. But look at what the market did ever since. So if you could have held on, just kind of turned away, held your nose, bought more stock, then boom, you're killing it. You're making an insane amount of money, but you got to see the big picture. You can't get caught up in the small. I'm a big fan of the stock market. In case you haven't noticed, this is the number one key to wealth. But here's the thing. Sometimes you have times like this. That's red. Red is bad. Red means that it's raining outside, basically. It's like financial rain. It's not like making it rain like at the club where you have plenty of money. This is like making it rain like in a bad way. This is like toxic rain, where money is being lost at a massive scale because stocks are going down, major companies are going down. And sometimes this can last, this rain, these financial thunderstorms can last 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So here's the benefit of stock options. What I found that I loved is that stock options allow you to make money even when it rains, right? So even as the value of different stocks were going down, I was still making money by selling my options every week. You know why? Well, because I was selling options to people who thought that the market was going to go up. So the stock is at 60. They buy an option from me where, to buy to them, where that gives them the right to buy it at 65, but the stock never hit 65. So they paid me for that option, and I'm like, okay, sure, I'll take your money, thank you. And then the stock doesn't go up to 65 by the expiration date. The clock runs out. Well, guess what? Then I can go back and sell that option again to somebody else. There's nothing unethical about it. Certainly nothing illegal about it. This is the way the game is played. You bet on something that never actually occurred. I am not a person that needs 10 birds in the bush. I just want one bird in the hand. I just like getting my consistent income and knowing that my money is coming every single week, no matter what. That is the beauty of selling options. You can sell options just like you sell shares of shoes, or excuse me, sell pairs of shoes, not shares of shoes, pairs of shoes. All right, so that's kind of what happened. So I found that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. So option selling is not for people that are super greedy. It's really for people that just want a consistent income. They want to have some money coming in, some extra cash flow coming in, and so for example, let me just actually stop sharing my screen for a minute, right? So let's say that I was selling options on a company like Ford. I'm going to open up my E-Trade account and kind of give you that example. Okay, so Ford is not necessarily the best company to sell options on. The options premiums are not necessarily the highest that are out there. I'm not particularly ecstatic about options on Ford stock. But imagine if I went and I picked Ford. Ford is not even in my portfolio. So for the students that are in the Prime program, I picked the stocks that I like the most. But Ford is just sort of this basic average run-of-the-mill investment, right? So let's go look at Ford, right? So if I was to look at Ford stock, the price of Ford stock right now is, let me see here. The price of Ford stock is $12.85. So everybody, if you got a piece of paper, write down $12.85, right? Now, if I wanted to buy an option right now, or not buy, I'm sorry, sell an option right now, today is the 26th. So let's say I go out to February 3rd, so about a week from now, I could sell an option that gives someone else the right to buy my stock for $13 by February 3rd, but they have to pay me for that option, right? Because if I own the stock myself, I get all that upside. That's all my upside. But if I sell the option at 13 with a strike of 13, that means that they can buy it at 13. I can't. So if the price goes to 16, that's their benefit. I don't get that. I sold that away. But what I did get was I got a bird in the hand. I'm not waiting and hoping that the price goes up because remember, stock prices don't always go up. I own the stock, and yes, you do. You're right, Curleen. You have to buy the stock first, right? So it's like owning a piece of land and renting the land to somebody else. So if I sell this call option for 40 cents a share, and let's say that I put up a little bit of money. Let's say I put down let's say I buy 1,000 shares for $13,000. Okay. So I have 1,000 shares. I can sell those shares for 40 cents a share. That means I make $400 a week, or approximately, let's say approximately $1,600 a month on this stock. $1,600 a month. Okay, now I want you to stick that in your mind. That's what I'm making if I own 1,000 shares of Ford. So if me and my family get together, save up $13,000, and we buy 1,000 shares of Ford and sell the options every week, we can make about 40 cents per share, which will go up, which would give us about $400 per week or $1,600 a month in additional income that we did not have before. And that income is ours no matter what the price does. Now, if the price goes up, we make a little bit more money, up to 13, but if it stays the same or goes down, it doesn't matter. We that's our money. Okay. Now, I want to compare this to a real estate investment. Now, somebody give me a price of a house. Let me ask you all this. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that maybe $390,000 is kind of a typical house price? What do you think the average home price in America is about? It's a little over 300,000. Somebody says 799,000, but let's go with $390,000. So we're really going with a cheap house, right? We're not really going with an expensive house, but let's do 390. The reason I'm going to do 390 is because it fits nicely with the mathematics of $13 a share. Okay. So let's say that I invested the same in Ford stock that it would cost me to buy a $390,000 house. Now, to give you a point of comparison, how much rent, let's say I did it as a real estate deal, how much rent do you think I could get on a $390,000 house? Anybody want to guess? What do you think? How much do you think I can get in rent? Okay, $2,800, $2,000, $2,500, $1,200, $3K per month, says Glenn. Okay, $3,000. Okay, so let's go with $3,000. $3,000 a month in rent. Okay, so I want you to write down and remember those two numbers for me. Okay, so I'm paying $390,000 for this home, and I'm getting $3,000 a month in rent. Got it? Everybody with me? Give me a yes in chat if you're following what I'm saying. I don't want to lose anybody. Okay, and I'm doing more. This is what you call arm waving. When I was teaching at Syracuse University, we call this arm waving when you don't actually have it on the screen. But this is something. This is to help me illustrate this point to you. Okay, so $390,000 house will make me $3,000 a month in rent. Pretty good. Nice income flow. Pretty good. All right, great, cool. All right. So now imagine if I took that same opportunity, instead of buying a $390,000 house, I bought some Ford stock. I bought $390,000 worth of Ford stock. So 1,000 shares would be $13,000. 10,000 shares would be $130,000. 30,000 shares would be 390K. You follow me? You follow the logic? So 30,000 times 13 is $390,000. So that's me taking the money from the house and putting it in Ford stock instead, and saying, instead of getting money from the house, I'm going to get the money from selling the options on Ford. I'm literally giving you game that will change your life. Okay. So 390. All right. So remember, how much was I able to sell that option for? The one that expires on February 3rd with a strike price of $13. It was 40 cents a share, right? Right? So let's calculate weekly income. 40 cents a share. Let's do the math here. Let's see what 40 cents a share is on 30,000 shares. So I got 30,000 shares of Ford stock, and I am making 40 cents a share. Hold on, let me do the math. Give me a second. Hold up. My calculator. Got to pull my calculator up. All right, so 40 cents a share, 30,000 shares. How much is that per week that I'm making? Glenn says $1,200. Sorry, Glenn, you're zero off. $12,000 a week. How much is that per month? If there's 4 weeks in a month, $48,000 a month. Now, how much were we making when we rented the property out again? I can't remember. What was that tiny little number again? What was it? 3,000? So do you understand why I'm yelling when I say this to you? Do you understand why this gets my heart racing and my blood pumping when I'm talking about this? And let me tell you a secret. Ford is not the best place you can actually generate income from your stock options. Ford is not even in my portfolio because I've got better stocks that are in my portfolio. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you understand the gravity of what I'm saying? Okay, so I really I really hope you guys will listen to me when I tell you that this is a great way to make money. So let me keep going, guys. Sorry, I'm acting a fool right now. So let me relax and stop being so immature. But honestly, I think immaturity is a little overrated. So this is, somebody said this is major in the chat. Yes, it is major. Yes, it's very major. And here's the other thing too. If I own the property, I got to keep up with all kinds of paperwork. I gotta get property insurance. I gotta deal with tenants and property managers and all these other things that come with real estate. I'm not saying real estate's bad though. I told you I own property. I like real estate largely because I can live in it and enjoy it while I also own it. So I'm not at all saying don't invest in real estate, because on top of that, you shouldn't have all your money in one place anyway. So you spread your money out. But this is how I make my money, because I can make this money sitting at home in the bed. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to talk to another person. I don't have to travel anywhere. I don't have to sign any paperwork. I don't have to do anything. I can literally get on my phone. Boop, boop, boop. This is what I do every week. Get on my phone, boop, 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 and type in and sell my options. And then I roll back over and cuddle with my beautiful wife and go right back to sleep. That is my Monday morning routine. Let me keep going. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. I hope you're getting what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you're really feeling and understanding that just how heavy this is. Okay, so here's my process. My process is very simple. It's straightforward. And this is kind of the overview in terms of how I get it done. I find my assets that are going to generate my income. I go through and I scour stocks to see how much income I can make from owning the stocks. I measure the ROI. And so basically I look and I say, how much do I have to invest to own these shares? To sell options on stock, that is what you call a covered call if you own the stock. Now you can do what they call a naked call, but you can't do, most platforms will not let you do naked calls. They will not let you sell something that you don't really own unless you have the cash to back it up. So I buy the stock first and then I sell the calls on the stock. Straightforward play. I measure ROI on the different stock. Then I check the risk levels of the assets to look for any red flags. Okay, is anything wrong? This is the other thing too. Everything that glitters isn't gold. There are some companies out there that look beautiful, that look like they'll make you a ton of money, and they're literally stink bombs waiting to happen. There was one company that I had bought shares in that was making an insane amount of money for me, and in fact, I was so pumped up when I figured out a process for this back in 2020. I didn't tell anybody for 2 years because I told my wife when I was running with her, I said, I've never run into an easier way to make money in my life. This is amazing. And I said, I want to tell my students, but I need to find out, I need to wait for the other shoe to drop. I need to find out the flaws that are in this strategy. So I spent 2 years refining this before I mentioned this to anybody. And so there was one area where I learned a lot was there was a Chinese company called Tekadu, and I bought shares in Tekadu, and I probably made $100,000 from the ownership of Tekadu just from the options alone. Well, all of a sudden, the Chinese government came in and they shut down the whole industry. It was an online education company. They shut down the entire online education industry. So this stock price went from 31 to 3, just like that. So then I was able to assess and go do the forensics because, of course, I'm sad. I'm like, oh, my God, look at this. Whoa. And I didn't lose a lot of money because I'd already pulled out so much income from the stock already. So it's like I kind of broke even when I thought I was way ahead. It's almost like being in a basketball game where you think you're going to win by 40 points, but you only win by 2, right? But I went back and I studied and I said, okay, what are some ways I could have calibrated that risk and minimized that risk to prepare myself for that type of possible tragedy? So I put together a model, a proprietary model, you call it a Dr. Boyce model, if you will. PhDs, we can do stuff like this that allows you to find the highest income generating stocks while also calibrating and minimizing the risk so that you don't end up freaking out because crazy things happen to the portfolio. So then what I do, once I assess the risk levels and measure the rate of return, I just sell the options. Right? And you go right to the market. You don't know who the buyers are. You just go into the open market. There's a clearinghouse in the middle, and you sell the options to the clearinghouse, and then they buy, somebody else buys them on the other side, and then you end up getting your income, and I put the income in my bank account. And then when I get that money from the bank account, what I do is some of it I'll pull out and I'll pay bills with it. I'll send it to my wife and say, hey, pay the credit card bill, pay the mortgage, whatever. And then a percentage of it I put into my long-term portfolio of long-term stocks that I use so I can make various financial moves. I have several portfolios that do different things for me depending on the situation. And then another component of it, I reinvest into my options portfolio. So if I own 800 shares of a certain stock, then next week I might own 900 shares, which is almost like a landlord that's able to buy more units that he can actually rent out and generate income from. Okay, and I'm able to do this all in my bed while on my cell phone. That literally is my life. I don't talk a lot about my life because it's just kind of weird. I'm a big believer that when you make a lot of money, you shouldn't really talk to a lot of people about it because it's just a strange world we live in. But rather than people getting jealous of the fact that we're able to do this, I'm hoping that people will just listen and learn, and we can all be successful and prosperous. And this is what I do. This is how I make money for my family. Now, this year, Christmas came a little bit early. The students that were in the Prime program, a lot of you got a text message. I text the students when I'm making a certain move or when I find a special stock. And there was a stock called Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And I sent out a text to you guys in December saying, look, this company, Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, I'm going to make some investments in it. I think it's a pretty good place to make money. And so here's what I'm doing. I don't tell anybody what to do. I just say, here's what I'm doing if you want to pay attention or follow along. And this company literally shot up 262% over the weekend. It literally went from about $65 a share to about $280 a share. One of the students made over $250,000 in a weekend. This is real life. This really happened. If they had not taken the time to invest, then they never would have been in a position to have their lives changed in that way. But because they were investing consistently, this big opportunity came along. Every stock doesn't do this, but some of the stocks do. Some of them are good explosions waiting to happen. So I want to introduce you guys, if you allow me to a program. Some of you might already be in it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Watkins Passive Recurring Income Machine, or Prime. So this is something I created around this very idea. And basically what it is this coaching program in the Black Business School that we put together just for you guys. And it shows you how to generate safe, passive income by selling stock options. So basically I become your financial coach in terms of helping you to find the assets that you may want to look at, to calibrate the appropriate risk, to look out for the potential risk factors and the problems that might occur, and to make sure that you and your family are in a better economic position as a result. Now, here's what you get in the program. Number one, you get access to biweekly coaching calls. I gather the Prime students on a regular basis. During those sessions, you can send me questions about certain stocks that you're interested in. I find stocks for you. We talk about the dynamics. We go through option trading strategies. I make sure that you and whoever you bring to class are fully aware of how this market works, what the opportunities are, and how to position yourself properly in this market. Number two, you get access to the Dr. Boyce Watkins Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass. So if your goal is to also grow your financial literacy and understand investing, I have an excellent masterclass that I put together on investing that will get you started even if you are a beginner. So even if you've never bought your first share of stock, I can give you everything you need in order to understand how the stock market works and how to position yourself to do well financially. Three, you get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. These are long-term investments that I put my money into based on the research that I do. So every Monday, or actually Sunday night is Monday morning, I go and I do research and I find stocks that appear to be undervalued or appear to be have great long-term prospects based on the research I do. And I make a list and I send it out to the students. You have full access to all that material, all that content. Number four, you get access to family investment support group consultations. My wife is an excellent therapist. She's top of the line. She's been treating patients for almost 30 years now. She is a full professor of social work. She's an expert on things like trauma, which affect Black people. And also we dug in and we created the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. There is no HBCU or a predominantly white institution anywhere that I know of that has a Black financial therapy department that specifically focuses on the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth as individuals or as families. A lot of us have a hard time coming together, building wealth because we can't get along with our cousin, or because we're afraid of quitting our job, or we're worried that the stock market's going to go up and down and we don't know how to handle it when it occurs. So a good financial therapist can help you in that goal. We meet regularly. We agree to meet monthly, but we typically meet sometimes as much as 2-3 times a month. So you get free access to that. Also, you get access to a lot of investment club training materials, blueprints, and all kinds of other things we put together specifically for you to help you achieve your goal. And then also, this is a really big one, you get access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers. So the same way I showed you that the ROI on selling options on Ford is about like 5 to 10-fold of what you would make if you put that money into real estate. Well, Ford is a stock. I told you Ford is not even in my portfolio because there are stocks that are so much better than Ford. But Ford is a free gift. If you want to go and do it on your own and go with Ford, you can literally do that right now. But there are so many other places that where there's so much wealth there. And the thing is, it kind of changes every single week. The dynamics of the market change. And this is where my PhD comes in. This is, I have an ability to kind of assess market volatility and conditions and various factors across different industries that allow us to pick the stocks that are effective and safe at the same time. So I give every 2 weeks approximately, actually. I don't do this every single, I do this every 2 weeks. I give a list of Dr. Boyce Moneymakers. Also, I send out text alerts to students on new stocks that I'm thinking about adding to my portfolio that week. So you can have access to that. Now, if you add up the value of all these materials, and this is not everything, there's actually a bunch of other stuff that I didn't even mention today because I could keep going all day. You could get about $8,692 per year in terms of what the cost of that would be. Now, if you go back to when I was teaching at Syracuse University, this is the cost that students at Syracuse pay to learn from people like me, $73,845. I felt very guilty about that cost being so high because when I was teaching on the faculty of the finance faculty at Syracuse, most of my students were not Black, and most of my Black students are still in student loan debt. I think that there's a better way, okay? So what we were able to do was create this entire program that I know will not just help you learn economically, but transform your life for $29.99 per year. $29.99 per year. I think that's massive. When we survey our students, 90-something% of you say that you learn more from us than you ever learned in college. I think this is almost like AI, the way AI is changing the game. Well, you know what? Black intelligent institutions are changing the game because there are ways for us to get what we need in a way that's specific to what we're trying to do without having to pay all that money that you paid in college. So the cost of the program is $29.99 per year. Now, the special offer for you guys today is that you can join right now today for $19.99 per year. $19.99 per year. So I want to ask you this question, basically, based on what I said. I just showed you an easy example. Ford, this is real data. I pulled this right off my phone. This was not theoretical. This is not me making this up. This is not old information. This was what you could actually buy Ford for right now and sell the options for right now. And you saw that the ROI just kind of murders any other type of investment. So I want to ask you this question. What if this made you an extra $50,000 a year? Would it be worth it? Give me a yes or no. with $29.99 as an investment. Remember, in order to build wealth, sometimes you have to make an investment. You thought about that maybe when you went to college. You invested in that. For some of you, it worked out. For some of you, it didn't. With $29.99 per year as an investment, it'd be worth it if you made an extra 50 grand a year. I say yes. If I could invest $3,000 in something and make 50,000 a year, I would do that investment all day. And it's not even 3,000; it's actually 2,000 because we dropped the price by $1,000 a year for those who want to sign up. If it made you an extra 20,000 a year, what if you didn't make that much money? What if you only made 20,000 a year? Would it be worth it? Give me a yes or no. Yes or no. What if it made you an extra 10,000 a year? Would it be worth it? So you invest $19.99. You made 10,000 a year. 10,000 a year is easy. We could do that in our sleep. And we don't just talk to you about how to do it on your own. We talk to you about the process of building a family investment group so that you and your family can pool your resources and then go and make these moves where all of you can eventually quit your jobs. 10,000 a year, would it be worth it? So here's what some of our students are saying. Let me just give you some real feedback from some of our students. This is brother Jamar Robinson that I met at the Generational Wealth Conference. He says, I joined your program a few years ago and you've made me a lot of money. Me and my wife have just bought a house in Chicago and we are living a good life. I was on the plantation working just to get by. Now I have options. And he said options both literally and figuratively, as he and his wife were about to buy a $700,000 house with cash. And I said, were you always doing well? Or did you just start doing well when we started talking? He said, oh, I wasn't doing well when I met you. And now I'm doing well because of you. And that's why I had to go out of my way to thank you. Jamar Robinson is a real person in Chicago. And I hear this from a lot of people. Some of you may already even be in the program that are in the chat. I don't know. But if you are, I hope you'll say something to let people know this is not us sort of, making something up, right? This is something that is actually affecting people's lives. Here's another comment. Taylor Clemens says, I really like when Dr. Boyce showed how to find good stocks and sell options on. He's teaching us about fish and how to fish. And that's the goal. I don't just teach you where the fish are. I teach you how to fish, but I don't just teach you how to fish. I fish for you, right? So I do a lot of these things for you so you can follow right along with me. So it's like a mentorship program. When we found Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, we found it because a student came to me with that stock and I looked it up. And if I see a good investment and I tell you guys that it's good to follow, then I'm going to do it too. Because again, I have a family too, just like you, and I want to make sure that we're investing our money in good ways, in good places. So ultimately, the sharing of information is extremely valuable in this process. So you have these choices. Here are some choices that you can execute. You can take no action at all, and then you're going to end up losing money, right? If you lose $1,000 a month, then you're losing $12,000 a year. If you lose $2,500 a month, then you're losing $30,000 a year. Right? So the list goes on and on and on. Economic potential, the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. I think I've proven to you, give me a yes if you agree, I think I've proven to you that this is a massive opportunity, that this market is something that you don't want to overlook. I've shown you how I'm able to make my money without doing any work because of this market. Right. Another option you have is you can figure it out by yourself. You say, you know what, screw this guy. I don't need whatever he's offering or whatever. I can do it myself, and that's fine. The problem is that it might take you 10 years, like it did for me and a lot of people. This is not stuff that you just comes to you automatically. I can look at stocks and see certain things. I can see dynamics because I spent 25 years studying this stuff. Right? This was not something I knew when I first started my PhD program. This was something I figured out almost 20 years after I finished my doctorate. And getting a PhD is really, really hard. I was the only Black man on the planet to get a PhD in finance during the year 2002. So this is almost like a surgeon. It's like heart surgery. It's hard to give yourself heart surgery, but maybe if you go to school long enough, you can. And then also, the doctorate kind of helps. And I've also condensed the process to make it very simple for you, right? So we kind of walk through this together, and I make sure you have everything you need, and I make sure you don't miss any opportunities that I'm able to share with the other students. In fact, I even do it all for you. I can dig stuff up for you. So if you want to learn, you can, but if you don't want to learn, you don't have to learn. You can just say, okay, what's Dr. Boyce doing? Because I don't have time for this. A lot of you are very busy. And I think that you'll find that this extra income that you would be making the same way you would if you had a rental property or something like that will improve your life. And I want to convince you that this is a good way to go. All right, so let me tell you guys about something, just so you guys can know how great the Black Business School is. Like, we really are an HBCU for the 21st century. Let me tell you about a Net Promoter Score. Now, Net Promoter Score is kind of a benchmarking tool for customer satisfaction. It's basically just says, how happy are your customers? How much do they actually love being a part of your business, right? And so the Net Promoter Score, it gives you insights about the loyalty of your customers or their willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. It's a really important benchmark that's used for major corporations all throughout this country. And you can literally Google any company and look up their Net Promoter Score. So here are some major brands, and I want us to be compared against the best. This is Black excellence. This is our goal is 100% Black excellence. My team, that's what we aim for. We want to be the best institution on this planet, and I know that we are already well on our way. So let's look at some major brands out here, and let's look at their Net Promoter Scores, and then I want to compare it to the Net Promoter Score from Black Business School student surveys. So the Net Promoter Score of Microsoft is 40. That's pretty good. 50 is excellent, but 40 is really, really good. The Net Promoter Score of Amazon is 51. That's even better. The Net Promoter Score of Apple is 52. Apple's a major brand worldwide, $3 trillion company, right? Harvard, their Net Promoter Score is 52. That's the Net Promoter Score for Harvard University, right? Now let's look at the Net Promoter Score for the Black Business School. Check it out. Boom. Survey results. Chanel's in the chat. Chanel will tell you in the chat. We didn't buy it. We didn't do anything biased. We didn't play any games. We didn't make it up. Tell me, I mean, I just kind of, not that I'm bragging, but I kind of would hope that we can acknowledge that, take a moment to kind of talk about what we have created. We did this without any government funding, without any major corporate sponsorship, none of that stuff. This is Black owned. This is a Black owned institution that has a Net Promoter Score that far exceeds Harvard University. We're the best at what we do, period. We get results. We're not playing with you. We're not here. We can't sell you a fake degree that's not going to get you opportunities. We have to deliver, and we do. Our team is that good. And I didn't do it by myself. We have a whole team of people that work on your behalf. So I just want to kind of give you that insight to let you know, in case you're kind of on the fence or you're not sure what to do with the Black Business School, we are excellent at what we do, and we're working to get better every day. So let's keep going. So on second thought, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the offer. And we mentioned $29.99 is the regular price. $19.99 is the special price. For the next 50 people, if you sign up now, you can get in for $869 per year. That is the offer that we will make today. If you sign up right now at drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com, I'll give you the password in a second. You can get in for $869 per year. So I hope that I've convinced you to at least take a look and give it a try, think it through. It's drboyceprime.com. Chanel, type that in the chat for anybody that needs it. And you'll also receive a 100% money back guarantee. So for the first 30 days, if you're unhappy for any reason, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and not just get a full refund, but if you're not happy, we will give you a $1,000 course absolutely free. We are that sure that you're going to love it and that it's going to change your life. So how do you get the discount? Let me just show you. Let me throw this in here. So go to drboyceprime.com, and if you want to get the annual offer, put in the code word offer 2023 to get the offer and to get the annual discount. All right. And so this offer expires in 24 hours. And so it's for the first 50 people. So let me show you really quick how to do that if you're interested in signing up with the program now. So I see Weberton is saying, yes, I made money at the program and I did the beta test. Yes. I mean, it's not us making things up. Right. So let me show you drboyceprime.com. I'm going to share the screen and show you exactly how to enter the code to make sure that you can get the discount if you want to be one of the first 50 people. All right. So you go here. Right. So this is the page for drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. So here's what you do. Up in the upper right hand corner, you click Start Making Money Today. Down here, you've got a monthly option for $349, or you got the annual option for $19.99. Now, remember, your annual fee, if you're in the first 50, goes to $869. So you would hit enroll now. And once you hit enroll now, it'll take you to another page that will allow you to, this is the checkout page. So on the checkout page, you should see, give me 1 second. Sometimes it takes a second to load. Okay, maybe because I'm sharing my screen. So give me 1 second, guys. So once you get to the checkout page, you're going to see, let me stop sharing so I can refresh this page and make sure it comes up. Here we go. Okay, it's up now. All right, so maybe it's because I was sharing, it wasn't coming through. All right, so on this checkout page where it says $29.99 per year, and then you get the discount here, there's already a code in here that gives you the discount, right? So if you're not in the first 50, you'll still get a discount. You'll go to $19.99 because the code's already there for you. But if you're in the first 50, you can hit remove, add this code, add in offer 2023 with a capital O, offer 2023, all one word, and then you hit apply. And when you hit apply, you'll see the price will drop from $29.99 to $869.71 per year. So you go to Dr. Boyce Prime, use that code offer 2023, and if you're in the first 50, you can get the $869 offer. If you're not in the first 50, you still get a discount, but it's $19.99 as opposed to $869, but it's still much cheaper than $29.99. So that's our offer for today. That's literally the whole everything. And so I hope that you see just how this works and how great this can be. And a lot of you, again, a lot of students are already in this chat actually. And so if you are in the chat and you're enjoying the program, I hope that you'll tell others how great this is, because I don't want anybody to think that we're trying to talk them into things. I want to talk you into doing what's best for you. That's what I really want for you. So let me share my slides again one more time in order to mention one more thing for you guys. Now, some of you are asking, is there some sort of a monthly option? Well, if your money's tight and you don't want the annual discount, or you can't take advantage of the annual discount, we did put together a monthly discount. So here's the monthly offer. The monthly offer, the regular price is $399 per month. The monthly price is $155. So now 155 times 12 is about $1,800 a year. So it's still it's higher than the $869, but it's still pretty good. So for the next 24 hours, if you go to that page and you go to the bottom and you put in offer 2023 monthly, so put that word monthly at the end with a capital M, you'll get the discount. So what I can do is actually show you how to do that too. So on the page, if you go to drboyceprime.com and you go here to the top where it says start making money, right here on the right, start making money, it'll bring you to the bottom right here. This is a discount price that's offered, but the regular price is $399. You can hit enroll now, right? And then on this page, and let's see, sometimes when I share, it loads a little slower than when I don't share. So let me unshare, maybe it'll come up faster that way, the checkout page. Okay, 1 second. Hey, Micah, there we go. I know Micah and Chanel are actually in the chat. They're part of our team. So if you have any questions, you can talk to them as well. So here you see, excuse me, $399 per month. You can hit remove and you can hit apply code, offer 2023 monthly with a capital M. Let's see how I spell that right. Hit apply. It drops from $399 to $155.61. Now that is available again for the first 50 of you. Okay, so if you would like to take advantage, just go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look. Now I'm pretty much almost done. So let me just finish up real quick, so I can answer your questions. So I'm sure you have a ton of questions, and I will answer a lot of them for you. I got time. So I already showed you how. So here's one other little bonus. If you sign up now, you can get buy one get one free. So if you have someone, but the person has to live in your house. So if you have someone in your house that you would like to also share your login with, they can actually share your login and you can both join together. And so you can share your login with someone in your house, just like a Netflix account. So feel free to use that option. So don't have two people in the same house sign up. Just one sign up is enough. And that's it. So happy investing. And I wish you guys the very best with that. All right. So let me dig in here. If you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. Let's see. I see Michael Ruff. How you doing, Michael? Let's see. T from Philly. Good to see you. Let's see. If you have 100 shares of stock when buying options, or you're paying for premiums, I'm new to selling options. Yeah, when you buy options, let's see. Terrence says the code for monthly isn't working. Chanel, can you help Terrence? It just worked for me, so I just put it in there. So if and if it doesn't work, maybe it might be a chance you might not be in the first 50. So that's the only way, because I just did it, and so it worked just now. So maybe Chanel can help you with that. Yeah, so make sure try the word offer with all caps. Maybe that'll help. But I know that when I put it in there, I capitalized the O and then did it that way. Let's see. Latanya says, please do a poll. Who's investing consistently? Only invest in 401k. Have a few stocks and then get discouraged. Does not own stock. Yeah, you know what, Latanya? We did do a survey, and what we found was again, 91% of you are invested in the stock market. In terms of investing consistently, it was a little less, maybe about 52%, something like that. So you are invest. Okay, Darren says offer 2023 did work. Okay, great. Let's see here. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I may miss the question. Let's see here. Let's see. Josette says, I don't have 10,000 to invest in options. That's really okay. I mean, if you, the thing is, one thing we can do in class is we go over some of the stocks that cost less, where you could buy 100 shares for maybe a few $100 as opposed to 1,000 or something like that. And so that allows you to still get in the game without necessarily having to have a lot of capital. Also, the family investment club component of the Prime program is beneficial so that you can actually find some relatives to work together. I've seen families come together and do this and generate a lot of extra income that they didn't have otherwise. So that's something that may be an option for you. How much does it drop down when you put in the code? If you go to the page and you hit the start making money now button, it will take you to the bottom, and you put in the code. Let me show you guys again in case you didn't see it before. So if you hit this here and you go to the top, it says start making money today. You hit this, it takes you down. You hit enroll now, right, to do the annual. And then you got to take out the other code. The other code will give you a discount. If you're not in the first 50, then you will still get a discount. It just won't be the sort of massive discount that we talked about before. But when you go up here, and sometimes when I share, it just takes the page doesn't load right away. So Micah, try to look into that if you could, see if there's a reason why, if it's Zoom that's causing the page a little slow sometimes. But anyway, so you go here, right? And you remove this code here. You hit remove, add code, put offer 2023. So you see how I typed it with a capital O, and 2023 is all one word. Then you hit apply, make sure you hit apply, and then it gives you the discounted price. You see that? Okay. Now, if you want to do monthly though, you have to hit a different option on that first page. So on that first page, you're going to hit the monthly option, and your code changes. Your code is 2023 monthly as opposed to offer 2023. So if I go to the monthly option, then what I would do is pop in here and hit enroll now, right? So that's the monthly option, right? So I hit the monthly option, and I guess because my computer's sharing resources, it takes a second for the page to load. But so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in offer 2023 monthly, right? And capitalize the O and capitalize the M, okay? But you got to remember, you got to go two different routes if you're going to do monthly versus annual. All right, so let me answer some questions while this thing comes up. Some reason this checkout page sometimes takes a second. Okay, there we go. It's up now. All right, so I remove the old code, I add coupon code, and I type offer 2023 monthly with a capital M, and then I hit apply. Don't forget to hit apply. If you don't hit apply, it won't work, right? Hit apply, you wait for this price to drop, and it drops down to here, okay? So, and this offer is available for the first 50 of you. All right, so, and everybody can get a discount that's here. All right, so Corey, welcome Corey. Corey says, I just enrolled for the year. All right, so congratulations to Corey, and I look forward to seeing you in class. You will be hearing from me via text very, very soon. And Elisa, how does the share work? You can share with anybody that lives in the same house. If you're sharing, across homes, and that we can't allow just for, tech reasons. But if you have somebody in your house that wants to share your login, then that's okay. You can both just have the same login and both be enrolled for one price. Mitt Lewis says I enrolled. Good for you. Congratulations. Debbie, congratulations. Mauricia enrolled. Congratulations, Mauricia. Who else is in here? Gosh, there's so many of you in the chat that are telling me about the fact that you just signed up. So let's see here. In fact, actually, let me go to the page and just kind of welcome you in. It's one by one. And I'll also answer your questions. I'm not just going to sort of talk about this and bounce out. I'm going to hang out with you guys and I will answer questions, any questions you have about the program. Because obviously the Black Business School, we can't be what we are without your support. And we are building an HBCU for the future, except it's better because it runs on lighter financial footing and it's not dependent on the government, not dependent on corporations. So I want to welcome Siobhan Boykin. Welcome. Let's see, Clue 0805. That's your email. Okay. Welcome to you. Zajed Greenwood. Welcome to you. Courtney. Welcome. Leroy Lambert. Welcome. James Pierce. Welcome. Let's see here. Bridget. Welcome. Lounge and Luxury, welcome. Reggie Mays, welcome. Cynthia Cargill, welcome. Tranisha Jordan, welcome. Let's see, I saw another name and I missed it. Janet Bernard, welcome. James Smith, welcome. Sandra Towns, welcome. Thomas Dobson, welcome. Anthony Oakes, welcome. Keldrick Owens, welcome. Malone at att.net, welcome. There's the email address. I don't see the full name, but it's okay. It can be malone59 at att.net. All right, so let me go and answer some of your questions. And then as I see your names, I would definitely welcome you. If I miss your name, please forgive me, but I'll talk to you definitely in class. And I spend a lot of time with the students because I really want you guys to get everything you need. Julia says, in one of your lectures, you said to buy your put options first before selling your options. Can you please demonstrate what the strike price should be in the expiration? You know what, Julia, if you log in, if you go to drboyceprime.com and you log in, you look under Prime Plus Lectures. And that's the section where all the recorded lectures are. And I did a bunch of examples of that. And the put options are important because that gives you your insurance that protects you from the possibility that the stock could go down. If the stock goes down too much, then that can cause a little bit of discomfort because you're losing the value of your equity. So I think of selling my stock options like owning a business, where every business that you start, you have to buy insurance on the business. What times and days are classes? We meet typically on Thursdays, at least twice a month. Also, I do a lot of pop-up Q&As. Students submit questions to me. You guys have submitted a ton of questions. I answer all of them, and then I send the recording of all the answers to the questions to you to make sure that every single question you have is answered. And also, there is so much stuff there because we record everything. I save everything. So when you go in there, like you log in right now, you will see everything. In fact, a good way to get access to your material if you're doing anything else in the Black Business School is actually, instead of you going to drboyceprime.com, you can also go to theblackbusinessschool.com. And Chanel, if you could type that in the chat so that everybody can see it. If you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, don't forget that THE, then you can actually look under the programs you're enrolled in, and it'll have everything you're enrolled in. We have a great support team that is available. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they will take good care of you. They will make sure that you're good. Let's see here. How can I get customer service help with enrollment payments? Okay, Kimberly, I think I answered that question just now. 3,000 is more than enough to get into options, but make sure you understand things like time decay and expiration. Yes, we break all that down. That's very important. Welcome, Philip Hudson. I see that you're enrolled. Derek King is enrolled. He says, let's get started. Derek, you can start right now. If you started and let's say that you said, okay, I'm so pumped up, I want to get started tonight. You can log in tonight and have enough material to go through that would last you for the rest of the year. Like that's how much good stuff is there. We have the financial therapy sessions with Dr. Alicia. We have all the stuff on how to get started with stock options, how stock options work, different options trading strategies, all the what Dr. Boyce is buying, all the Dr. Boyce money makers that you can use and implement right away. All kinds of the investment club training, how to form a family investment club so that you can make money together. All this stuff is available to you right now. Tramal says, how much cash do you need to get started off investing after you sign up for the course? Well, let's say you buy 100 shares of a $7 stock. Well, that means that the cost to begin investing will be $700. And let's say that that's still too high. Well, maybe you have a family friend that you can invest with. I invest with my family. I've helped several of my relatives quit their jobs because as a group, we're able to pool our money together and I apply what I know and we invest it and we're able to generate income like that. Now, the thing about options that's interesting too, is that it is options are more of an income-based investment. They're not so much an investment that is based on capital gains or price appreciation, like where you buy a stock at 50 and you wait for the price to go up and you sell it later. So a lot of times, with the strategy, it's more about generating that consistent income. That's really the goal. All right. So by the way, Denise, I see you have a question. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A section if you can. That way I can make sure I get, because the questions are coming through pretty fast in the chat. So I want to get as many as I can. So put it in the Q&A section. If you have any trouble, if the enrollment's causing you any issues, Chanel is in the chat. I think Micah's in there too, and they can definitely help you get set up. Micah, if you're in there, say something. That way I know Micah's in there. I know Micah's around. Let's see. Daryl says, thanks for this info. What do you use bar chart for again? Well, that's one of the tools that we use to identify the stocks that we can sell options on. So there she is. I see Micah in there. Micah is a brilliant, an amazing Black woman that I have the honor of working with. Let's see here. Anita says that it looks like Anita's having some trouble with her enrollment. Chanel, can you help Anita? and see what's going on with Anita's enrollment, because I see a lot of you are enrolling. So it looks to me like most of you aren't having problems. Sometimes what can happen is that if there's a lot of people coming in at once, the system can get a little clogged up. So if it doesn't work right away, you could try again and see, because sometimes things don't, respond as quick as we want to. Let's see here. If the code isn't working, it could be because maybe you're not in that first 50. But remember, everybody gets a discount. So there is the $19.99 discount that's already like locked in. And so if you can't get the code to work and you're not in the first 50, that's okay. You still get a discount, right? Everybody gets a prize, no matter who you are, for sure. Let's see here. Armando, I see you out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Good to see you. Let's see here. Who else do I see? Let's see. John Gray says, I fund my own IRA. Is it wise to stop funding it to use the money for stocks? My income is the same. I do not recommend, in fact, this is not investment advice, but I'm not a big fan of putting all your money into one type of portfolio. So with the options, I don't tell, the students that I don't put all my money into my stock options portfolio. I spread my money out. And remember, even as I showed you guys how selling options dominates real estate investing in terms of ROI, I still invest in real estate. I still invest in real estate because I like my real estate. I like my house. I can live in it. It's great. I got a man cave where I can watch football games, and it's awesome. I like our house in Atlanta. I like our property in Chicago, and so don't think, and this is important with investing, don't think that one investment is the place where all your money needs to be. If you put all your money in one place, I hate to say it, but you could be asking for trouble. Don't ask for trouble. Just get your cut, get your share. My goal is not to talk to you guys about investing in a way that is greedy, that's going to have you, sort of hungry to just make all the money you can. This strategy is one that generates the consistent cash flow, the consistent income that a lot of you have been looking for in your investing process. And it's also not just consistent income, it's passive consistent income, right? So that's different, right? Like if you have a job that pays you a lot of money, that's nice, but you still got to work for that money. But this is money without a job. This is just, this is literally something where you build a portfolio up. You can even with our kids, I've even talked to them about giving them some stock and saying, you can just sell options on this stock. The stock belongs to me, but you can generate the income from the stock and live off that. And if you want to work for someone, you can, but you don't have to do it. The website is drboyceprime.com. And if you go to drboyceprime.com, you just go up to the top where it says start making money now, and then go to the bottom, and it'll give you the option of choosing either the annual membership or the monthly membership. And what I'll do is I'll do another example in a second, so you guys can kind of see what the page looks like. And if you have questions, keep putting them in the Q&A section. I got time, so I'm gonna hang out with you guys and answer questions. All right, so if you go here on this page and you hit start making money today, it'll take you to the bottom. You got two choices. You can do monthly or annual. These are the prices, right? So you hit enroll now for annual. Now, if you, now I don't know if that top 50 code will still work, but there's a code here already that gets you $1,000 a year off, right? So that's $19.99. I'm good. I think that we've hit the 50 mark for that $879 price, or I think it was $871. But if you want to try it, you hit remove and you type offer 2023 and then hit apply. Make sure you hit apply. And if the code still works for you, it'll change this price down here. And if you want to do monthly, then you would hit the monthly option on that first page, right? And then when you get to that page, then you would use a different code. The code would be offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay, so those are the two options that you have for today. All right, so let me see here. Q&A. Let's see. By the way, if you don't work, you won't eat. It's from the Bible verse. That's Thessalonians 3:10. That well-meaning elders often quoted out of context. I didn't know it was in the Bible. Yeah, I don't. That's just not true anymore. I mean, you don't have to work to eat. Welcome to capitalism. But and I'm not trying to convince you to become a capitalist. I'm not really a capitalist myself. Capitalism has a little too much greed in it. But I do believe that if you're going to be in a capitalist society, I think that being economically intelligent allows you to work that capitalism in your favor, and that's what I want for you. How easy is it to sell your shares, says D. Celeste? It's typically pretty easy for stocks that are pretty liquid. Stocks that are not so liquid, it might be a little tougher, but for the most part, that's another benefit of stocks over things like real estate. I'm not saying real estate's bad. I like real estate. But if I sell a house, there's a whole process. I got to call a bank. I got to go find a buyer, do all this other stuff, work with a broker. If I sell stock, I just need to pull out my phone and start punching buttons in an app. That's a pretty cool way to invest. So I like stocks ahead of things like even private equity. I've invested in startups. I invested in one startup called TribeVest. And in this startup, my investment was $75,000. It tripled to $250,000 or something, almost $250,000. And the problem is I can't, if I wanted the money, I couldn't get my money out, right? I have to wait until there's an exit point, until the company gets acquired or some big investor comes in and gives them enough cash flow where I can sell my shares. And that may take years. So stocks are kind of fun because if you look at Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, the investment tripled over the weekend. Not that this happens a lot. It doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes it does. And you could sell, I sold my stock on Monday and I sold it within 8 seconds. So it's pretty cool. Let's see. Carolyn says, I'm new at this, so I don't understand. That's okay, Carolyn. If you hang out with me long enough, you'll be you will literally, if you watch more, I guarantee you this, if you watch more than 5 lectures that I do, you'll be the best investor in your family. And I really want you to own that and be proud of that. And I want you to believe that, because I need you to go back and talk to your loved ones about some of these opportunities that are out there so they can find their way out of the darkness. So, a lot of them want better opportunities and a better life. And maybe if they see you making money without going to work every day, they're going to want to learn to do what you're doing. And then the trust will build, and then they'll start sort of doing some of these same things. Let's see. Can you clarify what calls and spreads are? Yeah, but the call option is it gives you the right to buy the stock. A put option gives you the right to sell the stock at a certain price. Spreads are basically where you engage in 2 trades at once, so that you're sort of buying and selling at the same time, so that you're it's almost like getting on the freeway and then saying, I want to get off at this exit ramp. I don't want to stay on the freeway. So I buy a call with a certain price, and then I sell a similar call at a different price, and I'm making money between those 2 prices as opposed to making money all the way up, right? So ultimately, these are some of the strategies in the Prime program. If you log in at theblackbusinessschool.com and go to the Prime program, we cover all that stuff in class, all the materials right there. You can dig into it and learn every single thing you need to know. Mizan says, when an order gets filled, does that mean you made a profit, or do you have to sell to lock in gains? You do not have to sell to lock in gains. There's a million ways to lock in your gains without selling. You can do stop loss orders. You can do put options, you do things like that. So don't ever think you have to sell in order to lock in your gains. Let's see, where do I go? Mizan says, where do I do proper fundamentals research? How do I know that I'm doing it correctly? There's a lot of places to do fundamentals research. I think listening to the analysts goes a long way, but you have to listen to it in a certain way. There's a lot of analysts that have different opinions, and you have to know how to kind of sort of gather information. The way my process is I just take in tons of information. I blend it in my head with all the financial stuff that I know, and then I come to a conclusion based on sort of how this information is processed in my subconscious. And then that's where I end up sort of making my personal recommendations to you guys in terms of what I'm doing with my own money. What's the deadline for joining the Prime program in $19.99, and what is the promo code? That deadline is 48 hours, Quentin. So feel free. If you want to do the $19.99 option, you got a couple of days to do that. What is a good dollar amount to start with, says Reginald? It depends on the price of the stock. If the stock is $10 and you need 100 shares in order to sell options, to sell covered calls, so 100 shares times 10 is $1,000. Let's see, Marvin, is this the same program as Introduction to Stock Market Investing? No, it's not. The Stock Market Investing class, Marvin, is focused solely on stock market investing, the fundamentals of how that works, and long-term investing, sort of buy and hold strategies, and the dynamics of that particular market. This program is based specifically on income. Income is the goal. That is the goal. That's what we think about. How do we take the money we have and generate cash flow from the money that we have to invest, period. So I think of it a little bit like a real estate scenario. I think of my stocks as like apartment units that I have, and every unit that I own generates a certain amount of income. So for example, if I have Coinbase stock and I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, like right now I can literally, this is the beauty of having an active market, right? So Coinbase, if I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock and I sell options on Coinbase stock each week, then I can generate approximately want to say, I don't know, let's say $2 a share on my Coinbase stock. So that would be $2,000 a week or $100,000 a year that a person could generate on 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock. How much does 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock cost? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock costs $53,000. So there's $53 a share. You get 1,000 shares. You can generate $2,000 a week by selling the options on Coinbase stock. This is just it's a straightforward play. But what happens is not every stock has an active options market. Not every stock's options pay that well. Also, the stocks that pay well, they tend to have risk variables that you want to understand and calibrate, right? So there are some scenarios where a lot of money can be made, but I avoid them like the plague because I don't want to be in a situation where I lose all my capital base. So that's where that calibration piece comes in terms of being careful. So in a way, you can think of it like, let's say somebody told you you can make a lot of money. Like, here you go. I've been watching this show called 1883. Anybody been watching that show? It's a spinoff from Yellowstone, and there's another version called 1923. And it's about these people back in the old Wild West who are trying to go. They're trying to go from Texas to Oregon because they heard that there's money in Oregon. There's free land in Oregon, right? So they heard that there's all these resources out in other places. Like maybe there's gold in the hills over there and free land over there. But the problem is it's very dangerous. It's like you go out there, you have Native Americans trying to kill you because you're out there messing with their land. You got, the elements, the land is trying to kill you because there's nothing to eat. It gets hot, it gets cold, all this other stuff. You got rivers. Crossing the river would get a lot of people killed. So there's a lot of danger, right? So the only people that were willing to kind of do this sort of thing were typically people that were skilled at surviving in the outdoors, right? Or they were with somebody who was skilled because they didn't know what to do. And then also there would be some scenarios where they would say, okay, there's gold over there, but you got to go through those mountains, and you don't want to do that because it's too risky. It's too risky, right? But if you know your way around and you have a guide that can kind of show you, then you can actually find opportunities and possibilities that other people can't get. So my goal is to kind of be one of your guides. That's it. Just want to be your guide, right? I think I can guide you to where the money is, and I can tell you where the risk factors are and where the danger is, so you can be careful as you go into this unsort of venture territory and understand how to generate economic opportunities that don't exist in a lot of other spaces. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Cedric says, I already have some of the classes. Is there a way I can buy the Prime program without the others? You know what, Cedric? Speak with Chanel. She's in the chat, and she can guide you to support, and they can work with you. If you're already a student and you're already enrolled in various programs, we'll work with you. We'll work with you to adjust, what you're doing, and we have curriculum advisors that can help you get exactly what you want. Our goal is not to charge every penny that we can charge. We generate revenue because we have people we have to pay, and we're building a university. But our goal is not to charge the max that we can charge. We're not like these universities that are charging $100,000, $200,000 a year or for a 4-year degree and all this other stuff. Our goal is to generate the revenue that we need. But at that point, we will work with you and get you exactly what you want. So never hesitate to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, Cedric. That's who you can email. All right, Janice says, hey, Dr. Boyce. Paid $1,000 yesterday for Black millionaires tomorrow. Expanded pack to help my children. I think this stock option program will help me provide a future for my children as I'm self-employed and homeschooling. Can you help me switch to this? I've been working with Amani. Please help. Yeah, tell Amani that I said that Dr. Boyce said to work with you and to work out some sort of a deal with you. If you're already in one, then we can work with your budget. So just tell Amani that I said to be flexible and to get you into what you need to be into. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. We do not have. Someone's asking, do you have the ability to pay 3 payments of $290 for the 869? No, that's the annual deal. That's a pretty major discount. There's a good chance maybe we've hit that 50 mark, so it may not even be available anymore. You can still try it though. You try offer 2023. In fact, I'll put the code back up here for anybody that needs to see it. If you go to drboyceprime.com and go to and put in offer 2023, then you can still try it to see if it's available. Okay, wait, I can't put it on my screen. I lost my slides. But either way though, if you hit annual and put in offer 2023, all one word, you could try it out. And if it doesn't work, there's already a code in there. Just refresh the page and you'll still get the first discount. We don't have a 3-payment layout this time around. We just have the monthly and the annual. All right, let's see here. When does the class meet? We're going to meet next week, Anita, and we're also going to do a Q&A early next week, just kind of an onboarding process for those of you that just signed up. So I'm anticipating Tuesday night. So Chanel, follow up with me and make sure that we set up a class for Tuesday night. I'm going to be in Los Angeles, but I'm going to set that up so we can bring you guys back in and answer questions for you. Let's see here. Let's see, Terentia is having trouble putting, in terms of where to put in the offer. Chanel, can you help Terentia so that she can kind of see where to put her coupon code? And again, Terentia, I don't know if that discount will still be available because we might have hit that 50 mark, but you can still try. Here, Terentia, is where you put in the code. So here, there's already a code, right? That takes it from $29.99 to $19.99. You see, this is the price that's there, right? So if you want to put in the new code, you just hit remove, and you hit add coupon code, and you can put offer 2023, and then you hit apply, right? And if you hit apply, then this price will drop, and then that will be the price that you'll pay to get in. If that does not work, refresh the page and use the discount code that's already there because it's still a pretty good discount. Let's see here. Nate says, is there a way I can see this webinar at a later date? I am at work and barely getting a chance to see the first 35 minutes. Yeah, Chanel, Nate's email address. Actually what I'll do is I'll email the recording out for you guys to watch. So Chanel, please make sure that I get that done. Maurice says, does your course show how to set up apps in E-Trade? Yes, we go through all of that. We've already done it, but we're going to do it again. I repeat myself a lot if necessary for those of you that are new to the system, new to the program. Delisha says, if I want to sell options as well as invest in the stock exchange, what is the best program to purchase? I think Prime covers a lot. Prime covers a lot of stuff. So Prime will get you what you need. The Prime students are kind of the premium students of the Black Business School. So, we take good care of you. You kind of, are VIPs and we love you and we want to make sure you're good. So if there's something that's not there that you'd like to see or have access to, we can either give you access directly or at a substantial discount. So it's kind of like a black card for the Black Business School. Let's see here. Barbara's asking a good amount of money to start. It depends on what price the stock is. So a $10 stock would mean you'd have to buy 100 shares. That would be $1,000. But if it's an $80 stock, then 100 shares would cost $8,000. If the money's tight, then I find working with family and groups can be extremely beneficial. And that's how it can work. Now, I want to give a welcome to Terentia and Chanel and Betty Barnett and Adrian Simmons and Flora, Rella Ford, Craig Key, Karen Swain, Vicky Fontano, Walton, Khadijah Rauf, congratulations to you. Vashan Kulan, congratulations. Dustin Nelson, congratulations. Taya 1711, congratulations. Janny Choice, congratulations. Fred Gauthier, congratulations. So let me go back in and answer some more of your questions. Let me see here. And just so you know, the website to join is drboyceprime.com. And if you want to still try to get the annual discount, use the code offer 2023, all caps, and you can get the discount. Okay. So those of you that maybe came in late and aren't sure where to go, just go to drboyceprime.com, PRIME. All right. So let me read more of your questions here. Let's see. Becky says, how do you decide the price per share to sell the stock? There is no specific price per share to sell. You sell stock for 3 reasons, in my view. How about this? I still sell stock for 3 reasons. And welcome, Richard. I see you in there, Richard. I sell stock for either what they call liquidity reasons. I need the money to do something, right? You were going on a trip or something like that. We want to pay the car off. I sell the stock if I find a better investment, right? Like, for example, when I saw that the stock options approach was a great income generator, I sold some stock to invest in stocks that I could sell options on so I could generate income. The third reason I might sell stock is because I just want to diversify, right? So during the pandemic, when stocks were kind of overpriced and the prices were going up, I ended up selling stock to go buy property. Because as I mentioned to you all, the options are a better ROI than real estate, but I will never tell you not to invest in real estate. I believe deeply in the ownership of real estate. So do not think that I'm saying that real estate stinks. I'm just saying that from a cash flow generating perspective, this is better because the money's better and the amount of work is less. And there's a lot less. I'm into the anti-stress. I don't like a lot of stuff to do, to be honest with you. I like stuff that's kind of simple and straightforward. How do you decide the strike point? Well, Becky, if you log in, that all that's covered. There's material for all that. The way I would pick a strike price is typically I sell out of the money call options. So if the price is say 70, I pick a strike that's slightly above that. So I can still get a piece of the action, but I'm selling everything above that price. So I might pick a strike of say 73, which means that if the price goes up to 76, I get $3 of that. That's mine. And then the rest goes to the person who buys my stock at 73. How do you decide how long to offer the option? I like weekly because it reminds me of like getting a weekly paycheck, and I pay myself weekly with my options. But you can do monthly. You can go out 6 months. That's another cool thing. Sometimes you can sell long-term options. So if you need a bunch of money at one time and you saved up money, you own a bunch of stock, you can sell 6 months worth of options. Now, mind you, during that time, you can't sell your stock, but you can generate income from your stock options. Let's see here. Next, let's see. Freud says, what's the code? I think we already put that in there, Freud. And Chanel can help you with that for sure. The code is offer 2023, all one word, offer 2023. That's how you get the annual discount if you're in the first 50. If you're not in the first 50, there's already a code in there that gives you a discount, not the first 50 discount. And if you want to do monthly, the code is offer 2023 monthly, offer 2023 monthly. Let's see. DW says, what is the best platform to use? Because I've used Robinhood and lost about $200. I like Robinhood, but I keep my money in different exchanges. I don't put my money in one place. So I like Robinhood. I like E-Trade. I think things like Fidelity and TD Ameritrade are pretty good. So also Acorns and Stash aren't bad either. Let's see here. Dustin, do you have a lot of shares of stock to get premium options prices per share? Do you have to have a lot of shares? No, I mean, but the more shares you have, the more money you make, right? So it's like with real estate, the more property you own, the more rent you can charge. But if you own a little bit of property, you can still charge a little bit of rent. You can just kind of build on that. Is Webull a good platform? I haven't used Webull, but I've heard good reviews about it. I don't think you'd be wrong to try Webull out. I don't put all my money on one exchange, so I try to spread it out. Can Canadians join? Yeah, I think Canadians have access to a lot of these same platforms and stuff like that. And money, Canadian money is kind of similar to American money. So it's really the concepts and everything are the same. The main exchange you may be trading on may differ a little bit because you're in another country, but there's still so much you can learn. We have students from Canada. We have students from all over the world, London, all kinds of places. Let's see, when are the classes? The next class will be next Thursday. However, we're going to do a Q&A Tuesday night. Let's see, when selling options, do you have to understand what a delta, theta is, etc.? I do explain all that. You don't have to understand all those things, but it does help. Do we have to understand everything as if we were buying an option? No, you don't. It's a little bit like driving a car, right? You can drive a car without understanding everything there is to know about a car. You don't have to know everything about how a car works or what a combustion engine is or anything like that. But it does help. It helps, right? You're a better driver if you understand the car, but you don't have to know everything about the car. Jamila says, Dr. Watkins, what's the difference between stock options and binary options? Well, stock options basically operate on what you might call a continuum, whereas binary options operate on like a binary or yes or no framework. So think of binary like a light switch, either it's on or off. So a binary option means either the option's in the money or out of the money. It's not about magnitude or how far in the money it is. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit in the money or deep in the money. It's just binary. It's like a basketball game. It doesn't matter if you won by two points or if you won by 20. All that matters on the win-loss column is that you won, right? So that's kind of the difference with binary options. Lakeisha, my 12-year-old son got stock from Cash App for $2. Should we invest more money in the stocks? If not, what can he do to make money? I would invest consistently, right? On BoyceWatkins.com, there is the $5 a day plan, which is highly recommended for any of you that have children. If you do that consistently, then you can build a ton of wealth for your kids. It's a ton of wealth. So I would personally look into something like that. I think that might be a great way to make sure your child is in good shape long term, and it doesn't take a lot of money right now to kind of do something like that. But the key thing with the $5 a day plan is you can't sell your stock. You got to this is for the kids. This is not for us to take it out because we got to pay a bill or whatever. This is the one thing we sacrifice for our children, and this becomes their big power play. So your child is 28, 30 years old. They've got $200,000 in the bank. They're ready to do amazing things. They have plenty of options in life. What dates and times do the classes meet? We typically meet at 8 o'clock, Barbara, typically on Thursdays. Sometimes we have extra classes, though. We do the financial therapy sessions with Dr. Alicia on Sundays. And also, I text you guys and send stuff out to you all the time. You'll probably get a text from me like very soon in the next couple of days. I'm going to send, in fact, you'll get an email from me probably tonight or tomorrow. And then you'll get some text messages as we connect on text. And I'll let you guys know kind of what's going on. And don't forget, if you want to check out the program, if you just came in and you want to take a look, just go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. If you'd like to get the discount or the first 50, I don't know. I have no idea if we've hit the first 50 or not. I think we might have, but if we haven't, you can use that code OFFER2023, OFFER2023 on the annual, or offer 2023 monthly on the monthly. And even if you're not in that first group, you still get a massive discount. So feel free to take a look at that. All right. So Troy says he just enrolled. Congratulations. Good for you. He says, will the 26th be the same as every month, or will it start on the first of every month? You know what? We don't meet necessarily just on the first of every month. We meet typically on Thursdays. So I think that's what you might have been asking. I hope I didn't get that question wrong. But if I did get it wrong, forgive me. When you come to class, you can ask that question again. And you guys will hear from me soon. We'll set up another class. Have you heard of Nadex? Asked Jamila. No, I have not. I don't know what Nadex is. Is that a company, or I don't know what Nadex is. Let's see here. Let's see. Nicole says, Chanel, where will the dates and session specifics be posted? If you log in, if you go to the blackbusinessschool.com and you log in and you look under your enrollments, you'll see something called Dr. Boyce Prime Plus Lectures. That's where every lecture is stored. Right? So every single lecture we do, we store it under Prime Plus Lectures. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and close us up for tonight. I think we started an hour and 45 minutes ago. I hope that this was a beneficial session for you. I want to congratulate a lot of you that signed up. I'm looking here at some of your names. I see Karen Swain. I see Craig Key and Flora Relaford, Adrian Simmons, Betty Barnett, Chanel, let's see, Terentia, Quentin, and Vincent. Congratulations. And this offer will be up there, for the next, wait, hold on. Did I leave the Zoom? I hope I didn't leave the Zoom. There we go. Okay, I thought I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. I'm saying, oh gosh, I hope I didn't hit the wrong button. Yeah, so I'll send you all an email. If you missed this presentation, Chanel, just remind me to make sure I send out an email with the recording so everyone can watch the recording. Everything that we talked about is available for the next 24 hours. Those of you that signed up, congratulations. You will get a message from us very, very soon. We'll get you started right away. There's material in there right now. You can get started right now tonight. And so if you're feeling pumped up, jump right in there. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And I hope that this was worth your time. And that was the goal. My goal is to change your life every time I talk to you. And I appreciate the fact that you listen to us. And we love you guys. And we are building the best institution on the freaking planet. And we're not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. So God bless you guys. Have a good night. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Let wait and so you know my and so I have to explain to people sometimes, you know, because when you do stuff like this, you meet all different kinds of people that might be interested in for different reasons, and sometimes I meet people that are what I might call like blackety blickety black, and they impose certain ideas toward me, like, okay, that means that white people are never ever allowed anywhere near anything that we're doing. And I'm like, no, I'm not threatened by that. The same way my daughter was born in Jewish hospital. They didn't tell me I couldn't be there because I was black. If I wanted to go to the Notre Dame University, clearly run by the Catholic Church or by people that are Catholic, they don't tell me I can't attend Notre Dame. So I said, we got white people in the Black Business School. Why wouldn't you want to learn from intelligent black people? I think that we should be leading the world. We are the smartest people in the room 9 times out of 10. We are the only people actually that can say that we survived the slave dungeons, the Middle Passage, 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man, 100 years of Jim Crow, another 40, 50 years of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, and we're also surviving whatever they're doing to us right now. we won't know about that till for another 50 or 60 years. That's when all the FBI files will be released, and we're gonna find out what they're doing. Like, 'cause I'm still trying to figure out what happened to hip hop music, how we went from Tribe Called Quest and KRS-One to Kill Die Nigga Die. Like who did that? Who was responsible for this, right? Because this was we were not on that committee. This was not something that we decided to do. But I think that you have to be thoughtful about these, what I perceive to be very deliberate efforts to degrade our culture and short circuit us from becoming who we're truly meant to be. Now, first off, I want to say thank you to JJ and her vanilla milkshake. Awesome guy wearing the Black Excellence shirt. I saw that shirt, I said, okay, he's a cool dude. And thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored to be at your event. I have so much respect for what you're doing, and I love the fact that you work together as a couple. That's what my wife and I do. And also, I want to mention that it's interesting. I was watching Asia's brilliant conversation about quantum wealth theory. First of all, I like the title. I said, wow, that's a great title. I wonder what this is about. Because quantum physics and quantum mechanics, if you study that stuff, it's just mind-boggling. Albert Einstein, he used to call it spooky math. I think that's what he called quantum physics, because it didn't make any sense. Quantum entanglement and the double slit experiment that she talked about. All that, so I'm a little bit of a nerd. So I was like, okay, let me see what she's got. And then she starts breaking down the brain and behaviors and everything. And I said, I wish my wife was here, because my wife happens to be a therapist and an expert on the subconscious mind. And she is a smart Black woman. I'm very proud of her for that. She reads about 22 books a year. And one book she read 4 times was a book about the subconscious mind. And I listened to her and I talked to her about things. And what these conversations fed into me was this keen understanding that the biggest barrier that we have to building wealth, one of the biggest barriers, it isn't really just access to resources. That's important. That must be discussed. It isn't access to knowledge and information. You literally have an entire university on your cell phone. Right? So it's access to information. That's you can't say, well, I couldn't get the knowledge, or they kept it from me. No, maybe we could say that 50 years ago. You can't say it now. If you got an iPhone, you can learn anything you want to learn. A lot of it is really culture. A lot of it is culture and habits and the subconscious mind and how we're programmed as children and into adulthood and all these other things. And I said, my gosh, this is really what's going on. America is a beautiful, amazing, extraordinary country in certain areas. There are things that we do better than anybody on earth. And in fact, we are very, very good at industrialization, and that's helped us win wars, right? And by the way, shout out to every veteran in here. Veterans make sacrifices that you mentioned that nobody talks about. Nobody shows respect to that. And I'm gonna go on a little tangent. I'm gonna circle back, but I got to go on this tangent here because my grandfather served in World War II, and once he was hit in the head with a cannon on a Navy ship, and they thought he was dead, and so they put him in the morgue and zipped his body up. And he literally wakes up and starts pushing, saying, let me out. And he gets let out. And he goes on and marries my grandmother, stays married to her for 70 years and took care of her until the day she died. And then my father went to Vietnam, and he can't talk about it to this day. He talks about being pushed out of the airplane when he didn't want to jump out. They pushed him out of the plane. He talks about sleeping in the ditch and hearing the mortar fire and the bombs going off that night. And what was interesting is that on one hand, the unhealthy coping mechanisms occurred, things like heroin addiction, which affected so many of our men and women that went over to Vietnam. But also what was interesting was there was this really tough, dogged determinism that he developed as well, where he said, when I was in that ditch, I decided I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get home. I'm going to survive this no matter what it takes. So he comes home. And and I said, well, how did you get off of heroin? I said, I heard heroin's a hell of a drug. And he said, and literally, he said, I just stopped doing it. I just realized that was not the life I wanted. I didn't want to be a junkie. And I watched him throughout his entire life have that same attitude when it came to accomplishing the goal, right? Figuring out what the mission was. Okay, my family needs me to find a way to make money. I'm going to figure that out. Right. And that, and to some extent, and I think we discount that, right? We discount just our personal power when we're committed to doing something. We discount the importance of understanding at some point you got to put your excuses to the side and figure out what the assignment is. And this creates a real interesting contradiction or a challenge I have, because I have part of my audience. I attract a lot of military folks, a lot of veterans follow me. And I remember I asked a soldier, I said, I respect soldiers, I respect veterans immensely, but why do so many veterans follow me? And what he said was, because you give an assignment, you tell us what the mission is, and that's what we understand, and I said, okay, that's it. Yeah. You have a problem, you solve it. Right. But then I've got people that I have to challenge a little bit, who unfortunately were hit by this other culture of almost like a really heavy victim mentality. Not to the point that we haven't gone through things. We know what we've gone through, and we can lay that out on a list, and we should acknowledge all of that. But it's like, that's not supposed to be a crutch, right? We can't let that be a crutch. And so that becomes that's my story, and that's why I'll never disrespect a soldier. I think that soldiers are not appreciated. When my father told me about how he came home from Vietnam and people were calling him baby killer and all this stuff, I got mad. I said, I want to go back in time and kick those people in the face. And now that he's got blood cancer and he's sick and he is dying from Agent Orange and things he experienced in the military, we're talking about these things, and these things that is literally what is on my heart right now as I speak to you. So thank you for your service if you have served, and I wish our country appreciated you as much as they should. I just have to say that. Now circling back to what we were talking about earlier, here's the deal. When you're talking about wealth and economics, you cannot understate the importance of culture. Culture is more important than how many degrees you got. It's more important than how much wealth you have access to per se. Those things matter, but that's not, you don't have to go take a bunch of classes in order to understand building wealth. And let me give you an example. My wife and I went to China, and we were in China for about 3 weeks, and we traveled to different regions of China. And I'm going to tell you one thing that was really interesting. I don't want to stereotype here, but man, they know. Anybody ever been in a space where maybe it was Chinatown or China itself and just seeing how assertive they can be? Like they will hunt you down and chase you down and follow up and upsell you, downsell you, negotiate and barter, whatever they got to do to make that sale. And all throughout the country, when I went to different regions, I would see the similar products, which made me think about the distribution systems. I saw similar sales techniques. I saw similar business models. And I bet you that a very small percentage of all these thousands of entrepreneurs I ran into, a very small percentage of them went to college and studied business. Right? And so this idea that you have to go and get all this knowledge and information to build wealth, run businesses, or whatever the case may be, I think that that's overemphasized a little bit. I think that's important. It's beneficial, but it's not necessary. Culture is everything. So if we talk about culture, and let's talk about that a little bit. I was speaking last night with a great man that everybody should know about by the name of Professor James Small. And Professor Small is an expert on Black history and culture. He talks a lot about Africa and all the things we should know about Africa. And he tells those stories that you'll never learn in school. Because I don't believe that we're ever going to really learn who we truly are from a public school system. I don't think that the public school system is designed to empower anybody, even people who are not Black. In fact, in Chicago, we have 55 public schools where not one single child can read or do math at grade level. In 55 schools. Think about. So if there's 2,000 kids in every school, it's over 100,000 kids that cannot, not one child. Right? So this is an issue, and it's not just an issue that affects Black people. There are lots of documented stories and information about why the public school system was designed, what it was supposed to teach you to do. It was designed to manufacture workers. It's one of the reasons that the Rockefellers poured so much money into the public school system, because they said, we don't want people thinking independently. We don't want a bunch of people that want to start businesses. We want people that are going to become cogs in a wheel, that are going to understand their part in this mass production process. So school kind of rewards you for sitting down and shutting up more than it rewards you for being creative and intelligent and taking risks and all these other things that you have to do in order to build wealth. Well, Professor Small was talking about Juneteenth, and we're running up on the Juneteenth holiday. And also my birthday's in a couple of days. It's going to be the 27th anniversary of my 25th birthday. So that's, and it's funny. I was born actually on Father's Day, and unfortunately my father was not there to receive me as a gift. I think I'm a pretty nice guy. He should have been there. It was a nice party. But anyway, so one thing he said about Juneteenth that was interesting was, he said that we live under this myth that Juneteenth was this day where the soldiers came down and told the slaves in Galveston that they'd been freed and that they could all go and everybody's good, just going out, head on out the door, life is better now. He said, actually, this is according to Professor Small. I just learned this last night, so I still have to go verify everything, but he's a smart guy. He knows a lot of stuff. He said, actually, that wasn't true. He said that in Juneteenth, when they came down and talked to the slaves, they said, you're not free, but you have a different situation. You are still going to work for the same master. You are required to still stay on the plantation and work for the master. The difference is that he has to compensate you. So you won't be slaves anymore. You'll be employees. Or better yet, you might say they went from being unpaid slaves to being paid slaves. And the amount you will be paid will be determined by the master. So your boss, your master, is going to get to decide how much he wants to pay you. If he wants to pay you a penny a day, then that's what your pay is going to be. And then they created things like vagrant laws, where if you weren't working for your master, if you did not have a job and you were black, you were going to be incarcerated. And when you get incarcerated, they're going to lease you back to the plantation owners so you can work for them. What does that sound like? Anybody know about a system does that sound familiar to y'all at all? Is there any system where we incarcerate people and then sell them to corporations for small amounts of money? I don't know. I can't remember. It starts with a P. I can't. Not OPP. And then he said there was a third group of slaves who said, to hell with that. He said that this is, and again, this is not documented in history. He said there was a third group of slaves that said, well, you're just going to do what you got to do. I'm not going back to that situation at all. We out of here. So if you got to shoot us, you got to catch us, try to kill us, whatever, catch me if you can, but we out of here. And these were the individuals that went and set up a lot of the very prosperous black towns all across the United States, like the Black Wall Street. Remember, Tulsa Black Wall Street was just one of hundreds of towns that were set up and one of hundreds that were burned down and destroyed. So the story, it was a systematic kind of issue. And I heard what Professor Small said, and I said, that is so fascinating how that links directly to the world that we live in today. I said, because if you think about it, we kind of have at least three broad categories of people in our community. We have those of us that went to college, went deep in debt, got our student loans, and then went to become slaves in the corporate plantation. We get stuck because we're so deep in debt, like a sharecropper, that you can't ever quit the job. And we're never given any other sort of transferable skills that would allow you to build wealth or create enough of an asset base that you could walk away from that job. That's a lot of us. That's just educated people, right? With the MBAs, BAs, BSs, JDs, PhDs, MDs, whatever other letters behind our name that make us feel like we're better than other people, right? Then you got like the street dudes, right? Some of us got people like that in our family. I got a bunch of them that didn't do all of that, but they out hustling, doing whatever. Well, eventually we know how that ends, right? Because, the music glorifies the drug dealer, but they don't show you what happens when they get locked up and get 50-year prison sentences. And then they become part of the labor lease program, which is, again, just it follows from what they did back at Juneteenth, right? And then you have that third category. You have the third category of people that said, I'm going to be free by any means necessary. And these are the people that I relate to the most. These are the people that I love talking to. These are the people that have the courage and the vision to understand the assignment, who understand what freedom actually looks like, who understand what it really means to be quote unquote successful, who are determined to get there, who are preparing their children for freedom and success. And those are those people that are fighting to get away from the corporate plantation. It doesn't mean, again, I told my daughter, I said, it's okay to work for somebody. I said, but there's a difference between working for somebody because you want to versus working for somebody because you have to. And I said, my job as your father is to make sure you always know the difference and that you always have a choice. I want you to have options. I want you to be happy. Happiness is directly linked to options. They find that, for example, when they did a study on rats and they put rats in a cage and they would hit them with electric shocks. And they had one group of rats that had no options. They had no ability to stop the shocks. They would just go through pain just randomly, and they didn't know where it was coming from or how to change it. And then they had another group of rats that learned that created learned behavior where they gave them an option where you feel the shock, and then if you hit a button, you can make the pain stop. You can make the pain go away. You can stop the shocks. And they found that when they measured serotonin in the brains of these rats, meaning how depressed they were, they found that the rats that were in the cage that were stuck were more depressed than the rats who had options. So if you want to know why so many of our people struggle with anxiety and depression at epic levels, and we die young because of it, as Miss Asia brought up earlier today in her brilliant way, it's a lot of times because we don't have options. We feel stuck. It sucks to be stuck. So when I talk to my 12-year-old and we're talking about all the things she wants to do, she's a singer, dancer, actress. She's just got this love, and she gets up and gives Emmy Award speeches during the Emmys that nobody asked her to create, but she'll come down in her award dress and will literally give us an acceptance speech, and we're like, ain't nobody gave you nothing, girl. What you doing? But that's what she does. That's in her soul. That's who she is. She makes up dance routines and everything else. Every single day she does this. And so I said, okay, you want to be a dancer, an actress, and all these other things. I think that's great. Let's go study some models where you can create that life and still have options. Let's study Tyler Perry. How did Tyler Perry build his own economic empire and eventually buy BET? And I said, because Tyler Perry, he doesn't have to audition to be the star of any movie that he ever makes. No. He doesn't have to audition. He gets to pick who the stars are. If Medea's going to be the star, then Medea's going to be the star. I said, let's study that business model. Let's talk about how the economics will play a part in you having what I think is very important for you, which is options, which is connected to something that I know is important to you, which is happiness. So when we talk about what she wants to do when she grows up, I don't even talk about things like professions, or you want to be a dentist or a lawyer or a doctor. I say, no, I just want you to be happy. And I know we can agree on that. We may not agree on whether or not you should be an attorney or a physician, but we can agree that you want to be happy. So let's talk about how the economics connects to your freedom, which connects to your happiness, which also comes with things like knowledge of self. Some people don't even know what makes them happy. They watch TV and they think that material stuff makes them happy. But that don't make you happy. That gives you a temporary high, a big injection of dopamine that makes you feel like you're happy for a while. I mean, when I got my first job, when I finished college, I was literally the black sheep of my family. I was a complete embarrassment because I was in school till I was 31 years old. And if you know about anything about black families, you know that guy who's still in school at 28, 29 years old, and you're going to get made fun of. So I would go to family reunions, and they wouldn't have anything to say to me all the time. They just kind of say, so you still in school, huh? So I got my first job when I was 31 years old. And as JJ mentioned, she was accurate. I was the only black person on the planet, male or female, to get a PhD in finance that year. It was really, really hard to do. Most difficult thing I ever did in my life, right? And I love it though, because it was difficult, and there was some trauma. There was some abuse. Me and my wife, we bond around the trauma we experienced going through our PhD program. It's the most petty, crazy, ridiculous space ever. But there's the bright side of that these tough experiences make you a tough person. Right. So ultimately, through my therapy journey, which I think JJ was so on point about therapy does wonders for you. I love my therapist. I was supposed to talk to her today, but I'm here, so I can't talk to her. But I've learned how you can actually take these tough experiences and sort of dispose of some of the negative pieces and really use the positives to make you strong. Because if you think about it, every superhero in any Marvel movie, he always has a terrible origin story. He or she. There's always like something horrible they had to go through to gain their superpower. And so when I look at my father, who has a horrible origin story, being pushed out of the airplane in Vietnam, the heroin addiction, getting shot at. He's had to kill people in his life several times. I also see the superhero. I see the man who can't be stopped. When my father decides something's going to happen, it would usually happen. When it came time to provide and protect his family, I didn't see some sniveling man at the dinner table complaining about how a white man won't let him take care of his kids. I saw none of that. I saw a man who showed up in the way he needed to show up for the people that needed him to show up in an appropriate way. I saw that and I modeled that and I love that. Right. So I went through my little version of it. I didn't go through anything like what he went through, but I did go through my own version of sort of this academic mistreatment and everything else. So I got out and I got my first job and I was making a lot of money relative to what I was making before. I went from making about $12,000 a year as a grad student to making $115,000 a year as a faculty member. So the amount of money I made in a year became the amount of money I made in a month. So when I got that first paycheck, you couldn't tell me nothing. I thought I won the lottery. I wanted to do cartwheels down the hallway. You talk about money literally making you happy. It did. That day, money was my happiness. And I felt that way for about 6 months until the dopamine kind of wore off. And then at that point, you get what I would almost call almost like an addiction where you're used to the money now. Now you need the money. But getting the check, you just check to make sure it's the right amount and you put it in your account. You don't think about it anymore. And then you got the rest of your life to deal with. So the thing about material things making people happy is interesting to me because I think we're falsely led to believe that that's what matters. But what we don't understand is that eventually all that sort of jubilation levels off. And then you find yourself dealing with the realities of life. And you start wondering things like, why do children of billionaires commit suicide? Or why, when Deion Sanders was the best player in the NFL, was making more money than anybody else, had all the cars, was going to all the parties, owned a couple of mansions, had access to all the ladies, and yet he was so suicidal that he was going to drive himself off a bridge. How's that happen? Well, it's because happiness is much deeper than just the amount of resources you have in your bank account. See, a lot of times, many of us, because we grew up without access to the things we want. I mean, I can tell all these stories about the projects. My mother was 17 when she gave birth to me. I asked my mother, I said, who was in the hospital with you when I was born? And she said, me and the nurse. That was it. I said, nobody else was there? And I knew my father was out running the streets doing whatever. He eventually went to prison for drugs. I didn't know him that well. I don't even know him well enough to dislike him. I don't even dislike him. And the man, I just never knew him. But nobody else was there. So I visualized this scared 16-year-old girl being pregnant. She gave birth to me when she was 17. And I visualized, first of all, I said, well, thank you for letting me live, because I'm sure it would have been easier to just terminate, right? That's, no judgment, but that's what society says. If you're poor, then your child shouldn't be born. Obviously, I have to disagree with that. As one of the kids that got a chance to be born. And also, I remember that we did live in the projects. So there's really no poverty story a person could tell me that I couldn't relate to on some level. I remember seeing roaches in the house, and it wasn't a big deal to have roaches. And like roaches, you just flick them off your sandwich and keep on eating. You're not going to throw away a good sandwich just because the roach took a little bite. And again, some of y'all may think that's gross. That means y'all ain't never been through nothing. No, I'm playing. You ain't never really been hungry if you don't know what I'm talking about. But seriously. So what happens is that when we grow up in those conditions and we grow up struggling and without the things we want, we just tend to sort of fixate our mind on this idea, this false idea that if I get the right job with the right house and the right car and the right amount of money, that life is just going to be good. And that's just not true. What I compare it to is imagine how you feel when you really have to go to the bathroom, right? Imagine if I'm an okay speaker, I do my thing, but imagine if I was giving the best speech ever. Like, let's say I was a great speaker like Malcolm X or something. I'm giving the most riveting speech on earth and giving you the knowledge that's going to change your life. But at the same time, you really, really gotta pee. Like you're just going to explode if you don't get to a bathroom. Are you really going to be able to pay attention in that speech? I mean, remember, it's the best speech ever. I'm telling you how to make $1 billion and be a black and powerful. You don't, but you got to pee, right? So at that moment, nothing else matters. you got to get to a bathroom. Right? So you just say, gosh, I want to see the speech, but I got to record it for me. And then you hop into the bathroom and then finally get to the bathroom. You finally get in there. And you're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, gosh. Ooh, right? You're happy to finally let it out. Right? Okay, so let me ask you. So after you're done and you go wash your hands and everything, hopefully everybody washes their hands. If you don't, you're nasty. What do you do after that? Do you just hang out in the bathroom in case you got to pee again? You maybe spend the day in the bathroom for a while, just because peeing was so enjoyable before. Why not just do it all day? Right? No, what do? You walk out of the bathroom and then you get back to doing things that are more important. Right? And it's not that going to the bathroom wasn't important. It was important based on where you were in your life. You needed a bathroom, so bathrooms were really important. Now you don't need a bathroom anymore, so now other things are more important than that. And so life is kind of the same way. They have something they call Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know that, you should look it up. And they talk about that. They talk about how your level, where you are vibrationally, where you are in terms of what level of life you're on, that determines what really matters to you. Right? So, for example, when I talk to my daughters, our daughters, I get to be the bonus dad of a son. He's 6'8". So if I told you he was my biological child, you would not believe me. But I love being his bonus dad. He's very smart. And two beautiful daughters. Their mother's gorgeous and their father is a great guy. And we partner together to really make sure these kids are protected and loved. And so with these pretty girls, the best thing I can tell them is not just things about happiness and how money fits into that, but I also say, one of the goals that me, your mother, and your father are going to have for you is to make sure that your financial needs are met well enough. Again, not just because we're giving you things, but because you also understand how to make money, how to preserve money. We want your financial needs to be met well enough so you don't end up in a situation where you got to date a creepy, terrible man just because you can't pay the rent. And in fact, when we were talking earlier about narcissistic abuse, the sister mentioned financial abuse as one method of control that people have over others. And I've seen this a lot. In 2006, I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I interviewed lots of people, and I was really fascinated by how many people make relationship choices based on economic need. So what I say to them is I want to help you operate at a vibrational frequency high enough where you're not picking a man that's just going to fill a financial void. It's okay to be attracted to men who are successful and wealthy and all that. I believe that some of that's biologically wired. Just like men like women that look a certain way or whatever it is that men like, women have things that they tend to be attracted to. So I think that's okay. Maybe the wealth is a symbol of something innate about that man that's appealing to you. And that's perfectly fine. But I don't want you to feel that you have to go and pick a partner just because daddy didn't help you. Daddy didn't teach you how to pay the bills. Mama, nobody's there for you. So many of our people get abused in relationships because we don't have anybody to turn to. Some of us, many of us in this life, myself included, have gone through abuse, not just relationship abuse, but just societal abuse, because we didn't have anything to lean on. We had no inheritance. We had nobody we could turn to for money. And it might show up as some kid who goes out slinging dope in the street because he needs to make an extra $200 or $300 because he just had a baby and he wants to get what the baby needs. So effectively, when you really think about how important money is in terms of just that ability to have a safe, successful, and content existence, I don't understand why we don't train our children on money from the day that they are born. I see so many of our boys, our children, being trained to be great football players, and 99.9% of them ain't never going to make a nickel playing football. But their parents will spend $1,000 sending their child to football camp. I'm like, that is not an investment. That is fine. I like football. I'm a big football fan. But can't we sort of really think about what should be the priority here? So effectively, when you talk about the use of money as a source of power or abuse or whatever the case may be, and whether money's good or bad, and I loved how Asian put the different beliefs we have about money. Money's the root of all evil. Debt is bad. And that's when I realized she was brilliant. And I said, so she brought up Dave Ramsey, because I brought that up before. Debt ain't always bad. Debt is not always good. debt is just powerful. Money isn't always bad. Money isn't always good. Money's just powerful. It's like a gun. Is a gun bad or good? Well, it depends on what you need the gun for. If you're protecting somebody, if you're protecting your family, then it's a very good thing. If you're using it to commit a robbery, then it's a bad thing. Fire. Is fire good or bad? Well, fire can cook your food and keep you warm, or it can burn you and your family alive. So fire can be all these things. So money is very powerful. And here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's what we gotta hack into this and understand this issue is that financial abuse that the sister was talking about in terms of relationships, it doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. It also happens in the relationship that black people have had with this country. See, when we talk about things like this is where I scare or confuse people, because I'll talk about integration and I'll sit here and I'll say, gosh, I don't mind the fact that my neighbors are white, and I don't mind the fact that I can go to shop in any store I want to. I've never had any issue with white people, unless you're trying to bully me or control me. When my daughter married a guy from Denmark, he's a really nice guy. I said, well, does he treat you well? Do you love him? Yeah, okay, fine. So I never had that issue with anybody who wasn't black. But what I do think about is I ask ourselves, I say, what did integration actually really do for us that I can really point to in terms of saying, okay, we are clearly better off after integration, right? Okay, let me see. Do we have more wealth than we had before integration? No. Okay. Because we own more land. We owned 100 times more land in 100 years ago than we do, or 20 times more land, or 50 times. It's some number. I got to look it up. But we owned a lot more land before integration than we do now. Do we have more businesses now than we did before integration? No, we don't. We traded our businesses in for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. In fact, we used to own a sports league. We had something called the Negro Leagues. We had the Golden Glory Sweepstakes, which is basically a black NASCAR. We had a lot of stuff. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around waiting for people to save them. They were actually building things and creating things out of necessity. Okay. Are families stronger now than they were before integration? Do we have stronger families, or have we kind of fallen off the rail a little bit? No. 76% of all black kids don't even have a daddy in the house. And we don't even think daddies even are important anymore. We think fathers are just this stupid little accessory that you tack on for convenience. When we would never assume that it's okay for 76% of our children to not have a mother in the house. But why do we think it's so normal for 76% of our kids to not have a father in the house? Maybe we need to process that a little bit. So you can go down the list. Educationally, were we better educated before integration or after? I don't know. Well, we got 55 public schools in Chicago that receive probably billions of dollars in funding that don't have one single child that can read or write or do math at grade level. Nah, nope. So when I think about integration, here's what I see. Here's what I visualize. And JJ, let me know when my time is low, because I don't want to over talk. About 10 more minutes? Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to do 10 more minutes. What I visualize with integration is a marriage, and it's an abusive marriage. And it was a scenario where you formed a partnership where perhaps we were misled into believing that we would be equitable partners in this relationship. We thought we were going to sort of split the power, split the wealth, split the possibility. And that wasn't really the plan. That wasn't the plan. The plan was not to integrate you so you could be equal partners. The plan was to integrate you so that you could become subordinates. The plan was to commodify you. To some extent, black people we're like the KFC chicken that was invited to somebody's house for dinner. So the chicken arrives at the house thinking he's about to eat good, and he don't understand that, no, you are the dinner. We're going to put you in the middle of the plate. And you're like, ooh, we're going to put you in the middle of the table. Ooh, I'm going to be in the middle of the table. I'm getting all the attention, right? And you don't understand. They're going to carve a piece of your butt off and cook you because you are the commodity. So to some extent, what happened with integration is not, again, this is important to understand. Integration was not a bad concept. Just like marriage. Is marriage bad or good? Well, it depends on who you're married to. It depends on the nature of that relationship. So integration in itself was not a bad or a good concept. But in America, where you're dealing with this concept where unfortunately many whites were led to believe that they were superior to black people, And then also simultaneously, it takes two to tango now, you have a lot of black people, even to this day, who sort of have an inherent inferiority belief. We believe that we're supposed to serve somebody else, right? So it's a perfect combination, like the pimp and the hoe, right? Pimps can't pimp everybody. The pimp would not be able to recruit my daughters because they have high self-esteem. They have fathers, strong fathers that support them. They have access to resources, so they wouldn't be good targets for a pimp. They're both beautiful girls. But if you have that little girl out there who doesn't like herself very much, who doesn't have food to eat, who doesn't have anybody that has her back, who maybe doesn't have a lot of knowledge and education, well, then she's going to be a ready target. And pimps can smell this. Predators can smell this. So to some extent in America, remember, capitalism is another one of those things that's very powerful. I don't see it as good or bad. But in America, unfortunately, we are kind of committed to the idea of predatory capitalism. We have a lot of predatory capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist now. I think capitalism can do wonderful things, but there's some problem with a society that believes that it's okay that workers' wages have been going down while CEO pay has been just skyrocketing through the roof. There's something wrong with a society where the top 1, 2, 3% of the country is allowed to own half the wealth. Right? Like there's something wrong with a society where your government is $31 trillion in debt. And it's largely because there are people who believe wealthy people shouldn't have to pay more in taxes. I looked at that. I saw exactly when the U.S. debt started skyrocketing. Around 2000, President Bush pushed forward tax cuts. And he did that because at the time things looked good and there was a government surplus. And right after that happened, 9/11 occurred, which led to the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, which cost several $1 trillion. The big financial crisis of 2007 threw us further in debt, because remember, the first thing Obama had to do when he got into office was write a big check for about $700 to $800 billion to bail out the banks. Not to bail out the American people, but we bailed out the banks, we bailed out Wall Street, right? And then a few years later, you have the pandemic. Now, the debt to GDP ratio, which is almost like a debt to income ratio. So think about a debt to income ratio if you're trying to buy a house. So the debt to GDP ratio went from maybe about 50% in the 1960s to being 165% today. So effectively, if you think about it like this. The U.S. government has $31 trillion in debt. Annual tax revenue is about $4.5 to $5 trillion. That's like a person making $45,000 a year being $300,000 in debt. So if you had a friend that was $300,000 in debt, but they were making $45,000 a year, would that person be financially secure? Would you say that that person's in a good financial situation? No, you would not. So that's what your government looks like. So effectively, to some extent, America is a country that has this interesting history where not only do we have the racism, but it sort of bleeds into the capitalism, and the predatory capitalism just kind of says we're going to prey on anybody who's weak, not just because you're black. We don't hate you just because you're black. We might hate you because you're poor or because you're not one of the wealthy and powerful in this country. So what is the solution? What's the best way to kind of look at this? What does this mean? Well, I do have this book. Feel free to take a look at it. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Now, I wrote this book mainly because it is my firm belief that in order for us to improve our economic condition, we must address the economic culture that exists in our families. We have to stop raising our kids to make them believe that the highest height they can ascend to is to get a nice job with a nice office and then go run off and live in a white neighborhood. That can't do. Now, that's okay if that's what people do. I'm not judging that. What I'm saying, though, is that you have a lot of people, a lot of children that are so smart that they could become the billionaires that fund and create thousands of jobs. They could become the captains of industry, but instead, the little kid is 16 years old and he's good with computers, and somebody, what do they say? Oh, you're going to get you a good job. Hey, that's what they used to say to me. And so here's the thing you got to understand is that if you look at Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, Elon Musk is pretty much just an engineer who also learned how to be an entrepreneur, who took some risks and took his engineering skill and scaled that up into something where he's been able to create over 500,000 jobs, mostly for his community. If you look at the history of Jeff Bezos, another man who's worth over $100 billion, who created Amazon, if you look at his history, I've studied these guys because I like to reverse engineer. If you're doing something that's working, I'm gonna study that. Well, Jeff Bezos was just a techie kid, like a lot of our kids in our community, who then decided to take a chance to become an entrepreneur. He walked away from a very good, high-paying job. People told him he was stupid for doing this. And he went and he sat in a training class, a free class on how to become a librarian, how to run a bookstore. So he's sitting next to these librarians taking notes on how to run a bookstore. I kid you not. And that is literally the origin of Amazon. So my point is to say this, and this is what we'll end with, is I think we can do so much better. Yes. I believe deeply in the idea that we are just sitting on the secret sauce, that we got the juice. We are everything that we need. We are the trillion-dollar commodity that we've been looking for. I believe the gold is buried right in your backyard, and you ain't got to go down the street, around the block. You ain't got to sell your kids into corporate slavery. You ain't got to go to places where you're not wanted to find opportunity. I believe that you have the ability to manifest realities that are so extraordinary that even you don't understand how amazing they're going to be. But all we need is the confidence and the discipline and the commitment to developing a culture that allows us to fully manifest and create those realities. Take those kids that might want to be great basketball and football players and create an army of black entrepreneurs. Buy stock for your children from the time they're born. And then if you do that, and they will have so much money by the time they're 25 or 30. If you consistently buy them stock from the time they're born, by the time they're 30, they'll have so much money they'll never have to work for anybody. If you don't believe me, go to my website, boycewatkins.com. I have something there called a $5 a day investing plan. I had to create this because I had so many people that were giving me pushback because they've been led to the false belief that black people can't build any wealth, that black people don't have enough money to invest. So I said, okay, well, can black people afford chicken? They said, yeah. I said, absolutely. If I put a Popeye's chicken in the poorest neighborhood in America, in one day there'd be a line out the door, around the corner, down the block, full of people that shouldn't be eating chicken. You know what I'm talking about. So let's pick $5 a day, which you can't even buy a Popeye's chicken value meal for $5. So if a person invests $5 a day consistently in any S&P 500 index fund, Victor Oscar VOO is one that you can pick if you want one, if you want to start that for your child, or SPY, that's another one. If you do $5 a day in any S&P 500 fund as a gift to that newborn baby, by the time the child is 10, they have approximately $21,000. By the time the child is 20, they have approximately $102,000. By the time the child is 30, they have approximately $250,000. By the time they're 40, they have approximately $750,000. At that point, you're not poor anymore. In fact, after the first decade, you're not poor anymore. There's nobody that's liquid that has $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in the bank that could call themselves poor. What does that do? That changes the game. That means they don't have to spend their lives in slavery. That means they don't have to spend their lives doing work they don't want to do. They don't have to spend their lives in places that they're not wanted. They can actually go be free and manifest and live the life they're supposed to live. So let's do that for our kids, and let's make our people great, because that's what we deserve. And I believe it to the core of my heart. Thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Marathon. She said, Boyce, let's get up at 4:30 in the morning and go run a half marathon at 7 a.m. And of course, my reaction was the obvious one, which is hell to the no. Hell to the no, no, hell to the no, no, no. I'm not getting up at no 4:30 in the morning to go run a race. But I did say that because I love you and I need you to be safe, I will get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive you to the race. So that's what I did. I drove her. My goal was to be a good husband. And I said, Boyce, you cannot let your wife go drive, a good 50 miles from home and just be surrounded by random white people. So I said, okay, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go with you. And so here's what I did. So I dropped my wife off and I was so sleepy. I was so tired. I dropped her off and I saw this hotel right across the street from the race. And I said, you know what, babe, while you're running, I'm going to be sleeping and I'm going to be thinking about you and wishing you the absolute best, but I'm going to be warm in the bed and I'll be at that hotel right there. See the hotel right there? You can walk right to that hotel and come and hang out with me after you get done because I'm going to take me a nap and then get up and talk to the students today because we got financial consciousness training. So that's the real life of Boyce Watkins. That's really what was going on today in my life. That's absolutely the truth in terms of what happened today. Now, the second thing that was on my mind, as I was dropping my wife off, was I started to I did some research on what's going on with debt and what's going on in America when it comes to debt. Also, what's going on with Black people as it pertains to debt, and also what's going on with both educated and uneducated Black folks when it comes to debt. One group is not better than the other. It's just you deal with different dynamics in the economy, and it made me think about the corporate plantation, and it made me think about corporate slavery and how so many of our people that go to do everything right. You do everything you're supposed to do. You go to school, you work hard, you get good grades to get a good job. And it just doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. And in fact, actually, but I'm still a big advocate of education. In fact, my wife's brother, or who happens to be my brother-in-law, that's what your wife's brother is called. He actually works with this company called C2. And C2 is where they actually train kids to get ready for college, and they work with the kids to help them to get high ACT scores and high SAT scores. Our daughter's going through it right now. What's interesting about that is he was mentioning to me an honest truth. He said we have a really hard time getting Black parents to bring their children to come in. He said we drop the price, we offer free stuff, we do everything we can. And he said it's just really hard. He said, now Indian parents, he said their kids are in their full throttle. He said Asian parents, they'll spend their last nickel. And in fact, I went into the C2 office and I saw on the wall they had pictures of happy little students with braces and stuff that like had completed the C2 programs and stuff. And on one wall, I saw a little white girl saying, thank you C2 for helping me because they helped me go to college and now I'm very successful. And then I saw another one with a little Indian boy. I don't know who he was. I don't know his name or anything, but it was him. He was basically saying C2 is what helped me to become a National Merit Scholar. And then there was like a little Asian kid. I think it was a girl, and she looked maybe I don't know if she was Chinese or whatever Asian ethnicity it was, but she was Asian, and she was thanking the C2. But I did not see any pictures of Black children on the wall. I did not see one Black child on the wall. And I don't know if that's because they forgot that Black kids exist or if it's because Black kids just we don't participate as much. But I was looking for the Black kid. I was looking for the Black person. And so one of the things that made me think about is it made me ask this very obvious question that I think maybe from a consciousness standpoint, we might want to ask ourselves, which is this. It's very simple. Do we spend as much preparing our kids for education as we spend on things like preparing them for an imaginary career in professional sports? Yes or no? What do y'all think? Do you think we spend as much putting our kids in college prep programs as we would spend sending them to basketball camp, even though he's 5'8" and ain't never gonna grow no taller for the rest of his life? And do we spend as much energy sending our children to these educational programs, even if they're low cost or free? I've seen them where they're free. I know people say we can't afford it, but I just find that really fascinating when we say we can't afford educational support when it seems like we can afford everything that we want. I see Black people driving cars that I would never buy. I see Black folks wearing clothes that I can't afford myself, not because I don't have the money, but because I can't justify throwing that much money down the toilet. I see Black folks living pretty good. It doesn't mean everybody's living good. I'm not saying everybody is balling. I'm not saying everybody's got $1 billion in the bank. That's not true. But some of us are not in the struggle, right? Some of us are actually doing okay and have extra money floating around and could really get the things that we want. We can afford to go to a nice restaurant every now and then, go to the movies and dinner. Black Panther comes out. Every person shows up for that movie as if it is a religious experience that requires mandatory attendance. They show up for the Black Panther movies the same way they show up to vote when the Democratic Party says y'all need to show up and make sure you get Joe Biden back in office, right? So we're kind of committed to certain things. Do you get what I mean? Like there's certain things we're kind of committed to. Like I saw this thing where they were making a joke about what happens. I promise you I'm gonna get back to the debt thing. I got my notes here that's gonna get me back on track. But y'all know what, in case you don't know what financial consciousness does, it's literally me giving you a stream of consciousness of what I'm observing economically so we can see the money dynamics in our lives and how it all plays together. together. So I saw this video that was interesting where there was a black girl who was married to a white guy, and she made a joke about what happens to white guys when they marry black girls, how they start changing how they dress and how they kind of tighten them up a little bit and give them a little more swag. Like, like they'll have them grow a beard or they'll get some kind of cool haircut or they'll start wearing like certain clothes like like a alligator belt or some patent leather shoes or whatever, and I saw the images and the imagery that they had of the way black men supposedly dress has nothing to do with me. I've never worn any of those clothes. I'm not saying that they're tacky or that they're bad, and I respect you. If you got the swag, then God bless you, because God didn't bless me with no swag. You were talking to a swagless human being. I have zero swag when it comes to how I dress, because I can easily go shop at Walmart and feel like I did everything right. So anyway, I saw these clothes, and these clothes looked expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, maybe they're not, maybe they don't cost that much, but I remember just thinking, gosh, that's so interesting that there's some of us who really will put a lot of money into every aspect of our appearance. And I'm not saying that that's bad. You probably shouldn't do what I do. I'm raggedy. Don't be like me. Don't be like me when you grow up. I ain't, if I didn't have no money, and that I didn't have like, and I wasn't like kind of internet famous or whatever, I probably would never have had a girlfriend in my life. Who knows? I have no idea. But anyway, but the thing was though, I remember looking at that and thinking, gosh, it must be really expensive in terms of time, energy, and money to really, really put that much energy into your appearance. And is this really the image of the black male? Like, is that really the image of the black male, or is that the image of a certain kind of black male? Not that that's a bad black man. I'm not making fun of guys who are in that category. I know guys. We all got that uncle. You like my Uncle John. I had an Uncle John, rest his soul, wonderful man. He was from Atlanta, and he was a big fan of the Atlanta Falcons. And he looked just like Deion Sanders. Imagine a fat Deion Sanders in the 1980s. That's what he was. He had a big Jerry curl. He had four. He didn't have one ring or two ring. He had like four rings on each hand. He had 5 or 6 chains that he would wear around his neck, and he had a couple of gold teeth. And he just always was fly. Like if he went out, he'd have the hat and the shoes and and some of that stuff and it's interesting because I remember just thinking, that's so fascinating that people spend that much money and that much time on appearance. And I think that that's okay. But what that really says is it doesn't say anything wrong, by the way. I want to make that clear. I'm not hating on people that have more swag than me, which is pretty much 95% of the population. What I'm pointing out is that it seems to me that when it comes time to spend our money, we ready to spend. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Did I say that in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just jealous of people that dress better than me? I hope I'm not sounding that way because I don't want to be hater of the year. Not on that. There's some things I do hate, but this is not one thing that I hate. And in fact, actually, I said something. I made a comment. Sometimes I surprise people because I made a Twitter comment about the this ongoing, really fascinating rap battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. And people somehow think that because you're 52, you don't understand hip hop. And I just literally respond by saying I was probably listening to hip hop before you were born, or definitely when you were in elementary school. And so I know the history of the beast. I'm a black man. I know all about hip hop. I've been on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times, so I keep up with the culture. So I'm going to comment on this whether you like it or not. And then one of the things that about that interesting beef was that somebody said, and I said, yeah, I think Kendrick is literally destroying Drake right now. But it's kind of like me sort of being petty because I've always thought Drake rapped like a suburban white woman to me. I didn't relate to Drake, honestly. I relate to Kendrick Lamar. But then again, that's a personal thing. But anyway, so as Drake is destroying Kendrick Lamar, or sorry, Kendrick Lamar is destroying Drake. My bad, I got that backward. Somebody asked me, somebody said, so Doc, do you agree with so you're okay with the destruction of the image of a black male? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with Kendrick destroying the image of a black male in public? And I said, well, are you talking about Drake? I said, because that's not an image of a black male. I know he's a certified lover boy and he's got all the swag that comes with being a rapper. I said, but that's not a black male image because that was an image created by a white man. That was the black male image created by white people. White people run that. White people own hip hop. Black people do not own hip hop. Black people do not control it. There's not a single black person anywhere that I know of. Have you ever? I don't know if any of y'all if you follow hip hop, you'll know about this rapper named Sexy Red. who literally will make you want to vomit in your mouth every time you see her. I'm sorry. I don't know how that sounds, but and then maybe I shouldn't say that, because I don't want to be I want to be encouraging and positive on a Sunday morning, but it's really, really sad. Like not one of you in this room, I can bet you every nickel in my bank account that not one of you would ever watch Sexy Red in a video and say, "Gosh, I really want my daughter to be like her." That's the role model, right? And so where did that come from? That does not come from black people. That comes from the people that own hip hop. Hip hop is not black owned. Hip hop is white owned, and we are the workers. It's like hip hop is like a big restaurant, and we are the employees. We are the people that are performing at the restaurant. We're the ones who are serving at the tables. We don't get to decide what food is going to get served in this restaurant, but we all eat at the restaurant because the restaurant is full of black employees. Do you understand? You see all the black employees at the restaurant, so you think, oh, that must be a black restaurant, but you're not really sitting and thinking about who's running the restaurant, who owns the damn thing, who's deciding what food is going to be served on these plates. You're not thinking about that, right? You're just literally coming in. It's like when we go see Black Panther and we really think Black Panther is a black movie. Black Panther is not a black movie. Black Panther is a white movie with black people in it. Disney, I know I'm a shareholder in Disney, unfortunately, because their stock has done poorly for the last several years. And they don't, most of their shareholders do not look like you and I. The people that make the money when a new Black Panther movie comes out are not people like us. That money does not go to Wakanda because Wakanda doesn't exist. This idea that we get attached to things because of the way they look on the outside as opposed to what they're composed of on the inside, it's really reflective of a lot of things. It's reflective of an inherent superficiality that we tend to embrace. This idea that if something looks good on the outside, it must be good on the inside. The same way a man looks at a beautiful woman and doesn't assume that this woman could be toxic, that this woman could have diseases, that this woman could be a terrible person. You just think she's amazing because she's got a great smile and a nice booty, right? So the same thing happens, I think, when it comes to our economics. If you don't have the financial consciousness to really dissect an entity and really understand what it really is and what's really going on and how the dynamics are working, it's like a person who might watch a puppet show and think that Pinocchio is a real boy. Do you understand? Or somebody who watches an actor in a movie and you think that they really are the person that they're pretending to be in the movie. Stringer Bell, who was played by Idris Elba, who played in The Wire, which was one of the greatest shows of all time. If you've ever heard Idris Elba in real life, he sounds like a British bloke. I don't want to do a bad British accent because I got British friends and I have a lot of support in London, but he sounds British. And if all my friends in London, I know y'all love me and I love y'all. So if I did that, if you're offended by that, please just chalk it up to my silliness today. But anyway, he said that he would go places and real drug dealers would come up to him and ask him for like business advice on how to expand their drug empire. And he was like, you do understand that I'm acting, that I'm an actor. And they didn't know, like people really think that he was really a drug dealer. So ultimately it's interesting in terms of when you talk about business, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is why we gather every single morning. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. in case you're new. It's really a matter of just kind of looking at the world and saying, what's really going on here? What's really in front of me, as opposed to what they put in front of me, right? In fact, one of my good friends, one of my great friends, is Daryl Bell. Daryl Bell was in that show, A Different World, and Daryl what played Ron Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And Daryl is a great guy. He's super smart. We really connect on financial stuff. He's super smart in finance. His daddy was a great guy on Wall Street. I mean, literally a pioneer on Wall Street. And so anyway, he was explaining to me that everybody feels like A Different World is a black show because we all watched it, we supported it. We're the reason that Warner Brothers made billions of dollars or hundreds of millions or however much money they made from that show. But they can't bring that show back until Warner Brothers gives the green light because Warner Brothers owns the show. In fact, Warner Brothers doesn't just own the show, they have dozens, if not hundreds, of patents and trademarks on this show. So even Jasmine Guy cannot go in public and perform the accent of Whitley Gilbert without being sued by Warner Brothers because they own her accent. So she can't even go if they say, "Can you do an imitation of Whitley?" And when you say Dwayne, remember how she talked, Dwayne, I love Dwayne, right? She can't do that. She can't do Whitley Gilbert's accent because they put a trademark or a patent or a copyright, whichever one. I don't know the right one. I have to talk to. I literally have a trademark lawyer. I need to one day bring her into class or something. But she could probably tell me the difference between which one you need. But that's why I hired. Her name's Takora. That's why I hired her as my trademark lawyer because she knows the difference between these things. And so ultimately, a lot of the things that we think are black really aren't black. And I think it's very important to just make sure we know the difference. Okay. So circling back, when you're talking about that first issue of do we spend our money on education as quickly as we spend it on sports? I would say the answer is no. I would say that perhaps a little more balance would be called for. In fact, again, if you're sending your kids to college or the grandkids to college, get them ready. Get them ready. I remember in college being very confused. Here's the thing. Let me explain something. When I was in college, part of the reason I don't have no swag is because when I was a kid, I didn't have time for bullshit. I just didn't. I was independent from the time I was like 12 or 13. I got my first job when I was 11. And then my mama made me pay rent when I was 14. That's just terrible. That's so abusive. But the good side of it is it made me into a man very quickly. And so I would literally go out and do grown man stuff. I'd be like, I'm leaving. I'd leave at 16. At 16 years old, I would just leave the house and come back whenever. And I don't know why my parents did. They were just so terrible, right? But anyway, I love them though. But it was a different time. So anyway, so I got to college, and I remember when I got to college, here was my story. All through high school, I was a really bad student. All through high school, my grades were bad. I never made an A. I remember my goal was like, I'm gonna make an A this time in something, and I would make A's in like PE because I could run fast and I could jump high and I was strong. I had those three things. I was a good athlete, like so many other black boys. And that was it. I never made an A in anything ever in my life, in not one single class. And I remember being so lost in school. Those white women, they didn't understand me. I didn't understand them. They probably wanted me in special ed and to put me on medication and stuff I am a little weird. I probably do have a little bit of undiagnosed ADHD, but I consider it to be my superpower. I think that that's what makes Boyce Watkins into who he is, whatever that is. And I remember school was just a terrible, really bad experience. And a lot of you have sons and daughters that are going through the same thing. A lot of you have kids that are feeling that. In fact, we have that's why we bring educators to the All Black National Convention to kind of help you work through some of that. My daughter is one of those people. She actually works with kids, particularly in special ed and stuff like that. I'll bring her by so you guys can meet her. I think it's time, and she's super smart. She went to Columbia University, and I love her, and I think she's somebody that might be able to add value to what you're dealing with your children. So, long story short, I went to college. And I didn't have a fallback option. I had no money in my pocket. Black Achievers, God bless them, gave me my only little scholarship. It was like $500. And that was enough to just get me on the University of Kentucky campus. And I'm so grateful to Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, that my wife and I went back to their banquet and we made a $20,000 donation about a year ago because I said I owe you everything. Without you, I would have been, I don't know what would have happened, right? So I got to college and I had no money in my pocket, so I had to figure out how to make enough money to have a place to live, and I didn't have time for silly stuff, right? And I remember real thinking like, okay, what's my next move? What am I gonna do? You get in survival mode, so you're trying to figure out what you're gonna. And just like when I told you about the old white lady that was trying to sleep with me for money, and I actually kind of thought about it because I was that broke, but then I kind of started vomiting in my mouth and realized how disgusting that would be, and I just couldn't do it. But really, that was where I was. That's like when you talk about hitting a low, and I'm saying anybody who's ever been broke probably has been through a moment where you thought, hey, you know what? I could sell all this lusciousness and get me an extra $50, and that'll make sure I can at least go to McDonald's a couple of times and not starve to death this week. A lot of us have been there. If you haven't been there, then you haven't really lived. So anyway, I was in college and I just didn't have time to mess around, and my friend. So when I was figuring out my next move, I said, okay, I think this education thing could be my next move. I think this is the thing that can help me to provide for my daughter because I had child support and it can help me pay the bills, right? So I poured all my energy into education. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to succeed as a college student. And I remember I didn't really know how to study. That was my problem. So I remember like reading books. Like I started, that was when I started to become a little more conscious about life. That's when I learned about things like positive thinking, because that helped me overcome the depression I felt as a kid from feeling kind of abandoned and unloved. Well, I learned positive thinking as a way to kind of fight against that. Also, that was when I learned that most answers to most questions are somewhere in somebody's damn book. So I said, okay, since I don't really have all the role models I need in my life that can help me get where I want to get to, I'm going to go read books and find stuff, find information. So so for example, when I wanted to understand women and sex, I read this book called How to Make Love to a Woman. And then I read another book when I was 30 called What Women Want Men to Know. Cause I was like, I like women. Women are cool. Let me understand. Let me study this stuff and see what's going on. Cause y'all are hard to understand. And then I also remember reading books about studying and how to do well in college. And the thing was though, as I read those books about how to do well in college, I also leaned on what I knew. And what I knew was I knew two things that really helped me. One, I knew hard work, because my father always taught me that every man's got to work hard for what he wants. And I would go to work at these minimum wage jobs and make, $3 or $4 an hour and bust my butt for 10 straight hours and be grateful for it. And then also I understood from sports very basic values about success and winning. I understood that to be a great athlete, you had to practice consistently. You had to prepare in advance, right? You couldn't wait to the last minute. You couldn't be lazy and think you're going to win the championship. So that's how I thought about my academics. And so I approached academics that way. And what I didn't realize was that I was actually studying harder than all my classmates. I thought I didn't belong in college. I thought that because I didn't fit the look, I didn't know how to, I dressed like a student. I didn't have the little tiny glasses with the little backpack. I felt awkward, right? But I just went in there just kind of brute force and just said, okay, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And for about 3 years, I really felt like I was faking it. I didn't really think I was that smart. I thought I was pretending, right? And so what happened was I ended up just blowing away the everybody else. Like I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus. And I remember being utterly fascinated by just how unproductive so many of my friends were, how lazy they were when it came to school, when it came to studying, how spoiled they were, how weak they were. They were very weak. And that's the thing. You get parents, we always think we're protecting our kids by coddling the hell out of them. And then they're just so weak. They can't weather the storm. One little wind blows by, they fall over like a little leaf. They have no resilience, no commitment, no dedication. And they get that little 2.2 grade point average where they were studying 1 hour a week and then whine the entire time. And I didn't understand that. And so one of the things I really felt was I said, I think that there's something happening here where we're just not really hungry in this area the way I think we could be and should be. And there are other areas where we're very competitive. We're very competitive when it comes to sports. You got to be a great black basketball player. You got to be really, really good. We're really competitive maybe when it comes to dance. We're really competitive when it comes to even dressing sharp. When they show like sharp dressed black men, they go to the nth degree and they spend the money getting the beard perfectly shaved. And because for some reason everybody thinks a beard makes you into a man, which is like weird because a beard doesn't do anything except put hair on your face. And just there's so many things that we're really, really into. And there are things that we're not into, right? And typically those things related to academics and whatever, those are not the things that are typically at the top of our priority list. Not everybody, but for a lot of us. And so one of the things I did when I got on the faculty of Syracuse, I see someone says, "How do you buy stock?" Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a free training on our $5 a day stock market investing plan. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, or you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. That's where I give you the stocks that I pick and everything else. So feel free to go there if that's what you're looking for. Anyway, let's go back into this. So we're talking about in terms of investing, where you invest your money, where you invest your time, where you invest your energy. And so the first book I wrote when I was at Syracuse was a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. And I put everything in there that I learned as a professor about how to do well in school, right? So one of the things that's interesting to me, though, is that despite the fact that there are people like me who've written books that literally explain every single thing that you need to know to do well in college, there are so many people that will still go to that next level and really will just feel like they're just this uninformed black person. Like they'll assume that because you're first generation, that you just don't know what's going on, that you're a deer in headlights, that you're completely lost. that there's no hope for you, and the best thing you can do is hope to just survive and get by. And I just beg to differ with that. That's my point. I beg to differ with that because the resources are out there. The resources are out there. The resources are in your phone. You can open up your phone and learn everything you need to know about how to do almost anything in this world if you are determined to find it. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is that this whole stream of consciousness in terms of investing, the investment of time, the investment of money, I think it goes to the core of some issues that we deal with culturally that we might want to confront instead of continuing to do what we've been doing before, right? So, for example, there's no excuse that these companies that help kids prepare for the SAT and the ACT don't have just as many black kids as they have Indian, Asian, and white kids. When Asian kids show up and they've got the perfect test scores and they got the perfect GPAs, I think that we can get mad about that, or we can simply say, okay, maybe there's another notch we can go to. Maybe there's another level we can go to because we already have excellence in so many other areas. I really think academic excellence should be a part of that. Now, with that said, this is going to spin us back into the whole conversation about debt. And the reason I brought up the whole educational piece is because the debt crisis is actually hitting educated black people as much as it's hitting uneducated black people. And I'm going to explain that to you in 1 second. Let me just remind you guys of something really quickly. Some of you were looking to join the real estate program, something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where literally this week we're bringing in a special guest named Shalay Camila, who is a noted real estate expert who can answer a lot of your questions if you're looking to either invest in real estate or if you're looking to buy real estate, etc. She kind of knows everything. She was a speaker at the All Black National Convention. She's very good. And I know that Micah has sent out an offer where you could actually join the program for $1 the first month. Well, here, because you're in this class, I got something better. You can actually join for $0 the first month. So if you want to just try it out, bring your friends and family, just hit that link right there. And because you're here, I've extended that offer to you. So feel free to take a look at that. It's also at drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. And also the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia is May 18th. And that URL is getmoneyfest.com. But what I'll do is I'll actually share the link with you guys really quick if you want to come to Philadelphia. And we're going to have a lot of panels and speakers and all kinds of stuff. So it's not my event. It's Jay Ortiz. He's the organizer. He's a rapper out of Philadelphia, and I love it when rappers want to be smart. So I told him I would support him 100%, just like all the other rappers, the smart rappers that I know. I'm friends with a lot of smart rappers, and I'm enemies with a lot of dumb rappers. The ones that are destroying the community, those are not my friends. But the ones that want to do better, those are ones I respect. All right. So anyway, let's break down what's going on with consumer debt, and then I'm going to explain to you why consumer debt is a type of financial slavery and why financial consciousness, which is what we cover every single day in this class at 10 a.m., is really important in terms of understanding what debt does for you. All right. So here's the deal with consumer debt. First of all, consumer debt, pretty much any debt that is on the back of a consumer or on the back of a family in America, consumer debt's at an all-time high. Right now, consumer debt is about $17.1 trillion. 70% of that debt is mortgages. I don't think mortgages are automatically always bad debt. I think mortgages are better. Now, someone says, where's the link? Oh, you know what? I didn't. Sorry about that. I apologize. I ran off and there we go. There's the link for the Philly event. And let me share the link for the real estate course. All right, so sorry about that, guys. I apologize. I didn't do everyone when I shared the link. There we go. All right, so there we go. Now let me know if you can see it. There it is. Okay, so 70% of all the consumer debt is mortgage debt. That's about $12.25 trillion. This is as of 2023. 1.1 trillion is credit card debt. That's also a record high. So mortgage debt is at a record high. Credit card debt is at a record high. It has never been higher than it is right now. A lot of this has to do with inflation. Auto loan debt is about 1.6 trillion. That is also at an all-time high. So people owe more on their cars than they've ever owed in any other area before. Student loan debt is 1.6 trillion. That's also a record high. And another area they included here on this list is HELOCs, like home equity loans. So people are borrowing against their home equity, mainly to maintain this high levels of consumer spending that is pretty much driving the economy and keeping the economy alive. So all this debt adds up to about 17 trillion. American, the average American household has about $104,000 worth of debt. To be precise, it's exactly $104,215 in total debt for most households. That's a lot of debt. And here's the thing about debt that's really interesting is that debt can either liberate you or debt can enslave you. Debt can either be something that really enhances your life and makes it better, or debt can be something that just makes you regret the day that you were born. And let me explain why. So debt, the way debt can be liberating is if you use the debt in a way that actually helps you make more money. Most multi-billionaires and millionaires and people that run big businesses, they started their businesses off with debt. They went and borrowed some money. They went and borrowed, say, $5 million, and they turned the 5 million into 20 million, and they got to keep 15 after they paid back the 5 million plus interest. Whatever, maybe it's 12, 13, 14 million, whatever the number is, right? So debt can be a beautiful thing because debt can give you access to a productive asset that allows you to make more money. For example, a lot of you that are in the Prime program, you've used HELOCs to go and get access to capital or debt, and you have taken that money from the HELOC, maybe $100,000, scaled it up with a little bit more leverage, went in and bought, say, I don't know, a few hundred shares of a company, and you're making maybe $2,000 or $3,000 a week on selling the options for that stock, just like we cover in class. So that is a scenario, in my view, where debt isn't such a terrible thing, assuming that you're taking some of that income and plowing it back into repaying the debt. So if you're buying property and you're paying down the debt on the property, that's a good thing. If you're borrowing money for a business and you're able to make the business successful, I think that's a good thing. If you're even using debt to stock to generate an income source for yourself, I think that's okay. But the problem is when you get into these areas of consumer debt, like the credit cards, most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. If you think about your finances like a human body, credit card debt is like a bunch of fat, right? Again, business debt might be like a bunch of muscle. If you have muscle, then you could be a better athlete. But with fat, you're usually not going to be a better athlete unless maybe you're a sumo wrestler or something. So having credit card debt is fat. Auto loan debt is fat. And for a lot of people, even student loan debt is fat, not because student loans are always bad, but because student loan debt has gotten so high. It's gotten so high that it's gotten to the point where it is very toxic, right? So ultimately, if you're not careful, that student loan debt or that credit card debt or whatever type of debt can be the thing that not only slows you down financially and keeps you from growing, but it can also be the key to your slavery. Like there are people that are enslaved when um they actually go into so much debt that they can't quit their job. If you watch the movie, there was a movie called Wonka. Go see the movie Wonka. Wonka is a great movie. I took my daughter to see it, and in the movie Wonka, there's a point where Willy Wonka, it's the origin story of Willy Wonka. I assume y'all know I hope y'all know the story of Willy Wonka. Do y'all know Willy Wonka, right? I don't have to explain that. Okay, so the origin story of Willy Wonka before he builds his great chocolate factory and everything when he's young and he's a young guy young hustler on the move, he's trying to figure out how to make his next move. There's a point in the movie where the a person tricks him into debt, and they put him so deep in debt that he then says, well, I can't afford to pay that. So then what they do is they force him to work in the laundry room of some hotel, and he can't go out and build his chocolate factory. He can't go pursue his dream of building the greatest chocolate factory in the world because he has to do laundry all day to repay this debt. And they said, if you keep it, well, you can pay it off. It's just going to take you about 30 years to do that. Well, that really happens to millions of people. Millions of people end up in the same position as Willy Wonka because you've got this amazing dream, this fantasy, this vision that God gave you, and God said, go fulfill the vision. And you can't fulfill the vision because you got to go and do laundry in the basement every day for the next 30 years or do some other type of work that is pretty much meaningless to you, and the work that you would not be doing if you were not getting paid to do it. And that's what debt does. And that's why consumer debt is very powerful for those that are driving the economy. If they can get you into debt, it's like getting you pregnant and locking you down. They get you financially pregnant with all this debt, and then you can't make any moves. You're pretty much stuck pretty much where you are. You have to come back to work. After the pandemic, there were a lot of billionaires and CEOs that were very concerned about the fact that the American labor force had declined. The labor force participation rate had dropped because people just became financially conscious and they said, I don't really think I want to spend all my hours of this on this earth at a job. I'd rather do other things like sleep in or spend time with my kids or go to the movies or go to the gym or just be happy. And so they had to figure out how to get people to come back to work. So a lot of them were lobbying the government to reignite student loan payments so that people would be forced to come back to work. They were like, we need them to have something that they have to pay, so they have to come into us to get it done for them. We need them to need us. They need our income. So debt is definitely a type of slavery. I mentioned this yesterday, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So having a lot of education doesn't escape you from the debt dilemma if you're not financially conscious. And also, even among the half that don't default on their student loans, a lot of them are paying on their debt until they're 50 or 60 years old. And the thing about debt is that debt moves in the exact opposite of closing the racial wealth gap. So when you talk about closing the racial wealth gap, you don't close the gap with debt, you're increasing the gap with debt. So the fact that we have so many of our best and brightest saddled with the absolute most debt that they can possibly get in hopes that they're going to find some job that will repay them enough to cover that debt is really flawed thinking. It does not work. So with that said, I want to cover a few financial consciousness points. And actually, I'll answer a few questions. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. And if you're not inside the Zoom, I won't see your question. But if you want to join us in the Zoom, all you got to do is text the word morning to 87948. This is our daily financial consciousness training from the Black Business School. It's 100% free to anybody that wants to join. You don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So just text the word morning to the phone number 87948, and I will invite you. And if you're not on that text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me give you a few quick reasons why we overspend, and then I'm going to link this back to why financial consciousness is important. I need you to give me a quick yes as a confirmation. Is it clear to you why being financially conscious is critical in this economy? Give me a yes if you understand this. Like, give me a yes if you're seeing this. I want to make this clear because some people, no, I don't think you probably have never had a class on financial consciousness. You've never had a professor say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. Usually they'll say, I'll teach taxation or I'll teach investing or I'll teach, about credit cards or real estate. You've never heard a person say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. And this was something that didn't come to my mind. God didn't give me that vision until I literally was 20 years past my PhD. And I knew a lot, I knew a lot 5 years before my PhD. I was teaching college students in 1993. So it took a lot of processing for me to look at Black culture over many, many years, many decades to understand, like, I get what's going on. It's our culture, it's our habits, it's our consciousness that's kicking us in the butt. If they can get you to dumb yourself down and become unconscious, then they can use you like a slave. It can literally become like a zombie virus that takes over your brain. In fact, I remember reading where they said that consuming lots of media and television reduces the strength of your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that allows you to engage in strategic thinking and delayed gratification. So literally, but when you're sitting there watching TV all day and consuming media, it's literally frying your brain. It's literally dumbing you down. That's what it's doing. And then when you look at the studies, well, what do you find? You find that Black people watch more television than anybody else. Black people consume more social media entertainment than anybody else. Do you think that there's a connection between the two? Do you think that those two things are connected? And do you think that maybe that's kind of done on purpose? So anyway, so here are some reasons why people overspend their money. One is a lack of a budget. When you don't have a budget, that tends to cause your money to fly out your pocket That is related to a lack of consciousness because what happens is that when you have a budget, you're conscious of every nickel that you spend. You're documenting that, you're writing it down, right? But when you don't have a budget, you're not conscious. And when you're not conscious, it kind of goes away. Like, have you ever sat down and done something with somebody? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you went to go see that person that you were really attracted to, and y'all had some hot, sweaty you know what, in the bedroom, and then you look at you wake up and you look at your watching like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's 8 o'clock, right? The time just flew by. Or remember that song, Secret Lovers, and it said it's something about we wake up and we notice the time. Remember that? Yeah. We both get nervous cause it's way after 9, right? So here's what I think about. This tells you how weird I am. When I think about that song Secret Lovers and how they woke up and they got nervous because it was way after 9 and they just noticed the time, that made me think about another study that I read that basically said that when your brain is injected with dopamine or you're doing something fun like having sex or hanging out or using drugs, you lose track of time and space. Like time just you just become unconscious. You become unconscious of time. And in fact, an extreme example was I saw this. There was a story about this guy who was like this regular middle class dude who happened. He dabbled with crack or for some reason. I don't know why people mess with drugs, but he smoked a little bit of crack every now and then. And one day he decides to go out and smoke some crack. And and when he did that, he literally lost track of time. Like the whatever the crack did to his brain caused him to forget about time. And he said that he was literally just smoking away and 3 days went by. He didn't even realize that 3 days went by. So when he finally sobered up and went home, he said his house was empty, his wife was gone, the kids were gone, everything, his whole life was gone. Right. And that to me makes me think about what also happens when it comes to economic consciousness. I believe that when you're not conscious of your money or you're just sort of living life and just spending a little bit here and a little bit there, and you lose that consciousness, your money is just going to kind of fly out the window and you're not going to know where your money went. So one way to counter that might be to have a budget and kind of document things. And not only have a budget for money, but I actually have time budgets for time. I have time budgets. When I get on the phone, I think I live my life in 20-minute blocks, 20-minute increments. So if I do something, I'll look at my clock, my watch, and I'll say, okay, it's 8:50, it's 8:44. I'm gonna stop doing this at 9 o'clock. Or if I say, gosh, I really don't want to work out, I don't feel like it, I'll say, okay, boys, we're gonna start at 9:20 and we're gonna work out until 9:40, really, really hard. Right. And then if you feel like continuing, you can. If you don't, then that's okay. That's the negotiation that I have with myself because sometimes you don't feel like doing it. Right. But what also happens is that all the barriers I had in my head where I'm like, oh, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to do that. That goes out the window because then I realized that this thing that I was procrastinating on because I didn't think I had time to do it literally only took me 8 minutes to do. Right. Has anybody ever gone through that where literally you'll spend a year procrastinating on something and then you do it and it literally takes you like 15 minutes? And you're like, wow, I can't believe I wasted a whole year procrastinating on something that was going to take 15 minutes. So I don't just budget money. I budget time. I budget the stuff that's more important than money. Time is far more important than money. I know my time. I'll pay money to save time. Seriously. So ultimately, a lack of a budget plays a big part in people overspending or going deep in debt. The second piece is, this also relates to consciousness, is impulse buying. Impulse buying is where they get you to get emotionally stimulated, emotionally charged, or whatever, and then they get you to buy based on your impulse. And a lot of this is linked to the inability to to really have the discipline or the consciousness to say, okay, I'm not going to just make this move based on my emotion. I'm going to sit back and strategically think about this. So one way to counter impulse decisions would be to force yourself to have a day or two to think about it before you do it. Imagine this. Think about this. Imagine if they had a law. And it's not, again, it's not just money. Think about stuff like sleeping with the wrong person and then having a baby with an absolute terrible human being. Imagine if there was a law that said every time you want to have sex with somebody, you got to have a 2-day cooling off period where you got to sit back and think about whether or not this is the person that you want to be with. Can you imagine like how many fewer unwanted pregnancies we would have, right? How much less drama there would be in the world if people were forced to think about it, even 24 hours, even 24 hours. Anytime you want to sleep with somebody, you got to fill out a form and put in an application and let I know I wouldn't want the government really regulating this. This is more like a thought experiment. But really, you have to fill out a form and say, I met this girl. She's really nice. I think she's great. I think I'm going to sleep with her. So I'd like to, and we're going to meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock and make it happen. Well, I think a lot of people would probably make a different decision, right? And because a lot of times you make decisions based on impulse, and there are people that encourage that, right? There are people that encourage that kind of thing. And someone says it's called Veronica says it's called marriage. Yeah, it is. It is. And marriage is ideal, but I'm not here to judge, right? Some people don't feel that marriage works for them, and I think that's okay too. I don't think marriage really works for everybody. I think if in fact, as a married person, I will say if you're not ready to sacrifice and humble yourself and submit to another person, submit to something greater than yourself, marriage isn't for you. If you come in saying, well, I'm not going to submit to nothing, I'm not going to settle. No, marriage is all about settling and submitting. I settled for my wife because she's amazing, and I submit to my marriage, and I submit to my wife all the time. Why the hell you think I got up at 4:30 this morning to drive across town? I wanted to sleep in. I didn't want to get up at 4:30 in the morning. I was submitting to the fact that I want my wife to be safe. I want to be with her when she's doing these things. I don't want to abandon her, right? So I think that it requires that kind of perspective. And so I think if you're not ready for that, maybe marriage isn't for you, because all you're gonna do is get married and then get divorced and waste all your money and waste all your friends' time and all that stuff. So if you ain't gonna do it right, don't do it. That's what I would say. Whichever path you pick, do it right. All right, so let's keep going here. So we talked about impulse buying, a lack of a budget. Third is social pressure. Peer pressure is big in terms of buying things. A lot of people feel pressure to keep up with the Joneses, or they want to just, or maybe black people that just want to be like white folks, or also poor people imitating rich people. That's one of the reasons why luxury items get sold, is because poor people buy them thinking that if I imitate a rich person, then the world is going to see me in a different light. They're going to see me as a successful person. And what's funny is that if you go and you hang out with billionaires where money just isn't a thing anymore for them, at least not, I mean, maybe in a big picture sense, like I'm gonna go buy this building or buy this property, but they're not thinking like I'm gonna just impress you with my Gucci belt or whatever. Like a lot of billionaires dress like bums. Like they might drive a regular little car, and you go to their office and it's just this tiny little office. And I think that what kind of happens maybe is that when they get that much money, they don't feel the need to impress you with how much money they have. In fact, sometimes I believe if you have a lot of money, sometimes you don't even want people to know how much money you have, because when you have a lot of money, people treat you differently. I've never wanted to brag to people about the money I have. People know I probably have something because I understand money pretty well, but really I don't like for people to know that I have a lot of money, because people start asking you for it and they start trying to steal it from you, and they people will scam you for it, and people will sue you for no reason and all these other things. So really, no, I'm not leading money first, right? I'm going to lead voice first, whatever that looks like. And I married a woman who didn't care much about money. Because she had money, and it wasn't, but I could tell very quickly if a woman was interested in the money that I had. And that wasn't a bad thing. It didn't make her a bad person, because the books I've read tell me that women are naturally attracted to men that have resources. So I understood that. But at the same time, I also understand what comes with that. I understand what it means to take on another dependent. And sometimes you don't want that, right? So ultimately, I think it's a matter of deciding what really works best for you. But really, that social pressure aspect, circling back to that, that really speaks to also another consciousness concept, which might relate to just general self-esteem. People that have high self-esteem are not as subjected to social pressure as people that have low self-esteem. And for Black people, low self-esteem is a big problem that we have, because from the time that we're born, we're really kind of raised to believe that you're nobody until white people recognize you. You know what I mean? Like literally, if you are not seen by white people, if white people have not labeled you in some way, you're kind of nobody. You're just a Negro. That in the minds of a lot of our people, like well, how do they label you? Well, they might label you with degrees. So you go spend $200,000 to get a degree from a white school, and then you come back and say, "Look at me, I made it. Look at how far I've come." And I might look at you and be like, "But you didn't come nowhere. You still live in the same neighborhood. I don't like, how far did you go? Like you didn't go very far." But oh, I get it. You have a new label. Like, oh, look at me. I am a college graduate from the University of Texas. Great. I think that's wonderful. But I see that more so as a reflection of who you are, not something that defines who you are. Do you understand? There's a difference. You're already a great person even before they realize you were a great person and acknowledged you. Or I'm an Oscar winner, I'm a Grammy winner. I have this important job working for this important company with this important fancy title, and all that's fine. There's nothing wrong with your fancy title or your college degrees. The problem that is though that when you give other people the license and the right to validate you, you're giving them a tremendous amount of economic power because they become the governing body over a resource that you absolutely positively need. Let me go deep with economics for a minute. When you get to the point where you have a resource that you need, which might be something as simple as your self-esteem, and you are allowing someone else, especially your former oppressor, to control that resource, you are in danger. You are in danger. Why? Well, because the minute they want to control you, they can impose economic sanctions on you. They can punish you. They can take those things away from you. They can say, okay, because we don't like your behavior, we're going to take away your Heisman Trophy. We're going to take away your Grammy. We're going to take away your fancy title. We're going to take away that fancy job. We're going to take away that access to that degree that you think you're going to get. And then what occurs is that you start feeling bad. You start feeling like you really lost something. You feel like you're less than what you were before because you don't have all these labels and stickers attached to you. And remember, to get those labels, you paid a price for that. You paid the price in terms of time, money, maybe attention and energy. And that energy that you're putting into having that white man down the street label you could have been spent, could have been poured into the people that you actually care about, the people that care about you. You understand? I think really, and this is a really critical, subtle point that I really hope you'll at least hear me on, is that trillions of dollars in Black productivity and wealth is lost every year because Black people are spending so much time working for and seeking approval from white people. That's what we do. And then when we get that approval, we it is cultural. We encourage that. If you go on LinkedIn and someone says, "Hey, I'm now the vice president of Wackety Wax at Google or something," you'll see 10,000 people congratulating that person. Like, look at you. Look at how far you've come. Look at how great you are now. And I resent that, not because I resent the person who got the promotion. I resent it because I'm like, who the hell said that white man gets to decide if I get to be somebody or not? Who the hell said that he gets to decide if I'm important or if I'm not important? No, I was important before you even met me. It's just you're just late for the party. You're just now realizing how great I am. So I'm going to tell you like this. This is where I am. And this causes me some friction for sure with the world, but this is where I stand. I'm sorry. There's not a single person I can think of anywhere that I need to tell me that Dr. Boyce Watkins is good at what he does. I know I'm good at what I do because I put 30,000 hours of work into it. Because I know I'm super highly trained at it. I know how dedicated I am. I know I get up every single morning, consistently, every single day, for well over a decade, doing exactly what I'm doing with you right now, talking to you every single day. I know I'm good. So if one day, let's say one day the world changes and suddenly CNN and ABC or the White House suddenly say, "Oh, wow, we really want to really honor and acknowledge Dr. Boyce Watkins because what he's doing is so great." My mindset will be like, "Thank you, I appreciate that." And I'm actually proud of you for finally realizing how amazing I actually am. I think that's cool because we've been killing it over here for a long time and y'all were just too stupid to notice. So I'm really proud of you for congratulations. Like, don't congratulate me because I'm still the same. I'm still the same person. I'm congratulating you because intelligent Black people were 20 years ahead of you, and I'm happy that you're finally catching up. That's how I see things. And I think that that's really important because what that does is that helps you understand the importance of you. That helps you understand the importance of what you're doing every day, the people that you're with every day. Why do you abandon the people that are around you to go and sit around a bunch of strangers looking for all this validation that don't mean a damn thing anyway? That's how I don't get. Why would I leave? Y'all love me, man. Like those of you that really have my back, I see you and I feel it. I love it. This is great. I get to be a weirdo and I get rewarded for that. Why would I leave this to go sit around a bunch of strangers just because they're white or just because they're on TV or because they have money or something and then feel awkward and terrible and then come back and say, well, I used to just be the little guy who used to just sit on the internet with the black business school, but now look at me. I'm the president of Yale University. Look at how far I've come. That was not a come up. That was not a come up. That was a demotion. That was a step down. That's a lesser version of who I am because then I have to be this whole other person. Walking on pins and needles, scared to offend white people. I don't want to make the people in Israel mad because anti-Semitism. I'm not trying to be that person, right? So this social pressure piece links back to self-esteem. I really think that as Black people, those of us that really want to get it done, I really think that a great sense of self-pride in who you are goes a very long way. Did you know that they did a study where they were studying the most successful cultures in the world? I don't know what their measuring stick was. I got to go look the study up, but it was a lady at Yale. And I don't think it was scientific, but I liked it because the winning culture was actually Nigerian culture. And I'm part Nigerian, so I think that's kind of cool. And she said one of the things that the Nigerian people have is that they're proud of themselves. You can't tell a Nigerian, well, why don't you become a Mexican? They're not gonna want. They're like, why would I want to be a Mexican? I'm from the Igbo tribe. I don't want to be Mexican. Like that. So they have a lot of pride in who they are. And if you want to know what the other two criteria were, it was pride in who you are, like almost like a sense of self-importance. Like I'm holding down the fort of something really important. My job in this family is to protect the reputation of an entity that is more important than anything on earth I could ever be attached to. So I'm not going to abandon my post. And if you believe that your family name is the most important thing that you have going on in this world, you're not going to abandon your post so you can go defend the family name of the white guy down the street who offered you a job. Do you understand? I believe that generally speaking, that one thing that slave culture does to us is that it makes us feel embarrassed about who we are and say, well, I ain't nothing but a Negro and I just need somebody to see me. And then we go and we abandon our posts. And it shows everywhere. You go to some of our communities, they're in absolute shambles. And we're like out here in other places. And that's not the way things are supposed to be. So the other two criteria, actually, if you want to know what they were for defining the top cultures, was a sense of self-importance or pride. Also a commitment to education. We talked about that earlier. Getting your kids like don't, you send your kids to school, make sure they're learning, getting top of the class, that type of stuff. That's an attitude, man. That's a pride thing, right? And then the third piece was what was the third thing? It was a commitment to delayed gratification. A commitment to delayed gratification. All that is another version of what we talk about in financial consciousness training. That's thinking like an investor. All investing is delayed gratification. You do know that, right? That's all it is. It's saying I'm going to sacrifice now so I can have more later on. That's it. People and cultures and communities that have an extreme commitment to delayed gratification are 9 times out of 10 more successful than other cultures. People that don't have delayed gratification, that only believe in instant gratification, well, they blow their whole load in the first, 10 minutes, and then they have a horrible life after that. They go to college and they party for 4 years and don't study, and then they have a miserable life for the next 40 years because they didn't prepare for the future. Or they just eat whatever they want, and then they end up dying early because the food they were eating was killing them the entire time. Or they just sleep with whatever pretty girl they happen to see, and then next thing you know, they're bogged down with child support and STDs for the rest of their life, right? So people that believe in instant gratification, they don't just struggle because of those choices, but also, unfortunately, when you kill your consciousness, you're living on the vibrational frequency of an animal. Animals live in the world of instant gratification. Animals are not strategic. Animals don't make long-term plans. Animals are not able to sacrifice for the future. That's not what they do. So what I believe, generally speaking, is that there is a consistent effort to reduce the consciousness of all Americans especially Black people. I think this is one of the reasons why, even in hip hop music, which has tremendous capacity to elevate the consciousness of anybody, it promotes things that are very low vibrational behavior, very instant gratification based sorts of activities, because the goal is to keep your consciousness low. A consumer and a worker that doesn't have economic consciousness, for example, is very easy to control. You throw out some instant gratification. In fact, this is the last point that they made in the study about why people overspend and why they end up in debt. Easy credit access. When you have easy access to credit, uh, you end up in debt. Like college students, they put in the credit card in front of the college student who is hungry for money, and they say, "Look, just sign this piece of paper, and you can go to the mall and have the flyest clothes and spend money." And y'all, a lot of y'all remember that. Anybody go through that? Anybody else fall for that trap when you were 19 years old or 18? I know I did. And they do it with the student loans. They just sign here and everything's fine. And that instant access takes advantage of anybody that doesn't have a high level of consciousness or commitment to delayed gratification. That's why Jerry Heller with NWA was able to put the contract in front of all the members of the group, Eazy-E, MC Ren, Dr. Dre, and Ice Cube, and said, "Here is $80,000. Here's a check for $80,000. Here's a nice car out front that you can have. All you got to do is sign this document, and you can have it all right now." Every single person signed the document except for Ice Cube. He was the only one who did not sign because he was the only one who was strategic enough and had enough of a commitment to delayed gratification that he wasn't going to sell his entire future so that he could drive away in a nice car. And so really, and really, and I think that translates to so many other things. That's why 30 years later, the man's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And the reason we became friends is because we both align in that line of thinking. We were both actually heavily influenced by our fathers. And this is one of the reasons why I think Black fathers are extremely important. They took another few $1 trillion in your wealth when they took your fathers out of the house. Fathers matter. Just like mothers matter, fathers matter. You cannot talk me out of that. Okay. So anyway, what I want to do is put your question in the Q&A section. Let's do a quick Q&A. I'll answer a few of your questions. And one other thing I want to share with you, I mentioned this before, is with the summertime coming, we have our financial flashcards for kids and stuff like that you can take a look at in our Black Wealth Mastery store. So I'm going to put this here. It's at drboycebooks.com, and there's the link directly. Also, if you use the code word book club, all one word, use the code word book club, you can get another 30% off everything in the store. We have apparel now in the store. So if you like Black Wealth, we have Black Wealth apparel. We have a whole love and money section that my wife and I run, where she's got workbooks on financial anxiety and all different kinds of things that relate to relationships and money. And there's a lot of good stuff there. Also, Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is there. So feel free to take a look at drboycebooks.com if you'd like to see what we have there. All right, so let me answer a few of your questions here. Okay. Now, if you could make your question like one sentence, that will help me make sure I can get through as many as possible. If it's too long, I'm gonna skim. I'll read the first sentence or so. Let's see here. Barbara says, I think the younger group has a different perspective of rappers. Yeah, I think that they do. There's a generational differential, and I think that the generation gap should not be seen as a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Young people need to listen to elders. Elders need to listen to young people. I pay attention to what young people are doing all the time. I watch the culture. I'm not, I think it's hilarious when people think that because I'm 52 that I don't see the same thing that I would see on the internet if I was 22. I probably see more. I talk to our 20-year-old all the time, and I see things he doesn't see. I'll say, "Well, did you see where Kai Cenat was beefing with so and so?" And he'll be like, "Oh, I didn't know about that." Right? So ultimately, I think that paying attention to the world is really good. I think paying attention to the community and the culture is very valuable, and I think that young people, if you want to be stupid, I mean, don't listen to older people, but if you want to be smart, listen to older people, and just know that doesn't mean you can't still be who you want to be. And I think older people should listen to younger people too, because they can teach you how to be a little more creative and innovative in your thinking, and you have to respect that as well. But just because it's new, that does not make it better. Just because it's new, that doesn't make it better. In fact, I really believe that when you talk about solving the Black economic problem in America, the best way for us to move forward is we have to look back, and we got to look way back. We got to go back to when our uh, when our um, when our ancestors were in before integration, where they didn't have the same access that we had, but yet they owned 100 times more land than we had. They had a lot more businesses than we have. They had stronger communities than we have. The kids were better educated than they are now. That's where our solutions lie. I don't think that our solutions lie necessarily in all the progressive answers. Okay, so someone says, were you teaching at a PhD level in 1993? No, I wasn't. I was a graduate student and I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in 1993. And then I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky in 1995 and 96. And then I taught finance also at the Ohio State University when I was working on my doctorate. And then I taught finance at Syracuse University on the faculty for 13 years. I also taught in China for about for a summer, and taught in some other places as well. So that's my teaching background in case you want to know it. Let's see here. How's your daughter? Does she still do makeup? No, she does not, and she's doing very well. Thank you for asking. All right, let's see here. Kathy, what books did you read for help? Well, I told you to learn about whatever it was I wanted to understand. I would just kind of read a book about it or try to get information. So again, if when I wanted to understand women, I read that book called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis, which I recommend for any man that really wants to understand women. I think you got to listen and learn and understand. And I think women should read books about men because from reading these books, I concluded that men and women are just very different. And that's why we don't understand each other because I can't look at my wife and what she does and see it through the lens of a man because our brains are different. They're literally different. I think men have more white matter and women have more gray matter, or it's reversed. And women, we're just different. So I think anything you want to learn about, it's in a book. I think I would get in the habit of consuming information. Let's see here. Someone says, I see the link to the real estate class, but it only sent me to my Black Business Program account. Show me the classes I paid for. Should I email your support team? Um, yeah, well, at Dr. Boyce Real Estate, Lisa, it should take you to the real estate class. If it doesn't, if it just takes you to the classes that you're enrolled in, then you may want to see if you're already enrolled, and it should be on the list of classes you're enrolled in. I've never seen that problem, but if you have any issues in the Black Business School, just email our support team. They're right there. Monty's waiting to talk to you. The email is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Let's see. How do I get out of deep credit card debt quickly and still save? Well, think of it like this. Think of it like um, if you think about your credit card debt like a bucket, and in order to get out of debt, you got to fill the bucket up with water, water meaning money. Then the more water you have, the faster you can fill the bucket up, right? There's no way to really eliminate a lot of debt quickly typically without having resources to do that. So the fastest way to get out of debt is to maybe take a class, learn how to build a side hustle. And that side hustle, that little extra income might make a difference. I know in the Prime program, drboyceprime.com, we have students that were able to take some assets that weren't really performing, like some money from their home equity or 401k, and buy stock and sell options and do what we do in class and generate maybe an extra $500 to $1,000 a week. I talked to a single mom where we work together, and she's generating like an extra $4,000 a month. But this is after she had spent years saving money and didn't know what to do with that money she has saved. And so I showed her, again, not investing advice, but I showed her what I do. And there is money there that you can extract that way. If you're interested, just go to drboyceprime.com. It really does work. It's really, really effective. There are probably Prime members in here. So if you are a Prime member, say something in the chat so people will know what the experience is like. But anyway, another thought that comes to mind is if your credit score is really bad, sometimes you can just dispute things. Remember, you have rights as a debtor. And so if you dispute things that are on your credit report, they have a certain amount of time they have to get back to you and validate that debt. And if they don't get back to you in time, then they have to remove the debt. So that might be another way to at least make sure that the debts are valid when you make your move. Let's see here. Is there a contact number for your trademark lawyer? Ask Rainthon. Email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I don't have her information here. And honestly, I cannot recommend her yet just because I have not worked with her long enough yet. So I did again because I support Black business owners and stuff. I was really a little irritated and traumatized by by people assuming that I was running the Tulsa Real Estate Fund because Jay came on the channel and talked about what he was doing. I'm really hesitant to really recommend anybody like that just because I don't know exactly what people are doing in their businesses. I focus on my business and that's it. And so really I wish I could share that, but I don't want to share things until I'm sure of what I'm seeing. So that's really a shift in policy we had to pursue because people get things misconstrued, and I don't want that to happen. All right, so let's see. Barbara says, "Can you elaborate more on how to get out of credit card debt?" Okay, so we talked about that a second ago. Let's see, Derek, how much capital do I need to join the options trading program? There's no specific minimum. I mean, just learning stock options is beneficial wherever you are capital wise. However, if you're talking about generating significant income, I found that at least maybe 10,000 to jump in and participate, and then maybe using a little margin can get you like a little bit of income coming in that can maybe get you the feel of maybe what it would feel like to own a multifamily property. Like I think that this approach is better than owning multifamily property. Take it from somebody. So I scratch that. I don't own multifamily property, so I want to be clear on that. I own two properties, and we're selling our properties, and we're just basically going to replace that with selling stock options instead because the ROI is higher. There's no work required. It's much more liquid. And those are really three things that are driving us to kind of make that shift. Regina, I messed up going into credit card debt to save my family. What's the best strategy? Okay, so we already talked about that, about getting out of credit card debt. Also, I think let me see, I believe the URL is drboycecredit.com. I did a whole training on credit and credit cards and how credit scores work and stuff like that. So if you want to take a look at that, feel free to go to, I think it's drboycecredit.com. Yeah, take a look at drboycecredit.com. If that does not work, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you out in terms of finding out what resources we have in that area. But yeah, I think that with getting out of debt, I know Dave Ramsey talks about the snowball method, where he talks about paying the smallest debts first and then getting that momentum and using that to pay the higher debts. And so there are lots of different ways to kind of get out of debt. But generally speaking, I really think finding ways to make more money just is a great solution that works across the board. And I think that having an abundance mindset helps. So I really believe that really embracing entrepreneurship and investor culture, but doing it conservatively can go a long way. So what I mean by that is this, there are people out here that have, these $30,000 masterminds and stuff where they promise you the world. And I'm not a fan of any of that. I don't believe in going and spending a bunch of money to be a part of stuff, but I'll spend a little bit of money to kind of dip my toe in the water, especially on something that I believe is actually going to work. And also, there are groups you can join where you can at least get ideas on ways to make extra money. The hard part is that there's so much stuff out here that just does not work. And I think that leaves a lot of us jaded. For example, I don't believe in MLMs. I know some of you may be members of MLMs and I don't want to offend you, but what I believe with MLMs what happens is that a lot of people that they put on stage, what happens is that they put two or three people on stage and everybody at the conference aspires to be like the two or three people on stage, but 99% of the audience hasn't made any money yet. And so to me, if I am looking to join anything, an MLM or whatever, one of the first things I'm going to ask is the person that's bringing me in, I'm going to say, well, how much money are you making? And can you show me how much you're making? And if you can show me that you're making a lot of money and exactly how it's being done, I might consider that. I might consider making some limited investment to explore that. But the risk is that you're putting up a lot of times you're putting up a lot of money and a lot of time. And I just don't have time to waste on stuff like that, right? So one of the things that I like about the Prime program that makes it just me really excited about it is that I met the students at the Stock Options Summit in Los Angeles, and all of you were there. It was totally packed up. Sorry it sold out, but we're going to do another one in Chicago. And I just told them, I said, if you have a little bit of capital to invest, I can show you how to make money on Monday. Like that's like literally, and students have sent me, one student sent me screenshots of money he made on Monday, and it wasn't gambling. It wasn't like I made a bet and then the price went up. It was like, no, this is where money's actually there. You can extract income. People only think about investing in terms of putting money out in hopes that something goes up in price. That's speculation. But there's also the other side of investing where you sell risk instead of actually buying and embracing risk. And that is an income stream that a lot of people use. So there's money out there. I encourage you to explore it. If you don't have the capital base to do what you want, remember I told you the most important thing a person can have when it comes to money is not a college degree, it's a capital base. If you have a capital base, I would trade a capital base for a college degree any day of the week. Like, so if I had a choice between being a 25-year-old with 150,000 in the bank or being a 25-year-old with a college degree and no money in the bank, I take the 125,000, especially if that kid knows how to, or 150, whatever the number was. Especially if he knows what to do with that money. If you give a kid 150,000 in the bank and they know what to do with that money, just basic things like I can go sell stock options or whatever, that kid can make as much money as a medical doctor, literally without any college degrees or anything like that. So give your kids a capital base. Forget college degrees. I'm not saying that they're not important. I'm not saying don't do it. And when I say forget it, I don't mean to say forget it like don't do it. I'm saying forget it as in that's not the best solution. The best solution is a capital base. All right. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me answer some more of your questions here. Let's see. Travis says, can you sell cover calls the strike price less than the current price? Yes, you absolutely can. I'm going to answer some of your questions. So if you log in to drboyceprime.com, I'm going to do a Q&A this afternoon. So you may want to log in and leave a question, and I'm going to answer a bunch of them this afternoon before my wife gets back. Calvin, what are effective steps to reclaim the resources in the African continent? I don't know. That's a big question because the Chinese have their teeth sank very deeply into Africa, and they formed a lot of partnerships there. There are people like Dr. Ken Harris, who's a very good friend of mine, who are forming delegations of business owners that are going to Africa and setting up trade lines in Africa. But I don't know if that can really compete with what the Chinese are doing. So that part is going to be tough. I think over time, though, young Africans are going to fight for their fair share. Their children are going to fight for their fair share. They're not going to let Chinese people just come in and take everything. I think there's going to be a reckoning on that. Let's see here. Veronica says, after weeks of rejects, we finally have a Robinhood account. Good for you. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear about the rejection. Sheesh. Joni, will there be an estate planning class at the ABNC? No, there will be no classes at the ABNC. We will do an estate planning class in the Black Business School. We will have an estate planner at the ABNC, but the ABNC is a weekend long event. And it's panels and speakers and stuff like that. So there won't be time to actually have a complete class. But we will have something on legacy and wealth building as one of the panels. And by the way, if you want to come to the convention, it's October 25th through the 27th, allblacknationalconvention.com. Calvin says, appreciate you, Dr. Boyce. Well, thank you. I appreciate you too as well. Let's see. Dr. Vibe, what do you think is the near future in the electric car industry? The near future is not good. I think the long-term future, we got to eventually have electric cars, I think. But right now, everybody wants hybrids. And also, the electric vehicle industry, Elon Musk's dominance in that industry is starting to decline. And the Chinese are really making moves, and they're actually making moves that are so aggressive that they're being accused of dumping their products out there in order to take over market share, right? So I personally think that that's going to be interesting to watch. When it comes to solar panels and EVs, I think the Chinese just have a long-term strategy. They're very long-term delayed gratification thinkers. The challenge of competing with China economically is they think very long-term and they think as a group. And it's very hard to compete with a team like that. So over time, they're going to probably end up dominating the EV industry, I believe. Let's see here. Let's see. Someone asks, is the Prime membership a monthly or annual? It's either one. If you go to drboyceprime.com, there's different options there. And also, if you text the word money to 87948, there's a training called How to Make Money Without Working that you can receive. So just text the word money to 87948. Yvonne says, is the real estate meeting $1 or free, like you said today? It's free. You can do the first month for free. So the link was in there. I put the link in there earlier. If you want to join for the first month, it's free. After that, it's $89 a month, and it's a bunch of resources and private discussions with real estate experts that can enhance your real estate training. There's already a lot of free bonus material in there. There's like $1,000 worth of stuff already in there. But then also I have private sort of VIP sessions with real estate experts, and you'll be able to join those as well. And you can share the membership with your whole family. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. Dr. Vibe, on a scale of 0 to 10, how optimistic are you about Black economics future for the next 50 years? Um, It depends on which black people you're talking about. I don't think all black people are in the same boat. I think that there's a segment of the black community that's going to just sort of be stuck, and they're going to be part of the permanent underclass that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. And I don't, in that there's not much I can do about that, just because if if you're listening to mainstream people and rappers and stuff like that in the public school system and all that, I don't know how to fix that. But I do believe that there is a segment, a large segment, a growing segment of intelligent black people that are really making just dramatic economic moves that put us on on a scale of 0 to 10, they're on a 14. You remember that when we're training you to teach your kids about investing at the age of 7, other people aren't really doing that. Even Jewish people aren't really doing it like that. Not at that level, not formalizing it. Like, what I'm doing is simply taking black excellence that we already have in the area of, say, sports and entertainment, and just saying, let's apply that to our economics also. This is nothing new. We're already performing at that level. We're already dominant, in certain areas. Let's just expand that into everything. All we're doing is we're doing a Michael Jordan. We're doing exactly what Michael Jordan did. Michael Jordan is a guy who said, I'm not just great at basketball, I want to be great at everything. And so Michael Jordan makes more money, probably 10 times more money now than he ever made as a basketball player. And as a basketball player, he was the highest paid player in the NBA. And I believe that if we were to talk to him now, I don't know Michael. I know Larry Miller, who is the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, who was responsible for taking Michael Jordan's brand to the multi-billion-dollar level. Larry's a great guy. I've actually had him on this platform before. I'll try to bring him back in. But I would love to talk to Michael too. But I'd be willing to bet you that if we had Michael in here, he would probably say that his competitive energy that he used to be great at basketball was something that he wanted to apply to business also. He doesn't like being a loser, and so that's why I don't understand with young black boys that are super competitive on the field, but then they become wimpy and intimidated, when it comes to things off the field. No, we should be dominating everything that we do. So this is because economics is a sport. Economics is a competition. And it's not just a sport, it's the most important sport that you'll ever participate in. It's the most important competition that we'll ever be in this world. So we got to be ready. Next, okay, Ronnie says best stocks to buy this year. I mentioned some stocks this week. If you go to drboycestocks.com, that's what Dr. Boyce is buying. I list stocks every single week that I find. I'm trying to think of the stock I mentioned yesterday. If somebody remembers the stock I mentioned yesterday, put it in the chat because I buy them. So I think it was Sprout. I think the ticker symbol was SPT. I think Sprout was the one I mentioned yesterday. Rue Parker says, I recently started investing in the markets. Thanks so much for all your teachings. I have challenges keeping track of my stocks and movements. How do you keep track of your investments? Well, most of the apps will lay out your portfolio for you in terms of telling you what you're invested in, what the gain was that day. They have a pretty good tracking system kind of already inside the app. I don't have a spreadsheet. I don't use a spreadsheet. I just use the apps because the apps will tell you whatever you need to know usually. E-Trade is really good. Fidelity is great. Schwab is great. Even Robinhood keeps track of stuff for you. Let's see. So that's a good point. So thank you, Rue, for that suggestion. Let me think about some other ways to keep track of things. I know that there are students. Some of you do have spreadsheets. I have a spreadsheet for the income I make from my stock options. But outside of that, for long-term investments, I just literally buy stuff and pile it in there and just kind of do. I try, to become wealthy, you imitate wealthy people. What wealthy people do is they're hoarders. They hoard various assets, financial assets, and other assets, and then over time, those assets go up in value, and that's how they become rich. Okay, a couple more questions, then we're gonna bounce out of here. Just saw Jeff Bezos offering landlord status for 100,000 fractions of real estate. What are your thoughts? Oh, $100 fractions of real estate. Really? Jeff Bezos. Oh, I didn't know that, Patricia. I'm gonna look that up. I did. That's very interesting. Have you been cloned on TikTok? Yes, I have. Probably about 80 times. So my TikTok has about 35,000 followers. So if you see me request or if you see me on TikTok, first of all, I don't slide in nobody's DM except my wife's. And also I don't really send out a lot of friend requests. So if you get one from me, that is not me. But if you want to follow me on TikTok, I think it's like Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you go to Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to take a look. Are you planning to teach in Texas? No time soon, Randy. So I don't have any. We had the convention in Houston one year, but that was a while ago. Um, let's see. Are you going to the rally for reparations on June 15th? That's April. No, but I spoke at the last rally and I supported 100%. Yvette, as a senior of 75, I made huge mistakes and lost much money. How can I start from the bottom and leave a substantial legacy for my two girls? Well, I would look at things like your insurance. Also, remember that if you have your two girls and they're very young, the gift that they have is time. So you can plant small amounts of money and just in your estate plan, just have it set where they can't touch that money for say 20 years. If you give your money 20 years to grow, it grows like a weed, right? And especially if your estate plan or your insurance policy automatically makes your trust the beneficiary of all those resources, and you give it like a good 20 years, that money will grow into something pretty substantial. The reason people don't have a lot of money is because they don't let their money grow. Like, think about it if you had bought Bitcoin in 2015 and just sat, it didn't touch it, it didn't mess with it. Let's say you just consistently bought $50 in Bitcoin every week for the last 8 years or 9 years, you'd have a ton of money, a ton of money. But what happens is that people, they things happen and they need the money, and so they sell, or they're worried that the price dropped a little bit, so they sell out because they're scared of the price dropping further. And all this picking at it, it's like when you have a scab. You know, your mama used to say, "Don't pick at it," because the more you pick at it, the longer it's going to take to heal. So when you get your portfolio, don't pick at it. Just do the $5 a day plan. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's totally free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. And literally don't pick at it. Just set it and forget it. Don't touch it. That ain't your money. That belongs to the kids and the grandkids. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. Um, let's see here. So yeah, I'm cloned on all the platforms, basically. So if you see me and I'm sending you like solicitations to buy Bitcoin or something, please don't do that. That's not me. Are teenagers able to sell options? Yeah, but I think they need parental supervision. But I think it's a valuable skill. Oh my God. If you have a child that is mature enough and patient enough to sit down and believe you when you tell them how important this skill is, it will change their whole freaking life. It will change their whole life. I'm not I'm talking like this because I'm just thinking about even kids in my own family where kids are just, if their brains are somewhere else, you can't explain like how important this is. So you try to tell them like, hey, you really don't, I know you're planning on trying to figure out which minimum wage job you're going to get and when you're going to graduate and what's going to happen after that. And I don't want to take that away from you. I don't want to take away your opportunity to experience the misery of going to work every day. Maybe that builds character or something. It didn't, I don't know what it did for me, but I guess that's what it did. But if your kid has a capital base that's like, let's say you invest for them when they're young and they have a capital basis, let's say $100,000, they never have to work for anyone ever. I think the problem there though is, what do you do if you don't work? If you take that away from people, see, work gives people a sense of purpose. That's the problem, right? Society tells you that your purpose is to get up and go to work for that corporation every day, and we create meaning in an otherwise meaningless activity for the most part, and we do that because we're bored. Like, what else would you do other than if you're sitting at home? What are you gonna do? Smoke weed and play video games and you know what I mean? Like, right? So you have to find a sense of purpose that goes beyond just like I'm getting up and going to do this meaningless job just so I can pay bills every day. And that because that's what most people do. Most people's time is spent paying bills and taking care of kids. That's it. And then resting in between. And so what do you do when that work piece is taken out, where there's a big void there? And that's where self-awareness comes into play and consciousness comes into play because you got to fill that void with a purpose that's going to get you out of bed every morning. My, do you know, I'm going to share this personal thought and then we're going to be done. I'm sorry if I didn't get to answer every question, but we usually go 30, 45 minutes. We've gone an hour and a half. But I'm going to tell you a personal story. I struggled with depression very badly in high school. It was really a really hard time for me. Self-esteem was not that high. Just a little bit of abuse. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't want to indict my parents because I love them and they were doing the best they could. And so I worked through that, right? I worked through that on my own. That was one of the benefits of being kind of like a pseudo abandoned kid, is that you learn how to be independent. So I just learned if I don't do it, nobody will. So I started to learn about things like positive thinking and stuff like that to kind of help me to overcome that, right? And when I really focused on that, it really made a difference. So for the next 30 years, I was very happy, very positive, because I would consciously, this is consciousness. This is why I'm so committed to this concept of consciousness. I would consciously look for the brighter side. I would consciously look for hope and possibility in my life. I would consciously look for ways to motivate myself to keep trying harder, while at the same time, realizing like, hey, God is not through with me yet. I can do this, right? That was literally like I became my own little internal cheerleader. I would give myself little motivational speeches inside my head, because I had nobody else around me to do that. So that was really beneficial in terms of being a driving force. As I was dealing with the horrible challenges of trying to finish my PhD, which was absolutely the most traumatic type of experience. It was just terrible. It was so hard. Or racism, and then you throw in racism and being broke, and then just relationship issues, just whatever, right? But I fought through that, right? And it was fine. And I feel like, okay, I succeeded. I was happy with my life. And then when I got about 47 years old, I had another problem. And here was the problem I had this time. I wasn't like I wasn't one of those, I wasn't like the men. Hold on, give me a second. It's my wife. Hold on. Hey, babe, I'm in class. Come up to room 900. I'm in class right now.
You're what?
I'm in class right now. My students can hear you. So come up to room 900 in the Marriott.
900?
Yes.
Boys.
I know that's great, baby, but they can hear you. They're listening to you.
255.
That's great, babe. Are
255.
you able to hear me? They're listening to you right now. Come up to room 900. I love you. That is awesome. Bye. So she's excited because she PR'd. So there we go. All right. Can y'all still hear me? Okay. Let me know. Give me a guess if you can still hear me. Okay. So anyway, so here's what the experience was. So when I was 47, what happened was I remember I wasn't like it was good in the sense like I wasn't one of those black men who's sort of like I made all these mistakes and now I'm trying to make up for the mistakes I made. I didn't have a lot of margin of error. Like, I had the kind of parents where if I went to jail, they would just leave me in jail. And so I didn't do stupid stuff. I didn't waste my opportunities, and everything I wanted to accomplish educationally, I accomplished it. Everything I wanted to accomplish financially, I accomplished it. Everything I even married, I literally married the woman of my dreams. I married the woman that I considered, if you'd asked me years ago, who's the prettiest lady you've ever met, I would have said Alicia. So I was very happy with my life. But the problem was that I realized I said, I don't have a reason to get out of bed anymore. Like I don't like what do you do? Like if you've accomplished what you want to accomplish and you have the money that you need to buy what you want, and you don't have to get up and like go to work every day. You had to find, so I was depressed for about 2 weeks. I would just lay in the bed and I would just watch Netflix. And I remember just telling Alicia, I was like, well, it doesn't really matter if I get out of bed or not because nothing's really going to change. And I had to find a new sense of purpose because my life had gotten almost like I'm not gonna say too good, but it was like, okay, those basic things that had driven me for so long were no longer there. What do you do when you have that void? So I encourage you to be conscious of that, right? And I encourage you to really train your kids on that, because what can happen is that if you give a kid a lot of resources, like if you just determined to give them what you never had, and you give them all these resources and they're 25 years old with, $250,000 in assets, they can get into a lot of bad stuff. They like that's why you see the rich kids out here getting on drugs, taking their own lives, doing crazy stuff because they don't have a purpose, right? So find a purpose. Maybe their purpose is the elevation of the community. I think that's a beautiful purpose for a black person to have, is to pour back into their own community, their own people. Maybe their purpose is I'm going to raise excellent children. I'm going to homeschool my kids because I can afford to do that, right? And I'm going to make sure that these kids are really ready for the world. Just little things like that. Or maybe their purpose is building that business that's going to employ other people. Find your purpose, find your purpose, find your purpose, find your money, and then find your purpose. Money is a pathway to purpose. That job is probably not in alignment with the purpose that God meant for you to have. And I just want that for you. Okay. And I hope that helps. I hope this conversation was beneficial. And sorry about my wife's interruption. That's really a wake up call for me to go ahead and finish this conversation. So you all have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you want to get a reminder, text morning to 87948. I don't send reminders out every day, but I can send them out periodically. Also, if you want to join us for the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia, here is the link, or you can also try getmoneyfest.com, but here's the link right here. If you would like to come to Philly, and that is my wife knocking at the door. 1 second, babe. So that means I got to get out of here. And also, last but not least, if you'd like to get a copy of Powernomics or our flashcards for kids, then you can go to drboycebooks.com. All right, guys, have a good day. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Today on drboycetv.com, we're going to talk about this interesting story that I just read about a mother who felt the need to spend $16,000 on her daughter's prom. Now, we're not here to shame the mother. We're not here to shame the daughter. Certainly, we're just here to kind of analyze this and think this through. And I'm going to just let you know what I see. And I'm going to be honest. And so I hope that that's okay. So anyway, get comfortable, buckle up your seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are, clan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say hello to everybody, and I see Vic FM. You're the first one in here, and he says, I love you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Well, same to you, brother. Love you, too. Thank you. And let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes if you can hear me. I am traveling with my family, and my wife brought me out here to sunny California, and we brought the kids, and so you know how it is when you stay in a different location. You got the Wi-Fi issues and everything. So give me a yes, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. What's going on, Shirley Harrell, Athea Muhammad, London Miss, Roxana Green, TC, Doris Daniels? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. And and as we get started, before we get started, I want to remind everybody, you guys know we do financial consciousness training or economic awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. It's 100% free in the Black Business School because I really want us to elevate our economic awareness. If you can't see the money, you can't be the money. So economic awareness training, EAT, means I'm going to show you how to eat so everybody can eat. So if you want to eat, then you got to be able to see the food. And that's what we do every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. It's just all I ask is that you bring your family. So if you want to join, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. So let's elevate our consciousness so we can understand things. Now, I'm going to do a quick straw poll. I saw this story that was really interesting. There was a prom where basically the mom, because she did not have a prom of her own, because she was feeling, I guess, emotional about what happened to her, she really went all out for her daughter. She spent 16 grand on her daughter's prom. And I'd be curious to know, what do y'all think? Like, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes if you think everything's cool. It's not a big deal. We're overreacting. It's her business. It's fine. And give me a no if you think, feel a little bit weird. Like this is a lot. This is a little bit too much. How about, did anybody in here? I'll be curious. Did any of y'all spend anything close to 16 grand on your prom? Does anybody? I mean, again, I'm not even gonna sound like a Gen Xer. I'm gonna sound like a boomer right now. Okay, I'm gonna sound like a boomer. What the hell's going on with these kids at these crazy proms? Have you seen how they've been flexing at their proms? Like I saw a guy who pulled up. He had a police escort, like the president of the United States. So the police escort comes through with 4 police motorcycles with their sirens on. And then he had a group of cheerleaders that were walking behind the police escort with their pom-poms. And then he pulls up in a Tesla Cybertruck. Like, what's going on right now? Like, is this like the Flex on them Olympics? Like, is that what we're doing now? Is this our new competition? Like, did I miss the memo? Because I got to show y'all pictures of my prom. I had a couple of nickels to rub together. I had to buy my suit and my girlfriend's dress. And my parents didn't know that my girlfriend was pregnant, so we had to get a little bit of a extra large kind of dress. I mean, they just thought she was gaining weight. They thought I liked big girls or something. And that's how we did it, man. We didn't we didn't do all this crazy stuff. I don't know. So I don't know. I find it interesting, right? And I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. So let's just keep that 100% clear. I think we can have an honest conversation without it being either enabling of unhealthy financial behavior, but also without it being just, nasty and cold. And because we don't know this lady's business. For all we know, $16,000 might be nothing but a thing to her. She might be somebody that might spend 16 grand going on vacation. She might be a multimillionaire. She might have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the bank. And there are people who do this. If Kim Kardashian can look fancy and buy luxury items, then why can't a black girl have these things, right? So nothing wrong with that at all. I want to make that 100% clear. Okay, so give me a yes if you agree. We can have this conversation in love without it just being a nasty gossip fest. Okay, all right. So let's jump into some of this, right? And let's just talk about some things to sort of factor here, really from an economic awareness standpoint. When you're talking about proms and you're talking about economic awareness, this really is something, and we do our economic awareness training every morning. This is really where you're able to kind of understand and see just how wealth works and where your money's going. We can see why Black people have less wealth than other groups. We can see why the Asian and Jewish communities have the highest incomes and the highest wealth levels. We can see why Black consumption patterns are a little bit disturbing and how they're influenced by things like hip hop culture, right? Because for 30 years, these poor kids have grown up in an environment where rappers have done nothing but flex on them every single day. They constantly, drive up in these fake, these cars that they rented from somebody with rented jewelry in a rented house. And they give you a false fake lifestyle that makes you think that somehow you got to live like that. And if you're not living like that, then you're not a quality person. Quality of individuals, in my view, should be measured by how hardworking you are, how smart you are, whether you're a good person or a bad person. Do you have goals? Do you treat people well? Instead, we rank quality of people by how much European shit you got on your body, like how much Gucci you got, dog. How much? I saw you wearing Louis. I saw you wearing Prada. And it's the funny thing to me is that these European companies, they don't even hardly like Black people that much. They don't even like you, but you give all your wealth to these people that don't like you to impress people who probably don't like you either. And I do think that is something worth at least being conscious and aware of. So what tends to occur, in my view, is with these proms kind of getting outrageous, I think that what's happening is that kids are putting pressure on other kids. And I think that the kids are feeling like they have to go above and beyond to show off at prom. So rather than being evaluated favorably because you made good grades or because you have a big goals for the future, people just look at what kind of car you're driving. And I'm gonna tell you what the car you're driving, the clothes you're wearing don't mean nothing in terms of what kind of person you are. It means nothing. I know people that have lots of money who are just complete scumbags, who don't even take care of their kids, who are horrible human beings, who are dumb as bricks, who are lazy as hell. And there is no reason that a person should be evaluated on a higher scale just because they're showing up with a bunch of fancy stuff. Also, you don't show your wealth by throwing your wealth away. Throwing your wealth away is not a flex. It is not a flex to say, hey, I'm doing really well financially, and I'm going to prove it to you by giving all my money away to white people. That's not a flex. What that shows is some sort of deeply embedded insecurity that you have. What it shows is that you don't feel confident and comfortable enough in your own skin that you have to spend money to buy self-esteem. You have to spend money to buy esteem from others. You have to spend money. You have to give your money away in order for you to feel complete, to feel human. And I just don't understand why that is not something that isn't discussed more regularly. Maybe it's because we just don't always have what we need to do that. And maybe I'm overthinking it because I'm a finance professor and my wife is a therapist. So as imagine a finance professor laying in bed with a social work PhD who's a licensed therapist and analyzing these things. We come to these awkward insights that may sound strange on the forefront, but I think it really speaks to a need for healing in the community to help us get where we got to get to. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If this is your first time here, I hope that you will join us and hang out with us, because we are the best on earth when it comes to Black wealth and Black economics. We don't play. We are extremely good at what we do. And I was on the faculty at Syracuse University for 13 years. I taught at the Ohio State University, University of Kentucky, et cetera. And our goal is to make Black people the most intelligent economic group of people on the planet, at least those who want to listen. And I speak to you every single day because I'm serious about this too. So we're talking about spending on proms and overspending. Now, when I think about proms and I look at kids flexing out on their proms and going crazy, rolling up in Camels and Bugattis and everything else, it makes me think about that next step, the bigger version of the prom, which is called the wedding. And I thought about how much people spend on weddings. And I think that there's a connection there, right? There's a connection between just basically this idea that you're having this big event where you're showing off for a bunch of other people, right? You're spending a bunch of money so that other people can be comfortable and happy. I mean, because think about it. If you're giving away all your money, you're not comfortable. If you just spent your last nickel and you're looking at your bank account and you got 45 cents in it because you spent everything, or you're thousands in debt, you're not comfortable. So the money that you spend on a wedding or prom, that's not really for you. That's not really for you. Let me know if you know what I'm saying. Give me a guess you understand what I'm saying. It's not for you. It's not for you. The money that you're spending is for other people. The money that you're spending is not for you. It's for other people who are looking at you. It's for their pleasure, not for yours. So when you go and you overspend on a prom, a wedding, or any other big event that's kind of a one-day thing, flash in the pan, I think you really might want to take some time to really say, like, why am I doing this? Because if you talk specifically about weddings, let me tell you this as a married man. Weddings are beautiful. Weddings are wonderful. Weddings are necessary for a community that wants to build on itself. You have to have families for your community to be strong. You cannot have a strong family with 10 million baby mamas and baby daddies. It just won't work. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I hope you all agree with me. I hope I don't sound old fashioned by saying that the only way Black people can really succeed is if Black men and Black women support each other. I hope I don't sound crazy by saying that if Black women don't gain respect for Black men and Black men don't maintain respect for Black women, that we're going to fail. I hope I hope you can agree with me on this. So when you're talking about marriage and weddings and all that, that's necessary in order for your community to thrive. You need to form these bonds and these institutions that allow your children to be safe in a nurturing environment and to grow into the people that they're supposed to be. But in my view, and this is my humble opinion, I think that there's not enough work sort of separating the wedding from the marriage. A lot of people want to have a wedding, but they don't really want to be married. You understand what I'm saying? Just like a lot of people want to have sex, but don't nobody really want to raise no kids. Getting married is very different from staying married. Having a wedding is very different from having a 20, 30, 40-year marriage. When I married my wife, I went to the OGs. I went to the people. I didn't go to the internet and listen to some cute little influencer who says everything that I want to hear. That's what people do. They go and they women will get on they're all 10 million women will follow some guy who's saying that the only reason a man don't want you is because these men is too weak. They too weak. They don't know us. They can't handle a strong woman like you. And you're like, yeah, that's right, girl. And then there's some guy, some good looking guy, probably got a beard and some dreads, telling women, or say whispering sweet nothings in women's ear, or some lady, with a boobs out, telling men like these women are out of pocket. These women need to stop. And these women, they don't appreciate a good man. They don't know how to treat no man, and then all the men are like, that's right, queen. Thank you, queen. I appreciate you, queen. Right. I get it. Right. But these are not your people that should be advising you on relationships. The people that should be advising you on relationships are your grandparents, because your grandparents got married in 1962 and they've been married ever since. Those are your scholars. Those are your romantic intellectuals. Those are the people that can tell you how to build something and make it last. So here's the deal with weddings. This is interesting. A lot of you may not know these financial facts about weddings, so let me share a couple with you. I don't know if you all know this, but let me see. I pulled up some studies here. Basically, the average wedding in 2023, the average wedding was about $30,000. Secondly, 28% of all couples go into debt to pay for their wedding, and the debt usually amounts to $11,737. That's a lot of debt. So you're literally, so you get married, you're taking on another student loan, and then some people they get a divorce before the debt's even paid off. They found also that 45% of couples that's nearly half of all couples who finance their wedding with loans or credit cards reported struggling to pay off the wedding related debt. And I haven't even talked about the high divorce rate. I haven't even talked about how many of these couples don't even last. So effectively, when I see extravagant spending on a prom, it reminds me of the extravagant spending on the wedding, because what you're really doing is you're giving yourself some sort of emotional orgasm that is not in any way connected to the actual act of doing something that's actually lasting in long term. Marriage and things like that require discipline, whereas getting married or blowing your financial back out at your prom or whatever, that doesn't require discipline at all. That's just a feel good moment that you're sacrificing your financial future for. Now, do me a favor, everybody. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I hope you'll allow me to thank a sister who is supporting the Black Business School and helping us to do this podcast. And her website is ericatree.com. So if you're a parent, there's an amazing resource for you. There's a 30-day ninja cursive workbook that was inspired by a student named Patrick, who asked Miss Latanya Williams to teach him cursive so he could compete in chalkboard game wars. This workbook does more than just help students write. It boosts their memory, reading fluency, spatial awareness, and hand-eye coordination. And this is important because I don't know if you know how bad the public schools are. They're absolutely terrible. They're not educating our kids. They're not doing right by them. In Chicago public schools, the vast majority of the children can't read, write, or do math at grade level. So let me know if you agree with me that we need to educate our own kids. So this sister's doing this, Miss Latanya Williams, that's her name. The digital download is $39.99 at ericatree.com. That's RECA-tree.com. So that's a great deal. The physical product on Amazon is $54.99. So if you want to save some money, you can get the digital download at ericatree.com and teach your kids cursive. My mama was complaining about that. My mama was like, they don't even teach the babies how to write cursive no more. When I get on the phone with my mama, she got a whole laundry list of rants, because my mama got me through the public school system. This terrible public school system. They love to take little Black boys like me, who probably have a touch of ADHD. I do, because my brain is very active. And rather than seeing that as an asset, rather than seeing me as somebody who maybe has a lot of good ideas, who's a good thinker, they look at you and they say, okay, we got to put him on medication. And I think that the reason that they're so quick to put Black boys on medication, they over medicate us, is because they want to control us. Every week we do Powernomics training where we read Dr. Claude Anderson books. And if you read a Dr. Claude Anderson book like Black Labor, White Wealth, which you can find at powernomics.com, you'll find that historically the goal was always to control and contain Black people. And they always had a fear of active Black males. They had a fear of courageous Black men. They had a fear of intelligent Black men. So when your son shows up as an intelligent Black boy, their first goal is like, okay, how do we control this guy and get him to do what we're telling him to do? And I'm glad my mother encouraged me to be the rebel that I am, because if I'd done what they told me to do, I wouldn't be a shadow of the man that I am today. So shout out to all the mothers and the fathers who are defending your children. Shout out to all the parents that are teaching your own kids, and whenever you can. You don't have to take them out of school, but you should be teaching them. And shout out to everybody who understands what I'm talking about, because this brainwashing runs pretty deep. Now let's go back here. Let's talk about this this lady, this very nice, loving mom. I'm gonna call her the loving mom. She's not, I'm not gonna say anything bad about her, but she spent 16 grand on her daughter's prom. And part of the reason that she did it is because she said she didn't have a prom herself. At least that's the headline I read. I think it was on Shade Room or something, right? So I don't know this lady's complete story. I just know that $16,000 number was pretty amazing. I bet you there are lots of parents who did the same thing. And one of the things that was really interesting to me that really stood out, and this is the kind of thing we will be talking about in our economic awareness training, is that she mentioned the reason that she felt the need to spend this money is because she had this emotional void. And the emotional void came from what seems to be a type of trauma. And again, my wife is my wife is certified in trauma. So I have to double check to make sure that this will qualify as a trauma. But there was this trauma of missing her own prom. And this is something that clearly has stuck with her. She doesn't look old. Y'all know Black don't crack. She's looking like she's 28 or 29, but she's probably about 40 something. Y'all know how y'all Black women are. Y'all the most beautiful creatures on the planet. Her daughter's beautiful as well. And what I was seeing here is this almost like this horrible experience she went through that she could not get over, that has shaped her financial choices 20, 30, 40 years later. And this is really interesting to me because in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department where we talk about how these traumas affect your economic choices. And my wife helped me to actually put this together because trauma is huge in terms of Black spending patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to Black investing patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to the amount of financial anxiety in the Black community, when it comes to just the way we view money, the way we spend our money, the way we invest our money. When even someone who sells their stocks really quick, the minute they see something go wrong and they lose a bunch of money because they don't hold on, for the recovery, that's driven. A lot of that's driven by trauma. Trauma creates these trauma responses, these trauma triggers, right? So one thing that's interesting to me, and I want you to process this, is that there are people who profit from Black trauma. There are people that profit by getting things out of Black people by basically sort of triggering whatever negative experience you might have had. Like, for example, if you notice politicians, when they're trying to get your vote, the biggest thing they typically do is they try to scare you into voting for them. They don't tell you why they're going to help you. They tell you why the other party is terrible and they're going to put you all in chains and all this, right? And so I think about this trauma in terms of how it shaped this mother's need. Like somehow she felt that the way I can show love to my daughter and the way I can heal a little bit is by spending all this money. And I wonder if there would have been a less expensive way for her to heal and overcome the experience. Because think about this. This really says to me that if this mother had had a prom, pay attention now, if this mother had had her prom, she wouldn't have felt the need to spend $16,000 to overcompensate for a trauma that she cannot reverse. Do you understand? Let me know if y'all follow what I'm saying. I hope I'm not getting too deep on you with this. But so that is something where this goes back to the fact that, when we talk about things like therapy and healing, if you're properly healed, then that will actually help you financially. A person who is healed, where their self-esteem is intact, for example, they don't need to buy luxury items to feel better about themselves. They already feel good about themselves. Or if you think about a young lady, think about this, process it this way. If you think about young ladies who have low self-esteem, what do? What can happen out of that? Well, they when they go on the dating market, they date a bunch of creepy, crappy men, and they're giving these men access to things that money can't even buy, that money should not be able to buy. Well, why is that? Well, partly it's because they don't value what they have. They don't value who they are. So a person with low self-esteem becomes an easy target for somebody that's seeking to exploit them, or somebody who doesn't know who they are, or somebody who's gone through something, right? So effectively what I'm saying is that with this lady, because she has not healed from this thing that happened maybe 20 or 25 years ago, is spending money as a way to feel better about what happened in her problem. Like it was bad for me. I'm going to make it better for my daughter. I'm going to take this full circle. We're going to make this right. And I really don't know if that's the most efficient way to do it. And so, in fact, let me kind of lay out some possibilities in terms of just considerations on why people might overspend either on a prom or a wedding. Again, I put proms and weddings kind of in the same category. These are these one-time events that we get really excited about, and we put so much money into that. And what we don't understand is that when you spend $16,000 on a prom, you're giving up 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, $100,000 worth of economic opportunity. Remember, money is a seed. Money is a lot of things, but one thing money is money's a seed. You plant seeds. Seeds get planted. Planted seeds grow. Seeds that get eaten do not grow. So when you consume, you are eating your seeds. Do you understand? When you eat your seeds, the seeds do not grow. The seed cannot grow if you've eaten it. So when you take your money and you consume, you eat, then what occurs is that you have destroyed the potential of what that money could have become. So let me give you some examples. So let's say that this mom had taken the $16,000 and said, you know what, I love you, and I want you to have a nice prom. So we're going to spend about $1,000 on the prom, but we're going to take the rest of that money and we're going to put it towards your future. Well, what could she have done with that? Well, number one, $16,000 could have been a 20% down payment on a property, or maybe a 10% down payment on a $160,000 property. If that property accumulated value of even a modest rate of, say, 3% per year, by the time your daughter's 40, she's got a property worth over $300,000. Do you understand? So when you spent the $16,000, the daughter misses the $300,000. Again, you went for the little reward, but you could have got the big one. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just telling you the truth. What else? Let's say, y'all know I love the stock market. Well, if you take that $16,000 and you put the 16,000 in a regular S&P 500 fund, which we show you how to do at blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, and that's our $5 a day plan. You'd be amazed at how much money grows when you let it grow. You'd also be amazed by how much money doesn't grow when you kill it. And killing it is spending it. When you spend it, you're killing your potential. So let's see what would have happened if she'd taken that 16 grand and put it in an S&P 500 index fund. By the time her daughter was 40 years old, she would have $86,776. So again, you didn't spend 16,000, you spent 86,000 when you spent money on this prom. What else could she have done? You could have put money in, say, a 529 plan or something like that. The 529 plan also grows. It's a way to kind of save for college, right? So again, I'm not assuming the mother didn't do all these things, right? She may have done all these things. She may have the 529 plan in place. She may have the stock portfolio in place. She may have her daughter in position to own real estate. She may have done all these things. But here's my point. If any of these things have not yet been done, that concerns me, because I get concerned when I see us having just sort of embracing a culture where we blow the whole bag before we get a chance to really have anything. Right? This instant gratification culture is very anti-wealth. The instant gratification culture is being heavily promoted through things like hip hop. And I'm sorry, rappers, my buddy Killer Mike, he texted me one time. He said, hey, Doc, we want you to lay off the rappers. We don't want people to think you don't like rappers. And I said, I do like rappers. What are you talking about? I'm friends with a lot of rappers. Immortal Technique, I love that guy. He's a great guy. D1, love D1. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys was in my wedding. One of my best friends, Ice Cube, is my friend. I have a lot of friends that are in hip hop, so I don't dislike rappers. What I'm saying, though, is that hip hop culture, the bastardization of it, creates a space of where instant gratification is glorified. Where looking good, pay attention now, looking good is more important than actually being good. And there are a lot of people who look great on the outside, but they are torn to pieces on the inside. They are torn to shreds on the inside, but you're looking fly on the outside, so you think everything's okay. I don't want you to just look good on the outside. I want you feeling good on the inside. I want you to heal. I don't want you just to appear to be financially secure. I want you to really be financially secure. Ain't no future in the fronting. Remember MC Breed? Ain't no future in the fronting. So why are we fronting? Why are you trying to look good for all these other people, but you can't look good for yourself? Because you got to look in the mirror. You know what you really look like. You know what you really look like. When you take off the clown mask, you know what you look like. When you take off the makeup, you know what you look like. But the whole world is full of people that are forced to wear clown masks and makeup so they can pretend to be something that they're not, because the hard work is not as glamorous as the easy fix and the easy flex. It's much harder to get up and go to the gym every day than it is to just take some Ozempic pills and make all the weight kind of just fall off. So a lot of times the microwave culture, the instant gratification culture, which is very anti-wealth, very anti-community, very anti-Black, is something that is pushed heavily on our children. And I feel bad for them because many of them do not have a chance. They do not have a chance. How are you going to compete in society when the educational system screwed you out of an education? How are you going to compete in society when you don't even have a stable family to begin with? You can't even grow. You're like a flower trying to grow in unstable soil. How are you going to compete in the world when nobody sat you down and taught you about the basics of economics? It's very difficult. So we got to stop setting our kids up for failure, man. That's what I'm saying. Again, $16,000 prom, it is what it is, right? Again, I don't know nothing about this lady's business. She might have $1 million in the bank. I bless her. I hope they had a good time that night. But I really kind of think we got to really analyze the culture if we really want to understand and analyze our economics. So anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I want to also give a quick shout out, if you will allow me to, as you hit the thumbs up button, to our sister who runs ericatree.com. Her name is Miss Latanya Williams, and she has a daily phonics book that's a must-have for your child's early literacy development. It was inspired by legendary educators like Marva Collins and Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. It reinforces the 44 sounds of the English language, boosting fluency and phonemic awareness. Help your child build a strong foundation in reading today. And you can go to ericatree.com to check out some of her products. This particular link, I can, I'm going to send out Dr. or Miss Latanya's direct links to her products via text to you. If you get on a text list for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link to her phonics product. It's a kind of a long bit.ly link, and I can't really recite it. Her main website is ericatree.com, ARECA-tree.com. But I can send you the link to this second product that she mentioned, because it sounds like this sister's really doing the thing. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time. Does anybody know? Give me a yes or no if you've heard of Marva Collins. Does anybody know who Marva Collins is? Because if you don't know who Marva Collins is, I really need you to know who she was. Marva Collins was one of the greatest educators ever. Marva Collins, from what my mother said, she started a school in the projects. Like this, I mean, this lady did not play. This lady, she started a school in the projects. See, and y'all, some of y'all in here, 7-figure Negroes driving luxury cars with fancy jobs. Some white man that gave you a fancy job. But the problem is you ain't doing the job. You're not doing the job. You got the fancy car and the fancy job, but Marva Collins was in the projects doing the damn job. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time because Marva came to speak at the there's this group that I owe my life to called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky. And in fact, I love them so much. Me and my wife made a $20,000 donation a couple years ago, and that's not even a drop in the bucket compared to what they gave me. I really should have given them a $2 billion donation because they literally saved my life. And Marva Collins gave the speech, and she was standing in front of a lot of really fancy, well-dressed Black people in this really nice hotel. And she just went off. She literally, my mother said, she said that she gave that speech. She said, "How dare you? How dare you sit up here in your comfortable clothes, in your comfortable hotel, looking all fancy when our children are suffering. Our children are not being taught to read. Our children are not being properly educated. Our children are not being prepared for the future. And you're sitting here acting like everything's okay." So I'm going to just tell you, Marva Collins, based on the stories of my mama, she was just this woman. Like, you talk about people that need to be Black heroes. See, y'all got to stop letting these white folks tell you who your heroes are supposed to be, because they're always going to guide you in the wrong direction. If I ask for directions from somebody who does not like me, he's going to guide me right to the place that I'm going to get shot and killed or something, right? So don't stop letting people set you up for nonsense. Like, go look up Marva Collins. If you don't know who this sister is, look her up, because Marva Collins, to me, really shows the potential of what we can do when we know what the job is, when we understand the assignment. And she understood the assignment. I mean, she really started a school. From what I understand, she started a school in the projects. There she is on the screen. And she educated kids better than the whole damn Chicago public school system. I'm going to read a little bit of her bio real quick, because I think that she deserves our respect. So Marva Collins was an influential American educator, best known for her work in improving education of disadvantaged children. Born August 31st, 1936 in Monroeville, Alabama, born in the Deep South with all that stifling racism, right, that's supposed to destroy you. She gained national recognition for her innovative teaching methods and dedication to student success. In 1975, Collins founded the West Side Preparatory School in Chicago, Illinois, with a focus on providing high-quality education to African-American children from impoverished backgrounds. Her approach emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. Pay attention, Black people. Are you listening to me? Are you listening? Did y'all hear what I just said? They said that her educational process emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. So I'm going to ask y'all this question. Let's talk about Chicago public schools, or we could talk about Philadelphia public schools, or we could talk about New York public schools. When it comes to Black children in these public school systems, do they have high expectations for Black children? Yes or no? Do you think that they set high expectations for our kids, or do you think they set low expectations for our children? That's the first question. Second question. She mentioned a rigorous curriculum. Would you agree, yes or no, that Black children who go through most public school systems are the beneficiaries of a rigorous curriculum that prepares them for life, where they're reading and doing math and science at the highest levels and prepared to succeed at anything that they choose to do in life? Yes or no? What do you think? Do you think that they give the Black kids, little Black boys, little crazy black boys like me, the rigorous curriculum, or you think they give us some old BS, some old bull spit? What do you think? Now let's go to the third element that they mentioned here, a nurturing environment. Yes or no? Do you think that our children in the public school system are the recipients of a nurturing environment? What do y'all think? Or are they pretty much given prison on training wheels? The school to prison pipeline is very real. Prisons and schools are very similar, and it's kind of crazy that we think that that's okay. It's kind of crazy that we look at this and we say, "Oh yeah, my kid's going to school and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do." No, you're not. So Marvin Collins set the standard, and you can either face the challenge or run away from the challenge. You can look up to people like Diddy if you want to, somebody who might who might try to take your daughter's booty and your son's booty at the same time. You can look up to people like that, people who spend their time being clowns for a living and dancing and singing and all that. Or you can look up to people like Marvin Collins or Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. I met Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu one time. I loved him. He's as great in person as he is as he is publicly. These are your heroes, people. These are the people that we want to learn from. So let's finish up this conversation here. So we were talking about this sister who spent 16,000, or her mother spent 16,000 on the prom, and the little girl went to the prom and had a great time, I'm sure. The $16,000 in general, I would say, might be a bit much for a prom. But then again, though, I think that it becomes kind of a weird dilemma, because do we have the right to really tell anybody what they should spend on the prom? All of us have spending habits on things that we just want to enjoy, right? And I think that when it comes to money, I think you can be financially literate, financially secure, and financially intelligent without it always coming down to you beating yourself up because you got coffee at Starbucks, or getting mad at yourself because you decided you wanted to get a luxury car. A lot of people will tell you this. A lot of the financial gurus who didn't go to school that long on the internet will beat you up all day about all the little expenditures that you have and all the little ways that you spend money. And I can tell you as a finance professor that a lot of that stuff is BS. A lot of it's silly. Basically, being financially secure and financially intelligent doesn't mean that you can't splurge. It does not mean that you can't enjoy your life. It does not mean you can't have nice stuff. You deserve nice stuff. You deserve a nice life. What it just means is that you have to have that work hard, play hard kind of mindset. The problem is not so much that young kids want to have nice stuff. It's that some of them ain't trained to work for it. They don't understand the sacrifice required to even get to a point where you deserve to lean back and kind of chill a little bit. Some people come into life chilling, and I don't understand that. I'm just gonna tell you, I probably sound old fashioned, but I don't get that. How you gonna start off chilling at 18? How are you 18 and you going into retirement already? And I don't understand that, right? Because I do think that there is something to be said about hard work, planning, perseverance, education, all these other values. Those tend to be the characteristics that are common in cultures that are successful. So if you were to pay attention to things that you see on, say, the Shade Room or places like that, you see the remnants of a really, really toxic, unhealthy culture. What do you see? You see unhealthy relationships, lots of baby mama, baby daddy drama every other day. You see lots of materialism, lots of shallow behavior, right? Like, I'm doing well because I'm a famous rapper that's wearing Gucci and riding in a limo. But the reason I have 8,000 tattoos on my body, with a couple of them being teardrops, and the reason that I passed out at my last concert is because I got a drug addiction, an alcohol addiction, and I slept with 3,000 women. So not only have I received every STD in the book, but I'm giving STDs to your daughters because your daughters have been falsely led into being attracted to toxic, horrific men like myself, which is, to me, just one of the most sinister things that the racists can do to the black man and to the black woman. The most horrible thing that they have done to us is to take people that are unhealthy and elevate them as your success stories. Do you understand what I'm saying? To really take people. I mean, have you ever looked at some of the guys and the women that are just on, go to like the Shade Room. I follow the Shade Room because I like to see what young people are looking at. I like to see what they're looking up to. And I say, gosh, that person looks physically and mentally unhealthy, but somehow people think that person is a hero or a leader. Oh, wow, that person is ignorant as hell. They probably can't even read, but somehow the kids look at that and say, I want to be just like that when I grow up. Wow, that person is really wasting a lot of money. They're probably in a a really bad financial situation, or they're going to be, but yet we look at that and we say, wow, look at how successful they are. Those are not your success stories. Those just aren't. And I really think that this whole phenomenon of overspending at prom, spending like a damn buffoon, is, and I'm not calling this lady a buffoon. I'm just saying that some of this stuff is kind of crazy. There's a history to this, by the way. If you read Dr. Claude Anderson books, which are at powernomics.com, in his book Black Labor, White Wealth, he explains that historically the Negro has been seen as this outrageous, almost like a cartoon character kind of person, right? Just like this person that's going to be outlandish, that's dancing and singing and smiling and doing the minstrel show all the time, that's always like trying to be the life of the party because he wants to impress massa. And then Massa will give him rewards. Massa will give him extra butter biscuits and everything else because he was dancing and singing so loud. And I thought about that when I saw Diddy. His son was on stage, and they took the music away, so it made it look even crazier. His son was dancing, and it was really weird because he was dancing just like his dad was dancing in like 1998. Exact same, very similar moves, very similar, like really exaggerated arm movements and all that. And I say, gosh, am I the only person who thinks that looks kind of clownish? Like, am I the only person who's kind of feeling uncomfortable about the fact that this is what the African American male is known for throughout the world? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, am I being too serious, or what do y'all think? I mean, because I just really kind of think it's something that we have to kind of process, because trying to sort of be outlandish in order to sing for your supper is I kind of think that's beneath us. I don't think that is dignified behavior. I don't think that is behavior that's going to get respect from other people, right? I don't think that that's going to make people say, golly, look at those African Americans. Those are some model citizens. Those they raise their kids properly. The black male, he's always intelligent. He's always prepared. He's always thinking about the future. He's always doing right by his family. He's just sturdy. He's just solid. You can rely on him to come through. That I don't think they look at black men and think that way. I really don't. I don't, and I hate it. But that's what I think. I think that they look at black men and they say, "Oh, well, they don't get pregnant by a black man. He won't take care of the kids because he's irresponsible. He's like an animal. He's a buffoon. He's an idiot. He's a clown." That's what people say about you. That's what they say. That's just true. That's what they say. And I will personally say overall that we have to sort of look at the culture, not because this is a culture that was created by us. This culture was not created by us. Even if you look at a guy like Diddy, who was really heavily influential in quote unquote the culture, he referenced the culture all the time. Remember, he was backed by people like Clive Davis. Without Clive Davis and these other people at the record labels, there would be no Diddy. There would be no Diddy out here if it wasn't for whoever was giving him money to fund the mass marketing of whatever he was doing on stage. So really, when I say let's challenge the culture, I'm not talking about challenging black culture. I'm really talking about challenging racist culture in blackface. And it's racist culture in blackface that I believe had a huge impact in the culture of our kids that feel like they got to spend $10,000, $20,000 at the prom just to not get made fun of. There's no reason, again, if kids want to go, if their parents want to go blow the whole bag on a prom, that's their right. But what I feel bad for are the kids whose parents are thinking, no, I don't want to spend $20,000 on your prom. We're going to spend $1,000 on your prom, and the other $19,000 is going to go into your investment portfolio. I don't want that kid to get made fun of by the loud clowns who spent $20,000. I don't want that to happen. And that's what occurs. That's what happens. The smart kid gets made fun of. The kid who's thinking about the future gets made fun of. The kid who's serious about his life gets made fun of. And I think that that's wrong. I think we have to defend those children. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic. I actually don't have much else to say about it. I want to say thank you guys for listening to me on this. I appreciate it. And I also want to give a quick thank you to Miss Latanya, who actually has some great products at ericatree.com, or Ericatree, I'm sorry, ARECA-tree.com. She has some great educational products. I hope you'll go take a look at that. If you want to educate your own kids, she also has products on financial literacy. She has products on that will teach your child cursive. She has products on the daily phonics, things like that. So feel free to go to that website and take a look at what the sisters got going on. Now, if you want to join us tomorrow morning, every single morning in the Black Business School, we do financial consciousness training, or what we call economic awareness training, where I show you just how to see the money, how to see the economics around you, how to see the possibility around you. It's totally free. I just ask that you pay attention and you bring your family. If you want to join us, text the word morning to 87948 on your phone. So just type in the word morning and text that to the number 87948. And if you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com and join us there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you had a great day. Have a great day, and I appreciate you. Take it easy. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are, clan.
What's going on? I hope you guys are having a good night. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And today I want to cover this list. I saw this interesting list of the 10 college majors that are most regretted by college graduates. And so I'm going to go through this list and kind of talk through it and just kind of share a perspective on it that I think is really interesting. And also, I noticed that Terrence Howard thinks that he's reinvented mathematics, which I think is just hilarious. So anyway, let's get started here. I'm going to jump right into the conversation. All right. So I don't know how many of you went to college, but if you did go to college, type college or college graduate in the chat. Let me know that you went to college. If you don't know my background, I taught on college campuses for a long time. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University. I also started the Black Business School, where we serve about 167,000 students around the world. And our goal is to focus primarily and solely on the Black wealth issue. I believe that the Black wealth issue is the most important, most pressing issue of our community right now. So I've dedicated my life to pulling together as many experts as possible, from therapists to health experts to relationship experts to financial experts, to figure out why Black wealth is going down and how to stop it. So I just want you to know we've already solved that problem. The challenge now is getting us to implement the solutions. Solutions are very straightforward. If you want to see our solutions, the solutions are free. You don't have to pay for the solution. It's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. You'll see the $5 a day plan that will get anybody out of poverty and make them wealthy in less than a generation. So I want to first of all say hello to Robin as SUNY Binghamton. Robin is one of my favorite names. That is my mama's name, by the way. So shout out to you, Ms. Robin. Jermaine Trusty, I know that name out of Camden, New Jersey. I talked to their brother directly, and because he knows that Milt Wagner, his son and grandson, all came out of Camden. So I'm a Louisville Cardinals fan. So we have a debt of gratitude to Camden for producing some of the most kick-ass basketball players ever. In fact, I think Billy Thompson came out of there too, and he was one of my childhood heroes. And what's going on, Issa Welder? Issa went to trade school. Yeah, well, trade school is making a major comeback. People are finding out that there's more money to be made by having a skill than there is by getting a piece of paper. Imagine that. Imagine that real skill has more value than simply going to a college campus and drinking beer for 4 years. But anyway, let me read this list to you of the 10 majors that people regret the most. And if any of these majors belong to you, feel free to shout it out in the chat, and we will give you our condolences for being suckered into wasting money on something that didn't give you what you were looking for. All right, so let me grab the list. I had the damn thing, and then I lost the damn thing, and now I'm mad because I can't. Hold on, I gotta find it. Y'all gotta give me 1 second. Y'all gotta pray for me. I'm figuring it all out. While I do that, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. I promise y'all, I had it right here on my screen because I was like, boys, don't mess it up. Make sure you have your notes ready. And I'll be damned if I'm sitting here and I don't have my notes ready. All right. So anyway, first, actually, as I find this, I want to mention, did anybody see where Terrence Howard was literally trying to redefine all of mathematics? Did anybody see that? He literally said that it's that 1 times 1 is not actually equal to 1. That 1 times 1 should actually be equal to 2. And I thought that was really interesting. And my first thought was, okay, where did Terrence Howard get his doctorate in mathematics? And not to say that you can't be brilliant and all these other things. And I'm not doubting Terrence Howard's intelligence, but Lord Jesus, man, come on, bro. Like you literally, I don't think anybody ever explained to Terrence that we've known that 1 × 1 = 1 for thousands of years. I mean, that's one of the most original axioms in all of mathematics. So I kind of found it funny that sometimes, fame and whatever they smoking up in Hollywood can make people think that they can do things they really can't do. It's almost like me going to Hollywood and thinking I'm going to be better at making movies and acting than Terrence Howard with no experience. So it's kind of an insult to the real mathematicians out there that he actually thinks he can reinvent all of mathematics. There are thousands of high level mathematicians who've been working on problems like that for a long time. So him kind of I don't know. I thought I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of funny, but then again, people worship celebrities, so I don't want to insult anybody. All right, so let me find this list. So one thing I do know is that number one on the list, as far as majors that people regret, was what was it? Journalism. Journalism. 87% of all journalism majors regret majoring in journalism, and I would honestly say that a part of that regret, I would be willing to bet, is driven by the fact that we've lost real journalism in our society. We don't have real journalists celebrated the way they used to be. I watched a documentary about not Ted. Was it Ted? It wasn't Ted Koppel. It was Dan Rather. And there's a Netflix documentary about him. He's a really famous journalist back in the day. And Dan Rather, to me, and people like him and Ted Koppel and the others, they represent a time where journalism was really respected because journalists did their job. I used to consider journalism to be one of those fields that had, just members of that community that just had the highest levels of integrity, that were going to seek out the facts, that were going to be objective and just make sure people were informed. And you don't have that anymore. Now you got, this crap on Fox News. You got the bullshit on MSNBC. Everybody's basically a talking head for their favorite political party, and I think that that's really undermined the quality of journalism in our country, and that's really driven by money. If y'all don't know that, that's a financial problem. It's a financial problem because there are certain things in society that should not be linked to money. Journalism, the ability to get ads and viewers and all that. That's the profit motive of many of these journalistic outlets, and the problem is they have to tap dance for society and not give people what we need. They have to give us what we want. So if you give people a choice between objective journalism, where they're not always going to tell you what you want to hear, versus some loudmouth pundit who is telling you your favorite lies in the middle of TikTok dances, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of BS. So effectively, journalism has kind of fallen to the wayside. I'd say 20 years ago, I had a tremendous amount of respect for the field of journalism. That's not true anymore. And if you don't understand why, just look at the crap that's on TV. Like Sherwin, you're right, man. When Peter Jennings, that was another OG that really did journalism the right way. Walter Cronkite was the original. And then you had a lot of black guys. So what's the brother's name? Was it Brian Williams? No, it wasn't Brian. Brian Williams is the white boy in NBC. Lester Holt killed it. Just Ed Gordon. Shout out to Ed Gordon, who always did great work. Ed Gordon happens to be a friend of mine, and I'll tell you, I always respected the fact that he was deeply committed to journalism. I have mixed reviews on, say, a Roland Martin, because on one hand, I think Roland's a smart guy and a hardworking journalist, and he seems thorough and committed to what he does. On the other hand, he comes off like a stooge for Joe Biden. He comes off as somebody who's he's always applying for a job with the Democratic Party. And that undermines his credibility as a journalist. Ed Bradley, there you go. There's another one. There's so many great black journalists. It's ridiculous. You have the National Black Journalist Society. I think that's what it's called, or the National Black Journalist Association, with so many great journalists in there. So I don't think that the few bad apples should spoil the bunch. But what's happened is that the bad apples have become the ones that they put on TV the most. All right, so let me keep going. Also on the list is sociology. They said if you go to college and you go deep in debt to become a sociology major, apparently that does not have a big payoff for you. You could learn sociology on your own. You could learn it on the internet. You don't have to go to college to learn sociology. Somebody could teach you that on YouTube. And I'm talking about real professors. I'm not talking about just people who are just talking out the side of their neck, like so many other YouTube pundits. You got a lot of people on YouTube who just run their mouths and just say things. But you actually have real experts. You have professors at Harvard and MIT that teach classes for free on YouTube. So if you want to learn something like sociology, I don't know if college and 100,000, 200,000 in debt is really worth it. Not anymore, because you have so many other ways you can learn. Next is liberal arts and general studies. The 72% of the people that majored in liberal arts or general studies regretted it, largely because employers would have a very hard time figuring out what you're actually able to do. They know that you can do something. Maybe you can communicate better. Maybe you have better social skills. Maybe you know a few facts from all the random classes you took. But it's hard to identify, if you are an employer. It's hard to identify exactly what a liberal arts or general studies major could do for you. And if you know, in college sports, I remember when I used to tutor football players at the University of Kentucky. A lot of them were general studies majors, and one of my friends went to Vanderbilt, and he said you would have thought that we were all going to join the military because they were producing so many generals. So many of us had general studies, like we were studying to become generals in the military. But that's what they do, right? Because the NCAA was never in the business of educating people; it was always in the business of making money. Thank God they're forcing the universities to start having to pay the players, because they've always deserved their cut. Next on the list is communications. I personally think communications is really an important skill to have. I think if you can communicate, you can get a lot done. I just think that a major like communications has to be supplemented by something. I'm a big believer that every Black child that goes to college, it's okay to go to college. I'm not anti-college, but I really believe you should take the time to learn how to start a business. Why? Well, because you're not white. If you and the white boy apply for the same job, every single study shows that he's more likely to get the job than you. So it's a fact. Now, what are you going to do about it? I mean, you know that it's true. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to just complain about it? If your goal is to just sit there and complain about the problem, then just go ahead and hang up. Just go ahead and leave, because you can just go back to your sad little reality where white people control your access to happiness and fulfilling your destiny. But if you want to solve the problem, well, the way to solve the problem is learn how to start your own stuff. If you learn how to start your own business, then you can walk away from whatever false opportunity they might have put in front of you and actually take your talent and go elsewhere with that, and apply it in a way that's going to put food on the table and food in the mouths of your kids. So ultimately, I would say communications is a powerful tool, but I would supplement that with sales, or maybe with entrepreneurship, or just something that's going to put some more money in your pocket. Now, by the way, if you want to learn more about money in the Black Business School, we have a great program called Black Money 101. It's an introduction to the power of money. Right now, you can get 90% off lifetime access by going to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. Also, I put together a list of what I call canna stocks. Basically, there is what they call the green revolution right now. I don't know how many of you, give me a yes or no if you heard that they are working to legalize legalize weed in America. If you know this, then you will know that there are certain companies you can invest in that will give you an opportunity to benefit from this development. So what I did was I put together a list of Dr. Boyce canna stocks, and you can get that free list. Just the link is in the bio of this video. So if you go to the bio of this video, you will find the canna stocks there. I'm going to try to put something on the screen so you can kind of see what the page should look like, even though I'm probably going to get this wrong. I'm going to hit the wrong button or something. But anyway, there we go. Here we go. I'll show you the page. So this is the page that you'll see when you hit that link. And basically on that link, there is a list of stocks you can get that are canna stocks. So feel free to grab some of those. Somebody says, very true. Corporate life is not for the Black man. I agree with you, Tyrone. I learned, I got my dream job when I was 21 years old. And I thank God that I had this dream job, because because that was when I started to learn the reality is that there's no such thing as a dream job. There's no such thing as a dream job. Nobody dreams about going to work every day. Nobody dreams about labor. If I have a dream, I'm gonna dream about my sexy wife. If I'm dreaming about, ice cream and private jets. If I'm having a dream, I'm dreaming about, the things that men dream about, whatever that is. So, pile of money and sexy women, whatever it is, right? But my wife might be listening, so I can't talk too much. But a job is not something I dream about. So I personally believe that the idea of a dream job is a complete myth. It's a complete myth. Seriously, there's nothing about going to work every day that is great. It's just sort of like a minimal amount of pain. It's sort of like your suffering's not as bad as everybody else's. But if you really spent your time that day doing what you really wanted to do, you'd be sleeping in, you'd be going to the movies, you'd be hanging out with your kids, right? And so ultimately, in this so-called dream job that I had, I went to General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me lots of money and put me in a really nice fancy apartment in downtown Boston, which was very expensive. And I hated that job. I hated it. I didn't fit into the culture. I didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand me. It was really tragically painful and stressful for everybody involved. So that taught me that maybe I wanted to do something. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have just become an entrepreneur. I would have just spent a whole year grinding my ass off to learn how to be the best business owner I could possibly be. And then I would have started a business with some family members and figured it out. I would have figured out how to sell something and make money. Instead, I became a professor because I wanted freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to work on things I wanted to work on. And being a professor wasn't bad, but I wasn't able to get away from the bureaucracy of working for other people and also being a black man in a white institution. That's really, really hard. I think it's really, really hard if you are a black man with a strong black identity being in a pretty white institution because they're forcing you to change who you are in order to fit in, and you're criminalized the minute you walk through the door. And that was just really tough. So I kind of think that the solution for most of us, especially brothers out here, learn how to start your own and also make sure your sons and your daughters know how to do that too. All right, so let me keep going here. Education, that's the next major that people regret. I'm kind of surprised by that because I think education is a good major. We need our teachers. Teachers are extremely important, but teachers are not valued in this society. Teachers do not get the respect that they deserve. Teachers are severely underpaid. You got to deal with these little crazy ass, badass kids who have parents that don't give a damn. It's stressful to be a teacher, man. I feel so bad for our teachers. It's crazy to me. You know, when I see videos of some stupid teenager punching out the teacher and all that, the teacher didn't ask for that. They ain't getting hazard pay. So why are they going into a building where they're getting beat up, cussed out by the parents and all this other stuff? I mean, this is kind of how ridiculous the world has gotten. So, but they say that education is a major that people tend to regret. And that makes me very sad because we need educators in our community. And what we also need is we need more homeschool networks. That's what we need. We need to educate our own. We got to find some way to educate our own kids so that our kids don't get brainwashed and destroyed by this system. So that's something I'm working on in the background. If anybody happens to know somebody that can help us come up with $10 million to start a homeschool network, we will be more than happy to work with that person. So if you know somebody that's got ethical money, they can come in and put up the funds to help us build a homeschool network. We will do that. We will educate the kids ourselves because we can do this. We have everything we need. Next on the list is marketing, management, and research. That's another major people regret. Now, I find that interesting. I find that surprising because marketing is an incredibly valuable skill. Maybe it's the type of marketing you learn, right? So if you learn things like digital marketing or sales, that can actually put you in a really great position to make money. If you know how to sell things, then you're usually not going to be broke. So I personally think that that's just a misassessment. And then another one they say people regret is medical and clinical assisting. Now, so that means the medical field itself, I don't think is something people regret. But I think when you talk about being a medical or clinical assistant, that doesn't give the rewards that people expect. But I think the medical field is very important. And I know a lot of people in the medical field who are doing quite well. The downside is that it requires a lot of work, a lot of long shifts. And one thing that we've discovered in the Black Business School that we've actually kind of advocated for is the idea of learning various ways to make money without going to work every day. We've talked about the most important thing that a young person can have is not a college degree. It's not a college degree. It's not even a technical or trade degree. The most important thing a young person can have is a capital base. A capital base means having assets that they own that can generate income. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, you'll see our Prime program where we have quite several hundred people that we've shown how to do little things like trade stock options, and they're generating more money without working than most people make on their job. Like, so for example, if a person has 1,000 shares of Coinbase and they know how to manage their risk effectively, which is what we train them on how to do, that person can make as much money as a medical doctor, more money than a medical doctor without a college degree. So I figured it out. I said, maybe instead of grinding like crazy to get the bachelor's degree, to get the master's degree, to get the doctoral degree, to get the law degree, and being in school for the rest of your life and then working 12, 13-hour days, maybe you focus on saying, hey, how can I get access to 1,000 shares of Coinbase, because then I can sell those options, make $5,000 or $6,000 a week, which is more than $250,000 a year. And I'm already making surgeon money, and I'm 22, 23 years old because my parents cared enough about me to invest for me long term. So this is part of what we call the Black Wealth Master Plan. The plan is not so much for you to be able to do it all by yourself. It's to understand the importance of being teammates, the importance of us working together. the importance of having parents that invest for their children, the importance of making sure that we understand that wealth is a team sport. It's an intergenerational sport. The reason our young people and our college graduates end up slaving for folks who hate their guts is because nobody makes a plan for them. If nobody makes a plan for you, then you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you're going to be assed out. You're out here stuck. You have no capital base, so therefore you have to become a slave to the owners of capital in order for you to pay your bills. So anyway, Yoshika says I'd like to learn stock options. Yeah, well, you know what, Yoshika, just go to drboyceprime.com. I'd love to have you as a member of the Prime program. I think you'll like it. Also, another way you can get some exposure to what we do in the Black Business School. It's very, very effective. The satisfaction rate is incredibly high. The students love it. And then also in the Black Business School, we have money back guarantees in the first 30 days if you're not happy for any reason. And but if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training. It'll come right to your text right when you text the word money to the number 87948. You'll get this link to a training I created that everyone loves. About 100,000 people have seen it or something like that. And it's called How to Make Money Without Working. This is revolutionary. This is changing the mindset of so many people. It is a breakthrough. Again, remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. So I can't just give you a bunch of hype and a bunch of nonsense. I've been teaching college students since 1993. I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in the fall of 93. So I'm not a kid. I'm not a loud influencer. I'm not out here imitating the damn dumbass rappers. I'm really trying to come up with real solutions. And our team has come up with these solutions. My wife is a therapist. She's not just a therapist. She's a therapist that trains other therapists. That's how good she is. And she still looks damn good. But let me just brag on my wife for a minute. Look at that. Isn't she fine? I mean, look at how gorgeous she is, and she just turned, well, I can't tell her age, but she ain't 22. She's closer to my age, and I think I put my wife up against a 32-year-old any day of the week. But anyway, yeah. So her birthday is this week, and we came out to California together, and she's doing this little photo shoot and stuff like that. And let me tell you, I love her, and I think she's gorgeous, and she reminds me of the excellence of Black women. Even before I picked my wife to marry, I always told y'all years ago. I said I don't know if I'm ever get married, but if I ever get married, I'm marrying me a Black woman because that's where I'm supposed to be. That's where I belong. Those are my people. That's where I'm at. It's not always easy, but that's where I'm going to go. So I married this Black woman, and today's her birthday. Well, actually, midnight will be her birthday. So I hope you'll wish her a happy birthday in the chat. And also her website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. She sees clients on an individual basis. She also sees them. She sees families, stuff like that. She sees couples, stuff like that. So if that's of interest to you and you can use some help in your relationships, feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. I'll put our URL up on the screen. All right. So let's finish up the list here. All right, so other majors that people regret, you've got political science and government. A lot of people that study political science, they end up regretting it. And I understand why, because you can learn political science on the internet. You can go read some really good books out here. There are lots of great political scientists out there that do extraordinary analyses, and you don't have to pay, a 400,000 in tuition money over 4 years or whatever, or 200,000, whatever the numbers are now, in order to learn from them. The next major people regret, oddly enough, is biology. I thought that's strange because I guess a lot of people become pre-med and they don't, they end up regretting being pre-med because they don't go to medical school. Maybe that's it. And then next on the list is English literature. And actually, I read this list kind of backward. Actually, the most regretted majors were sociology and liberal arts education. And then journalism was actually number one. Journalism was number one. And they said that 44% of all job seekers with college degrees regret their field of study. So 44%, that's nearly half. Think about that. Nearly half of all Black college graduates or white college graduates regret their major. Like they look back and they think about the money that they spent and they wish they could go get it back. And they'd be more than happy to hand their degree back to the school and then get a refund. I think that's insane. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all, but in the world of business, that would be considered to be a bad investment. That would be considered to be an epic failure. So I don't know why we are so committed to doing things the wrong way that we will continue to do things the wrong way, even if we have seen over and over that it's the wrong approach. I don't know. I just don't get that. And I think that what happens is maybe it's a lack of knowledge or it's a lack of fear. Or maybe because I'm a Black man saying these things, it's not going to get as much attention as if some white guy said it. Maybe if Joe Biden said it or something, people would listen. But I personally will sort of encourage you to really think outside the box. There's a statement where they say that what is it? They going to college, they going to school will train you on how to be it'll train you to make a living, and self-knowledge will train you how to be a millionaire. So if you want to really build wealth and stuff like that, you're going to have to learn that on your own. They're not typically going to teach you that in a formal institutionalized setting. The best thing most institutions are going to teach you is how to fit into an institution. And so if you want to be trained to be institutionalized, then that sort of education can work for you. But if your goal is to be free, then the downside is that you become a person that doesn't fit so well into institutions. Like I don't fit well in institutions. I'm pretty much unhireable for the most part. I'm not a guy who can take orders or instructions from someone who knows less than I do. It's hard. I can't let somebody drive the bus if I don't believe that they are a good driver. I can't take orders from an idiot. So I'll question things and I'll say, hey, why are we doing it this way? This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work well in institutions. You're not supposed to really think or question things. I think that's why in the public school system, your son or your daughter gets punished for asking questions, because they don't want you to ask questions. They want you to sit down, shut up, and do what they say. And if you can sit down and shut up and take orders, there's always a place for you in capitalist society. Right? If you know how to turn your brain off and sit down, shut up, do what you're told, then there's always a job for you. There's always a place for you. It's always going to work for you. But for those of you that don't want to sit down and shut up, those of you that actually want to have some agency in your own life and make some decisions and question things, well, then you're going to have to find a way to pay your own bills, because I don't know anybody out here that's going to pay your bills and let you talk crazy to them at the same time. Let me know if you agree with what I'm saying. I think it's unrealistic to think that we can be loud and proud and big and black and bold and then turn around and be like, well, master, after I finish cussing you out, I need you to send me my rent money. I don't know if that works. I don't know. I don't know if that works in the real world. So just keep that in mind. And this is one of the reasons why the ability to make our own money is deeply linked and deeply connected to our ability to truly be free, whatever that is for you, whatever freedom looks like for you. I think your access to freedom goes through the land of money. And if you want to understand money, we got you. In the Black Business School, we're the best on earth at Black wealth. We're the top financial institution on the planet when it comes to what Black people need in terms of specific theories and formulas and processes and systems that will work for the Black community based on what we're going through. So anyway, if you want to take a look at our Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's where my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is located. I also have a book series called Black American Money. My wife's books are there. She's written workbooks on financial anxiety and dealing with the things that scare you financially and that keep you from investing. We have financial flashcards for children, financial workbooks for children. We have things on love and money, all kinds of stuff. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And also don't forget, if you look in the bio or in the not the bio, sorry, the description of this video, there's a link to a list of canna stocks that I believe are going to do well when they legalize weed. When the green revolution happens, and I believe that's going to happen in the next 5 years or so, these stocks are expected to do extremely well. I encourage you to consider a diversified portfolio, because we don't know which company is going to do well in this space, which companies are going to dominate, but somebody's going to kill it. Some of these companies are going to absolutely kill it. In my opinion, this is my best assessment. So feel free to take a look at the link in the bio, or sorry, the link in the description. You can find it there. And also, if you want to get a copy of that training, How to Make Money Without Working, just pull out your phone and text the word money to the number 87948. So just text money to 87948, and I'll send that link to you right away, and you'll get it right back as soon as you text it. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you have a great day. And I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. If you haven't gotten an invitation for that, you can text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation in the morning. So text morning to 87948. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good day. Peace.
Chunk of the hotels in the United States, like 40% or something like that. And they're called the Gujaratis. And I was studying the Gujaratis because, as you all know, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we talk extensively about culture. And I think it was because I was sitting there with my wife, and we were in LA, and we went to Universal Studios yesterday and everything else. And I was like, I'm really obsessed with culture and what happens in a culture that builds wealth versus a culture that doesn't build wealth. Like, what happens in a culture that's successful and versus one that isn't. Like, for example, if you know anything about sports, you'll know that sometimes what a team runs into is that even when they get the best players and the best coaches, they can't win because they have a losing culture. Right? If you're used to losing, then you're not in a position to win. They could give you the best players, they could give you the best of everything, the biggest budget and everything else, and you're just not going to succeed. And so I've been really interested in, what does a winning culture sort of look like, and how do we create that? Because what happens in a losing culture is that you throw away a lot of your resources. You end up just wasting opportunities. And you all know that the word poor stands for what? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly, right? So a lot of times when you're not winning, you think it's because no one will let you win. Oh, well, every time we build something, every time we create something, they just come and they burn it down, right? Or you might think that you're not winning because they haven't told you what you need to know. Well, they keep the secrets from us. They don't tell us how to go make money. They don't. Well, sometimes it might be because you're given the opportunities, but because you're only trained to sort of see a certain way or view the world in a certain way, you're just the opportunities are literally walking right past you. And I really am convinced, honestly, that this is a big part of what we're dealing with. And what you'll also find is that, just to be fair to us, though, most of the cultures, like the one I'm going to describe to you, the Gujaratis, goes back very, very far. It goes back thousands of years to ancient times. So this is not something they came up with in a couple of weeks. So it does take time to build a winning culture. So what I'm going to do is read some of this to you. But before I read to you, I'm going to not be rude and say hello to a lot of you. I see Akila and Albert and Alicia, Sean. Good morning to you. April West, Atasha, Barbara, Barry, Brandon Butler, Yvette, Veronica, Michael Wilson. Good to see you. Deborah, Andre, let's see here. John Jones, Esther, good to see you. Eric Bennett, Eric Donaldson, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's hundreds of you in here, and so I can't say everybody's name, but I just want to say thank you for joining me this morning. Zalinda, I know you could be sleeping, you could be Netflixing and chilling, you could be twerking, but instead you ain't twerking, you working. So congratulations to all of you for being smart and focusing on your own economic elevation. It will pay off. All right, so let me hop in and point out what I know about the Gujaratis, right? And again, this does not put anybody on a pedestal. It does not mean I think anybody's better than us. But the Gujaratis are known. They're what they call an ethno-linguistic part of India. I don't know a ton about India, to be honest with you. But I know that they're what they call an ethno-linguistic group in India, and they're really known for just making money. They're really known for business. They're known for entrepreneurship. They're known for just really really being great when it comes to economics. And this does not. And this the first point I want to make on this is that this does not come from a business school. They didn't all go to Harvard Business School. This does not come from classes that they take. So you got to understand that the culture will override classes any day of the week. It's like basketball. If you have a basketball culture in your family where everybody played in the NBA, do you really need a class on how to play basketball to be a good basketball player? No. If you grew up in a family with Whitney Houston and she had her aunt was a singer. Give me her name. She's famous too. I'm sorry, I forget. It's early. I just had my coffee. But her auntie or her mama was really famous. Was it her mama or her auntie? I keep wanting to say Cicely Tyson, but I know that's not right. It's Dionne Warwick. Cicely Tyson doesn't even sing. See, that's how messed up my brain is right now. Dionne Warwick, right. So if you grow up in that family, do you need to go take a singing class to learn how to perform and sing? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they took singing lessons, right? Maybe that's important. But in terms of just kind of knowing the culture of what it means to be a great singer, I bet you that even without classes, if you got Dionne Warwick and Whitney Houston in your house and every morning you're going over high notes and low notes and every other note, her mom is Sissy Houston, right? There we go, right? So there's a tradition there. There's a culture. There's a culture of singing at church, and that's why we produce the greatest singers on the planet. So really, my goal would be to kind of help us to become like what Whitney Houston and her family were when it comes to economics. Maybe I want to be the economic version of a Whitney Houston or Dionne Warwick or something, where because we're talking about economics every day, and this is why we created this class, because we're talking about economics every day, and because I know these things at a very high level, and we're just having conversations about it on a regular basis, and I'm showing you how to hit those economic high notes every single day, then you're going to go off and you're going to sing so well that all the Clive Davises are going to want to partner with you, and you're going to go out and just conquer the world. Right? Because the thing about it is that it doesn't have to be something formal. In fact, it's better if it's not formalized. It's better if it's very natural. So the Gujaratis, they're known for being really good when it comes to business because they have a business oriented culture. Here are a few things about the Gujaratis. First off, I'll start with the big one. From what I've seen, the estimates are that the Gujaratis own about 40% of all the hotels in the United States. That right there should impress the hell out of you. That's amazing. I'm talking about, and not just the hotels and all that, but I'm sure many of you have noticed that maybe they have a special prominence when it comes to owning all the 7-Elevens, maybe, a few gas stations here and there, stuff like that. And whenever that happens, that kind of wealth accumulation happens, that kind of power happens. It's not by accident. It's not called just because the white man gave them all this money and they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. No, if you watch how a family like that moves or a group like that moves, they just move different. They do things different. They don't. They look at their resources different. So what I did was identify some variables that can kind of help you understand like what's the difference with a Gujarati versus say us and an African American in a typical African American household. Again, we're great at the things that we're great at. They're great at what they're great at. So the same way that there are things they could learn from us, there are also things we can learn from them. So here we go. Let me formalize some of this for you. Number one, there's a long culture of just being economically elevated within this particular community. It goes back, to ancient times, thousands of years. So really for us, the challenge we have is that a lot of our culture in the last few hundred years was a slave culture, and the slave culture does not create entrepreneurs as readily. It does not create business owners as readily. It creates slaves. We are from a slave culture, and it creates slaves. And if you look around in our community, we have a lot of people that are slaves. What does it mean to be a slave? A slave means you don't have freedom. A lot of us do not have freedom because you got to get up and go to work every day. You have to do what your boss says every day. You don't feel free to do what you want to do in your life. And so our slave culture produces a lot of slaves. I hate saying it. And really, when I think about slavery, I also think about things like mental slavery, the brainwashing, which is very, very deep in media, very, very deep in the educational system. This is a colonialist sort of economy. We are controlled. We are managed by other people. We're managed politically. We're managed economically. We're managed in a way where there are people that have a vested interest in extracting from us, taking things away from us. And that's just what it is. Now, the second thing that they do that creates an entrepreneurial spirit is they have a willingness to take risks. Basically, they're not scared to try to jump into new markets, jump into new fields. They're not scared to go start that business. And I want you to compare and contrast that to a lot of our families. Do you think that there is this enthusiasm toward starting that new business? Do you feel that people are supporting you emotionally? Everybody gets it. Everybody wants to see you win. Or do you think that it's kind of a different sort of energy? And I'm going to tell you, we know what we know what the answer to that question is. In fact, that was a dumb question. If you were in the same room with me, I would not blame you if you were tempted to slap me because that was just a dumb, stupid question. Because we know what it is. We know that there's a lot of fear. We're driven by fear. Traumatized people are driven by fear. They have trauma responses to everything. So the fear keeps you from stepping out of your comfort zone. The fear keeps you from going after that new venture. The fear makes you afraid to walk away from a bad situation. The fear is what keeps you from pursuing what I believe could be and should be your destiny. So that desire to take entrepreneurial risks is something that tends to occur within a culture, but it's also easier to take risks if you're able to get the support that you need to know that if you fail, you're not going to just collapse and fall to the ground. You're going to have some people there to catch you. That's where the next point comes in. Community support. One thing the Gujarati community has is they have a community. Their community, what the Gujarati community has that the Black community unfortunately does not have is they have a community. I don't even know if we can use the term Black community anymore because sometimes I don't feel like we're in a community. Don't get me wrong, we have some pockets of good community, but I feel like we've lost community quite a lot. And they have a really tight knit community with tremendous amounts of support. So, what type of support are we talking about? Number one, financial support. We will buy from you. We will loan money to you. We will come and work with you, right? Financial support, very important. Number two, mentorship. I'm going to show you the game. I'm going to break the whole game down for you so that you don't have to figure it out on your own. I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to try to compete with you or take you out or hide things from you. I'm going to give you the game as much as I can so that when I give you financial support and give you the game, you're going to be able to go out here and do great things. How often do we see scenarios where people compete with each other? It's very strange. I can tell you that I sometimes I was really astonished to see people that when I started doing more of the financial stuff online, and I was when I was doing it in the beginning, nobody else was doing it, and then other people came along, and my energy was like, well, I'm supposed to help you. That's what I'm supposed to do, and I'm a natural teacher. But you'd be amazed how many people had a really competitive energy. Like we're going to defeat Dr. Boyce by competing with him. And I'm like, why are you competing with me? I'm not competing with you. I thought we were supposed to be be teammates. But a scarcity mindset, in a traumatized community pops off, and then also everybody imitates rappers. So it's like we're the baddest and we're the boldest and we're the strongest, and you're not. And it's like, I'm strong. I know I'm strong. In fact, I'm so strong that I don't need to tell you that I'm strong, and I don't need you to tell me that I'm strong. I know that I'm strong, and you're pretty good at what you do, so we should probably work together. I don't think that we have to box it out. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And it was kind of weird, and I guess the only thing I'm thinking about is I remember somebody said this. It was really funny. I saw a guy who was talking about these guys that I really respect a lot from Earn Your Leisure, and they're good. They're really cool, and I love watching what they're doing. And one guy goes, "I'm glad Earn Your Leisure came and took over your block because you're just a jerk," and blah blah blah. And I was like, "Take over my block?" I said, "What? Are we drug dealers now? Is that what you've been listening to Rick Ross, and he's been telling you that drug dealing is the way to be successful as a black? Like, am I supposed to run up and do a drive-by? Is that what it is? Pop, 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 pop. Right? Is their death, is their demise going to increase my likelihood of success? No, no. The world is big enough for everybody to succeed. We have a tremendous shortage of Black men that understand financial topics at a high level. So we need everybody on board. We need everybody doing this. This is not a competition. I've never competed with these guys. They're younger. They're 10, 15 years younger than me. What Dr. Claude Anderson never competed with me. Dr. Claude Anderson never said, when I approached Dr. Anderson, he didn't say, well, this young guy, he's coming in and he's going to take over my block and he's going to be the new Dr. Claude. No, Powernomics is going to be what Powernomics is going to be. Powernomics is going nowhere. There is nothing I could do ever to erase the significance of what Dr. Claude Anderson has done. And in fact, there is room to gain acknowledgement for what he's done. And then there's room for me to get my acknowledgement too. So when I approached Dr. Anderson, my whole energy was never competitive. I was never thinking, you're the past, I'm taking you out. Well, I didn't think that way. I was like, you know what? You cleared the path for me. And I think that the world needs to hear what you got to say. So let me help you as much as possible. But here's the thing. This is what you got to understand about collaboration versus competition. Just because you collaborate with others, that does not mean you can't also take care of yourself. Just because you collaboration does not mean you're giving things away. Collaboration means you're developing an ecosystem. I pour into you, you pour back into me. So me supporting Dr. Anderson, and y'all know, y'all seen me support Dr. Anderson, right? I hope you all have seen that. If you've watched probably more than 3 of my videos or hung out with me more than a week, you know how much I love this man. I love him like a father. It wasn't like it was all about taking care of him. I had to take care of the Black Business School too. And so because we had that right energy, I came in supporting him with everything I had. Guess what? He came and supported me with everything he had. And it created a beautiful relationship because I had Dr. Anderson tell me about how many people called him to tell him how much they love Powernomics, but did not contribute a nickel to anything he was doing. And I can proudly tell you that the Black Business School has contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Harvest Institute run by Dr. Anderson, to the Powernomics mission. When I got on the phone with Kanye West and we talked for 12 hours, my number one goal with Kanye was to say, take some of that money that you're spending on your daughter's birthday party and put that behind some Powernomics training camps so that we can train our people on economics at the highest level. I have simple formulas, simple methods, 3-step, 4-step processes that if we got millions of people to learn these 3 or 4 things, it would lift Black wealth by a couple $1 trillion within a generation. I could not talk him into that, but that was my goal. I said, look, if you do this, I don't care. I don't need my name on it anywhere. That's ego, brother. I don't need all that. I don't need that. I'm very comfortable with who I am. I don't want my name on it. We'll put your name on it because apparently you're into the ego stuff. Fine. Put your name on it. We can put your mama's name on it. We can put your daughter's name on it. I'm not putting Kim Kardashian's name on it. But we'll also give Dr. Claude Anderson the credit he deserves, but as long as we achieve the goal. And so what I don't really understand is this lack of collaboration that I see sometimes. And sometimes it's so disappointing. I had another conversation with a guy. I made a comment. I'm not going to even say his name because I don't. This stuff is. I don't get into that. I don't want to get into that. But I made a comment on his page or something, and he said something about the stock market. I said, "Yeah, my students and I were talking about that today." And he messages me, I don't know who you think you are. Maybe it's because you're a doctor or whatever, but I don't need you talking about you're here trying to steal my students. And I was like, I'm not stealing your. I said, no, you're welcome to come in my platform. I brought me, Julian Gordon, a lot of people, I brought them in. They built entire businesses off of my platform because I know I can share and still be okay. I know that I can share, and you getting sunlight is not going to dim my light. I know that I am here. I'm going to always be here. So really, when you talk about a team, and I didn't mean to go on too much of a tangent with that, but when you talk about building a team, you can't build a football team if the wide receiver is mad because the running back gets the ball. You can't. You're not going to build a great team if the wide receiver and running back don't both understand that everybody can get the ball and that's going to help the whole team to win. So we don't really always have a team like we should. We end up having these this tribalism and this competition. And I really sort of blame the toxic side of hip hop culture because toxic hip hop is built on narcissism, selfishness, a lack of competition over collaboration, all these things. This is why everybody got so excited when they saw Drake and Kendrick Lamar destroying each other's careers. They love that. They like that stuff. And what I would have gotten excited about is to see Drake and Kendrick box it out just a little bit, just enough so we can have some fun, and then come together and say, okay, now that we've done this, we're gonna shut it down and we're going to work together now and do something amazing. That would have been the kind of energy I wanted to see. You never win when you're destroying each other. So anyway, so let's go back to the Gujarati community. They're very tight knit. They support each other. Not that everybody in the community is perfect, but they give each other financial support, mentorship, and business connections. They don't hide the connect. They share the connect. Okay, so let's see, what else do they do? They have a culture of thrift and savings. They love to save their money. They're very conservative with money. Now, again, when you talk about the culture, this is why I get so mad when people say, this is for the culture, this is for the culture. I'm always like, well, what culture are you referring to? Because the culture that I see that's promoted in media, that's supposed to be our culture, is not conservative financially at all. It is not into wealth preservation. It is not into the stewardship and careful stewardship of resources. It is just throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Spend, 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 spend. But buy that new car that they are marketing on BET. Go to the club, put $10,000 in a stripper thong, and then go and buy a bunch of European items from people that don't even like you, acknowledge you, or respect you. That's what I see when I see the culture when it comes to our economics. Being thrifty and conservative is not celebrated on any level, and I hate it. It drives me insane. It drives me crazy. All that flashy stuff is goofy. It's immature. Any black man over the age of 20 that behaves that way is an embarrassment. You should not, I'm not saying you can't enjoy your money. I'm not saying you can't get nice stuff. All I'm saying is this idea that I'm going to just show up and show out every time I do something, to me, that reflects some sort of emotional deficiency on your part. That tells me you need some therapy to know that you are precious and you are valuable, even when you ain't wearing that white European man's label on your ass. Seriously, you're valuable even when you don't have the Coach purse or the Gucci shoes or whatever it is that you feel like you got to spend your last dollars on. You cannot be so emotionally devoid or so emotionally incomplete that people can literally sell you your self-esteem because they're going to drain you financially. Let's keep going here. Another thing about the Gujarati culture is they are big, big, big on education. Education. They go to college, they get degrees in areas like finance, engineering, stuff like that, things that help them build. They expect their kids to make straight A's. They push them to be as educationally efficient and competent as they can possibly be. I want you to look around and I want you to see if education is at the top of our priority list. And I'm not talking about just going to school and getting the degree. I'm talking about going to school, getting the degree, being at the top of your class. Is that something that is really heavily part of our culture? Is that something that we celebrate more than we celebrate everything else? I don't know. I think that what sort of happens is that because our self-esteem is not quite there, we will think that just going to school and just being there, just surviving is good enough. And a lot of times I would see, I had this frustration in college, and maybe I was just built a certain way. I have no idea. I was very competitive because I played a lot of sports when I was young, and I like to win. I'm not a loser. And I remember that I studied really, really hard in college. And I remember I got into a fight with a guy. His name was Pete, and I didn't like him. He was a jerk. And anyway, Pete called my girlfriend ugly, and that just burned me up. But I was about 21, so you know how that is. And I remember that I remember saying to Pete, because I was so mad, I said, look at your grade point average, you dumb MFer, right? That's how I talk. That was so bad of me, right? I shouldn't have said that. And he said something to me that was interesting. He said, well, and I can tell I got him because I got him real defensive. He was backpedaling because I was about to beat him up too. And he was like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm here. At least I'm on the campus. At least I'm here. And I'm like, yeah, you're here, but you ain't doing nothing while you're here. You're lazy. You're not reaching your potential. Who cares that you're here? Big deal. There's a lot of people that are here. Just showing up to the game ain't the same as winning the damn game. Just saying that I'm on the field, that don't mean you actually are scoring touchdowns. And I'm in my mind, it's like, no, we can score touchdowns. As black men, we can do anything we put our mind to. Especially think about it. Imagine if you got in a basketball game and your coach is like, you need to play harder. And you're like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm on the court. Well, if you're gonna just be on the court and you're not gonna try to win, just sit your ass on the sideline. Just go and sit down and go sit with the cheerleaders or something, because you're not trying to be a player. You're not trying to be a competitor. And again, when I talk about competition, I'm not talking about competing with each other. I'm not trying to, I do believe in fighting, but not fighting with each other. My competition is not another black man in that light. My competition is the world. My competition is all the people that believe that we can't do it. My competition is when I was sitting in a classroom full of Asians and Indians and white people, and they expect me to be the dummy in the class because I'm black. No, I'm going to show y'all what I got. I'm going to show y'all what I'm made of. I'm going to show you black excellence. And black excellence in the face of white supremacy is no competition. I really believe that. I believe that when we show up and we really show out in that regard, like we show in a way that's substantive. We're not showing out with the superficial and the fake. The superficial and the fake is when I show out and I think it's black excellence. I remember Diddy did that. There was a video of Cardi B wearing some expensive outfit and he said, this is black excellence. I said, ain't nothing black. There's nothing about a $5,000 outfit that indicates black excellence. That's not black excellence. No, black excellence shows up in the form of hard work. Black excellence shows up in the form of excellent parenthood. Black excellence shows up in the form of just unshakable integrity. Black excellence shows up in the form of determination. Black excellence shows up in the form of extreme intellectual accomplishment. That's black excellence. That's what black excellence looks like. It ain't a Gucci bag. It's not a Lamborghini. That's not black excellence. It's not a good job working for some white man somewhere. That ain't black excellence. That has nothing to do with black excellence, in my view, comes from things that are substantive. It comes from the things that God put inside you, that where you got to get up, grit your teeth, and bust your ass and go hard for what you want. That's Black excellence to me. Black excellence cannot be purchased at the damn Gucci store. So stop telling me that Black excellence, that you have Black excellence because you got a nice apartment. I don't care about that. Show me Black excellence because you fought through something, you overcame something, because you never gave up, because you taking care of your kids. Show me Black excellence when you went out here and you grinded and you built something for yourself and for your family. Show me Black excellence when you are taking care of people outside of yourself. Show me Black excellence in that regard. Show me integrity. That's Black excellence. Black excellence is not Black excellence is not a Coach purse or a Gucci bag or a Range Rover. That's not. Sorry. Okay, let me keep going. All right. So here's another thing about the Gujaratis that led them to be able to own 40% of the hotels in the United States. They have a lot of family-owned businesses. Their businesses are family-owned and operated. And what happens is that they hire their relatives. They bring their relatives in so they'll buy a hotel. They'll bring their relatives in to help run the hotel, and then they'll save up money, their excess money, because they're conservative. So they generate a financial surplus, which allows them to build that capital base that we've talked about extensively. And then they go and they buy another hotel. That's how they expand. And so think about this though. Now I want you to compare and contrast that to some of our families, not all of our families, but some of them. We don't really kind of grow up expecting to work in the family business. We all grow up saying that if I do really well in school, then some white man will hire me for some fancy important job and I can leave my family. And even if the family members have a decent business going on or a business that has potential, our kids don't want to they don't want to run the family business. They want to go work for white people. That's what they want to do. And that's why a lot of Black businesses end up in a graveyard. That's why a lot of Black businesses don't survive from one generation to the next, because you have this love affair with white supremacy. You do. You really want to go and work for other people. And so what happens is that even in families where there is a potential to create an extraordinary family business, it's not like we're eager to come back home and work together. It's like we're eager to leave and separate. And so when you separate, you are diluting things. Again, this fist is very powerful. This fist is very powerful. But if this fist suddenly spreads out and becomes five fingers, then it's nothing. If I get into a fight and I show up with a fist, I can win the fight. If I show up with five fingers, all my fingers are going to get broken individually, because no one finger can punch a person in the face and actually hurt them. So basically, instead of being a big mighty fist and using the family as an economic capital base that it's meant to be, understanding that when you got 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, you're sitting on multi-millions in wealth right there. Instead, we instead of becoming a mighty fist, we become five fingers, and maybe we become a slap. Maybe that's it. Maybe we can slap you, just kind of like do a little slap on you, but we can't really fight without the fist. Or, and really, generally speaking, we become five fingers because we're operating individually. So even a slap requires some sort of coordination between all five fingers, and we don't even have the slap. We have one finger is attacking you, and then the next finger attacks you, and then you just break the fingers one by one, and that's good old-fashioned divide and conquer. But the Gujaratis don't do that. They tend to form family businesses, and because they're conservative, they generate an economic surplus, and then they use that surplus to bootstrap and expand and to own more businesses. That's how they got to the point where they own 40% of all the hotels in America. And I saw someone mention the Jackson Five father, Joe Jackson. Yeah, I don't know Joe Jackson in terms of what kind of man he was overall. I've heard the stories about him being tough on the kids. I personally kind of think that we should take that with a grain of salt, because I think media tends to vilify any strong Black father that is in a leadership role that brings the family together and has the kind of strong leadership required to do that. Again, I don't know, though. I can't justify everything Joe Jackson's ever done, because I'm sure he's made mistakes like a lot of people do, and maybe his mistakes were pretty significant. But if you're going to critique what he did wrong, then you must give him credit for what he did right. If you're going to talk about the bad things he did, then you got to talk about the good, and you have to talk about the fact that without Joe and Catherine working together, there would be no Michael Jackson, there would be no Jackson 5. John Boyd is another person that is in that vein, in that spirit, in my opinion. he runs that group Infinity Song, and Infinity Song, Victory Boyd is part of that family, but all the children are very talented, and they have a very strong family unity that led to the creation of Infinity Song. And Infinity Song is so talented. Right now, they're in Europe. They're selling out shows all throughout Europe. Victory is such a talented singer that Jay-Z signed her on the spot when he heard her sing. And when I heard her sing for the first time, I was like, whoa, oh my gosh, she's that talented. They performed at the All Black National Convention, I think 2 times. Yeah, 2 times they performed. And now they're so talented that even without Victory, they took their Michael Jackson and made him solo. And now the other children are touring without Victory, who was kind of their Michael Jackson, and they're selling out shows without Michael. You know what I mean? So it's like imagine the Jackson 5 selling out shows without Michael. That's how talented that family is. And what I can tell you about that family is that they are very, very close knit. They're very clear on who they are. John and I have had extensive conversations about how he said, well, as his family becomes more popular, more famous, he said, I need them tethered to their blackness. So I met this family before they became as big as they are right now. And I remember that was the specific conversation John and I had. He said, one day my daughter is going to be very famous, and I need her to remember the Black community and never let go of that. And that was the formation of our friendship. And now it's happened. Now they're out there. Now they're world famous, and they haven't forgotten who they are. And I just have so much respect for that. And so ultimately, what I want you to pay attention to, though, is that it was the family-oriented nature and spirit that allowed them to say, you know what, my energy is best spent pouring into the family project. That the best way for me to use my time is to pour into the family business. See, a lot of us don't do it. A lot of us will abandon the family business if it gets too hard, or we don't, say, this isn't quite what I want to do. This isn't my passion. I get that to a point, but I kind of really think that there's a disrespect there. There's kind of like this idea that if I'm just sitting here working with my dad and my mother and my brother, that's not as relevant. That's not as real as me working for Nike or Google or Microsoft, right? And I really think that that's a mistake, because if you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to do it very well. If you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to want to be there. You're going, like in order for me to be a good husband, I gotta value being with my wife. I have to believe that being with my wife is the most important thing in my life. I have to know that being in this house is the best place I can be. I have to know that this is the best use of my energy. That makes me a better husband and a better father than if I was a guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to hang out here until I find something better. And I think that's kind of what we do. I think that we sort of do that, right? We'll hang out with each other. We'll work on our little business and our little family business until we get a real job. And then when we get a real job, that's when we all just kind of bounce out. And so what I want you to understand is this. This is something I'm going to say, and I don't know how this is going to sound, but because God's telling me to say it, so I'm going to say it, is you're not kind of meant to be like in a holding pattern waiting for white people to pick you out. You're not supposed to be like this backup substitute that they can lean on whenever. You're not supposed to be the white man's side chick, so to speak. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that you are precious and you are valuable, even if they don't want you. Even you are valuable, even if they've rejected you. Because if they've rejected you, then join the club. I'm a big reject from white America. I am. I've had people make fun of me. Well, Syracuse University didn't want you there. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't. They did. They were really doing everything they could to get rid of me. And in fact, I was probably blackballed from academia because of my views. And I had to come to terms with that, because it hurts our feelings when white people don't want us. Let's just be honest. We kind of grow up believing that Black success is white people validating you. They validate you. They give you a Grammy over here, an Oscar over there, maybe Employee of the Year, some fancy little position with a nice title, where you can go on LinkedIn and say, I'm the new executive director of micro widgets at blah, 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 white man corporation. And people are like, congratulations, girl. That's good for you. You done made it. You somebody now. You important. It's like, but again, I'm not making fun of anybody that has that position. Some of y'all got those good jobs. I'm not making fun of it at all. But it's like, to me, no, you were somebody before they selected you. You were important before they acknowledge your talent. And even when they stop acknowledging your talent, even when you're punished because you don't fit culturally with what they're doing, you're still important to me. I want to see your value. Again, remember economic awareness. This is what we do every morning, 10 a.m. We do economic awareness training. Economic awareness is partly implied by your ability to see value even when it's not acknowledged by anybody else. You can see wealth even when there appears to be none. You understand? It's like if I'm a music mogul and I'm looking for talent, I don't need the world to tell me that a singer's talented for me to go hear that singer. I can hear the singer singing on the street corner for nickels and identify the talent as readily as I could if they were on the stage at the Grammy Awards. You understand? I can independently validate what's worthy and what's not. So what I'm saying to you is that I think that sometimes we lack the ability to independently validate our worth without needing, Mr. White Man to tell us that we done made it or to tell us that we're important. Right. So when you get that, so I believe, again, this is me speculating that when somebody gets that promotion or that fancy job and it comes with the nice apartment and everything and the nice car, that kind of says to us like, oh, they must be somebody now because all these other people are saying that they're somebody. And I really kind of feel like you have to have the ability to say, no, I am somebody, whether or not you acknowledge me, whether you acknowledge me or not. If I and in fact, the reason that this is important is because you lose a lot of value because you give away your best assets. And then they see the value and they take that asset, that same asset you neglected, that you ignored. I mean, think about how many times we have had people in our community who were super talented, super capable, and weren't even acknowledged until somebody else said that it was okay. Somebody else said that they were important. So suddenly we believe they're important. Even Barack Obama. Barack Obama, did y'all know this? Let me tell you this. I told y'all about the time I was with Cornel West for a whole day. When I put out my book, It Takes a Village to Raise the Bar, I did an event in Brooklyn at Medgar Evers College. Cornell joined me, and we spent the whole day together. And I remember Cornell, he told the most fascinating stories. I love Cornel West. He's a wonderful man. And one thing I remember him telling me about a meeting where he and Jesse Jackson Jr. and David Axelrod and Barack Obama and a couple other people met in a hotel room. And their goal was to figure out, how do we get Black people to support Barack Obama? Why won't Black people acknowledge this man because they're so connected to Hillary Clinton? And that's amazing to me. Again, I don't care what your politics are, right? But that's amazing to me considering the history with Obama literally being probably one of the 3 or 4 most popular Black people in America. Years later, everybody loved him by the time the election came around. But there was a time where Black people just were like, other people don't see him, so I don't see him either. And then you all know, tell me in the chat if you know this, do you all know when Obama became popular, when he gained momentum? What had to happen before Black people really came out in droves to support Obama? He had to go win in Iowa. He had to go to white ass Iowa. And from what I understand, maybe I'm not a political analyst or expert or anything, but it was really Iowa. When he went to Iowa and won in Iowa, that's when Black people really started flooding to support him. Sure, he had Oprah's backing, but I remember him getting the endorsement from Oprah, and Hillary was still blowing him away. Because I went on CNN, and I remember I said, this guy Obama, I said, Hillary might want to watch out because it looks like this guy is really good. He's articulate, and because I remember I saw his potential. I don't worry about what other people think. I just think about what I think because I trust what I think. And I said, this guy is going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be able to, catch up with Hillary because that was a big gap at the time. But I said, I bet Hillary, if she's smart, she's paying attention to this guy because he's a threat to her. And so lo and behold, it happened, later on. So my point is to say, I don't think that you should wait for other people to validate you or to validate the people you care about. You should validate them first because then you can go and extract the benefits of that relationship first. If they have tremendous potential, You want to spot it before everybody else. It's just like investing. And like investing, remember, I tell you all how people invest the wrong way. People don't start buying stock until the prices start going up, which is too late because by that time the prices are about to start going down. So you don't want to pick a stock after it goes up because now it's there's a good chance it's going to start to go down. You pick the stock before it goes up. You don't invest when everybody else is investing. You invest before other people start investing. You don't run to the market when everybody's feeling good. You run to the market when everybody's feeling scared. When everybody's running away, you want to do the exact opposite of what the sheep are doing. That's called leadership. That is called confidence. And that is something that I believe is connected to how you feel about yourself. If you don't feel good about yourself, if you don't trust yourself, then you're going to be scared all the time. Life's too short to be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared of you. Don't be scared of your destiny. Don't be scared of taking a chance. You got to take a chance. And guess what? When you take a chance, you're going to fail a lot. You're going to fail so much it's going to make you sick sometimes. You're going to have a whole therapeutic process just to deal with confronting failure in a healthy way. I fail all the time, every day. And when I'm really on top of my game, I fail twice as much as usual. Because I know now, and I know this logically, but you don't always know this emotionally because failure hurts. Failure is kind of embarrassing. It makes you question yourself. But what I know logically is that the more I fail, the more chances I'm going to have to succeed. Every failure is a step closer to that first success. So yeah, get out there and fail. You got to do that. The road to heaven really is paved through hell. You got to go through hell to get to heaven. You got to go through the fire. It's just a requirement. It sucks, I know, but that's the only thing I've ever seen. If you can't go through the fire, then you never get the blessing at the end. All right, so let me keep going here. By the way, really quick, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, then you will get notified when we meet up for class and everything else. And also, the other thing I was going to mention to you is that in our store, I think I mentioned that earlier, we do have apparel. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get copies of my books. You can get flashcards for kids. You can get workbooks, things like that. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com if you'd like to take a look at that stuff. And you can use the code word book club, and that'll give you 30% off everything that's there. All right. So a couple more things I'm going to mention about the Gujaratis, and then we're going to finish up here. Is number one, or here's another thing. So remember, with the Gujaratis in India, they own 40% of the hotels in America. We've already established a couple things about their culture. Number one, they're very family oriented. Most of the family members work in the business. They also have a community and a supportive ecosystem where they loan money to each other. They have what they call handshake loans. So they shake each other's hand. They make a loan. They know that the loan is going to be repaid because there's community accountability for stuff like that. And that allows them to grow their economic empire. They also have a massive diaspora, which goes a long way. And so by having people around the world sort of planted everywhere, they're able to sort of make their mark and benefit in all parts of the world. Now, here's a stat about their community that I think is really cool. They own about 22,000 out of the 53,000 hotels in America, which is about 40%. And also, let me see, I have some more notes here. Let me pull up a couple more things so that you can walk away with in terms of things you can implement into your own family culture. Let's see here. They have very strong community bonds. I mentioned that. They're also very adaptable. So they have a lot of cultural adaptability. They can adapt to different business environments. And in addition to being financially conservative, they're very much oriented toward customer service. So the Gujaratis in India, their commitment to customer service goes a long way because if you serve your customer, then you can sell your product, right? So, and that really is something that has to be sort of discussed in the Black community because there are times where Black customer service is kind of questioned a little bit, right? You have people that feel like Black-owned business or Black business owners don't respect Black customers, and then you have cases where Black customers don't respect the business owners. So this is something that has to be addressed. Also, you have ethical. They have a commitment to ethical business practices, which actually comes out of their religion. There's a lot of Hinduism, stuff like that. It emphasizes things like honesty and hard work. And the other thing too is that just from a cultural standpoint, hard work is extremely important in the family, and that goes a long way in terms of being able to be successful. And it's, things like persistence and all that. Now, here's the thing about Black people that I think is a huge advantage for you is that you already know how to work very, very hard. I think Black people are the hardest working people in America because we were the only ones who worked for hundreds of years for free. And one thing that Dr. Claude Anderson speaks about regularly in his books, Powernomics and Black Labor, White Wealth, is that basically you have a scenario where Black people were trained extensively through various forms of indoctrination to be a very hardworking class of people that were subservient to whites. And also in that subservience, there was this goal of making sure that we never got bigger than our britches and started to compete with whites. So while Black integration was always an incredibly important part of that white agenda, especially we've always been integrated on some level. I would say the 1960s was just a different type of integration, but we were always part of the economy. We were always part of the community. They didn't want us to really go, but they didn't want us to have certain rights and certain amounts of power. So the thing about it is that now we're at a point where that power and that equality is something that you're going to have to actually fight for. It's not something that I don't think is ever going to be given to you through a government program unless you have the strength and ability to demand that, right? So like reparations, things like that, I support those things, but I think overall, it's going to require a lot of the work is going to have to be done by us in terms of figuring out what does an economically strong culture look like. So to kind of summarize this conversation, I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to overtalk this, but I want to give you some things to kind of walk away with. Number one, never forget how important and powerful family is. Family is really, really critical, but also you, in my view, want to think about family like an institution where within an institution, you're training people in the institution. You're giving them their values and everything else. And because values are more important than just skills. Because if I have a lot of skill, but the wrong values, then I'm going to apply my skills in the wrong way. So if I know how to shoot a gun, but I have poor values, then I'm going to shoot the gun at the wrong people. Do you understand what I mean? So these values that you establish in the household, that you always support your relatives and you don't steal from your family. I remember my father saying that to me when I was a kid. Or you always want to help your brother, or a family should always stick together. Little things like that, or every Black man should have his own business. Every Black woman should be financially strong and independent. Whatever it is, right? These little values really, really make a big difference in terms of how skill is applied later. Because one challenge that we have is that we have a lot of highly skilled people whose values, they're not necessarily bad, but they're not very pro-Black, pro-community, pro-wealth. You understand what I mean? Doesn't mean that these are bad people. But a lot of times that sense of purpose, really sort of having that family business or family wealth as a core value, as a core purpose, doesn't always exist, right? Maybe the core purpose is I want to be quote unquote successful, and success might be defined by I'm going to get this degree, get this kind of job, make this kind of money, and get this kind of respect from other people, where I think a better core value might be things like financial security. If you have financial security, then you can pretty much do whatever you want in America. If you have financial security, then that's when you get the best opportunity to feel free. When you have financial security, that is when your other aspects of your health are affected, your mental health, your physical health, your relationship health, all those things benefit when you have financial security. So that's why I go back to that point where I was making to you earlier. This was literally a finding that I came to probably in the last couple of years, is that a capital base is more important than a college degree. A capital base is more important than a good job. A capital base is more important than a Grammy or an Oscar. A capital base is that thing that allows you to truly navigate the world as a free individual. And the capital base is best built when it's a family effort that's done by multiple people over a long period of time and transfer intergenerationally. So the beauty of a capital base is that if I build a capital base for myself, I can just pass that down to the kids. So the kids are not roller skating on thin ice. They're standing on something sturdy and solid when they come into the world, which allows them to move a lot differently from those who are stuck. And if you don't know what I mean by capital base, we've talked about this in class, but it's okay. I'll describe it again really quickly. All capital base is resources, wealth that you can use to get your income. That your capital base could be shares of stock. It could be some real estate. It could be cash. It could be relationships. It could be intellectual capital, right? All these sorts of forms of capital come together, and that's what keeps you secure. And the reason that a lot of people feel financially insecure in America is because they don't have a capital base. They don't even have $1,000 saved to fix their car, right? A large percentage of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And we think that that's the norm, but it doesn't have to be the norm. The Gujaratis aren't living like that. Okay, so let's learn from the cultures that are winning and not follow loser culture. And unfortunately, loser culture is heavily promoted to our people, and I think that that's a sin and a crime. Okay, so anyway, guys, I got to get out of here. By the way, if my wife, I have a book called Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if I mentioned this in class, but if you'd like to get a free e-copy of the book, you can go to a page where my wife and I talk about our podcast. We have a podcast called Pillow Talk. So if you go to boyceandalicia.com, that's boyceandalicia.com, you can get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote it when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. Also, don't forget that we support these great women that have things to say on Fly Nubian Money, and that happens every single day at 1 p.m. So if you'd like to be a part of that and see what's happening over there, just text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. They'll send you a notification when they go live. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list if you want to get notified when we go live for Economic Elevation. You can text the word morning, text morning to 87948.
The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives. Those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families, if we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer, because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family, or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. He was in my wedding. And so I remember, it's kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? R.I.P. to Bushwick Bill. But basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money. Like you got to go get a degree in accounting and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses so you get so you're just to know that you're following me because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together, and it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other. It costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see in economics we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, P-O-O-R, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you, you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's what's, I mean, I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing. Anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We will take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com. And the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids. Financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see, we have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing, money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also. She's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. It's you have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. Nothing. I'll have memories, though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is, number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick. Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Nick, sorry, Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of 23.99 and a 1-year low of 9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo's stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, or you could see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market. I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that, right? So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Right? Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. Let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull, but then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, "Don't shoot me, I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of Americans. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers, where everybody wants to be a buyer, everybody wants to get a piece of the action? What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls, so we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that, not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, $16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at $7.27. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as $11 or $12.66. So if you bought at $12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at $12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by Reddit, the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way, way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players that's going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had two scandals. These are the first two in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number two, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something, basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like that's the first thing you got to understand is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say we're going to ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right, so what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling, and that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, "Wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead." Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down, it does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this 8, 9, 10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, I mean, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is, number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is $7.35. If I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm gonna buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or 1,100 bucks. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading slash gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. This now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at 735 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, 45 bucks. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like even if I bought a put, the price is 735. So even if I bought a put with a strike of 550, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well, and it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week, it could last for a month, it could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made. As long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So, if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred, and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions, and then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right, so let's see. Naomi says, hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them? Okay, Naomi. All right, so let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So, if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you could end up losing money as long as you know that. That's okay. Um, actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say, about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the Moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically these stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting in the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right, and by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just, I said, but this is not investing advice, but if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. And it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing. And I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you, so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in. drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com, and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two. And then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks on the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks on the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol, URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned, I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is three stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, what they're saying is that that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like, for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow.
Huh.
Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have a somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and I mean, he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating this squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I owe now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then, it's kind of you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay, so there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Okay, next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV, and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, you're, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, that's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for the stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right. So let's see. Brandon says, are you still selling options on Marathon Digital? Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned Nvidia because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018, and we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw Nvidia shoot up, I said, "Oh, I wonder if I own any Nvidia." And I looked, and we'd bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something. And it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again. And we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just, I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Um, yeah, I think you can I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talk to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is I said, keep being the same person you are. Keep going above and beyond for everyone because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. Like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus because I don't want money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have card notes that are more than 600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly 350 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to earn or monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Or are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also, by the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like, there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right, so put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're gonna take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school or taking that money to invest in real estate or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in? It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that. And he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think Mondays, I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, my Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce. No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Monty's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. 60%. I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trusts that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just I mean I just make the list. I start getting excited. I start salivating. I like Pavlov's dog. And also we're gonna have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. I will see you all very. And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm gonna tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. Like, and I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident. Right. Typically, that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor will not be, it's not, I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this, or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them, and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get we always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So the number one, b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that when Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now, now here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances, and Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on two little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. If you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if it's one thing to be losing the game, it's one thing to be struggling in the game, it's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, hey man, how you been doing, man? Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving. Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising weird family where we were really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism, or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen, because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? Man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan, and just again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. And as long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God, or what, And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go. You ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, oh, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous, and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It was like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to this song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially the hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in, like I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's again, it's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things, but you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically, it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously, it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is, sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth Black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended Black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-Black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. but you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he was a nice guy and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So no, we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost that we end up selling and giving away because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term code switching? How many of y'all have heard people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual in order to survive in corporate America and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security, but really you're not secure because the minute they discover that you're really black or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson or even God forbid a Farrakhan, they're gonna come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing. We want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's because we're black, they're not letting us do this. And because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet. There's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. You find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer." And somebody said that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, "You're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. We don't got nothing because you took it all." Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me. You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. Like I would, and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that the Korean community is so gangster about their economics, they won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are many countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a pro. That who made you think that you? Who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I would never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt the one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? they can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move and that you default on that debt. So your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody because Lord knows, no, Lord, sorry, Lord knows I would not do that because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware and I want you to just understand so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody or anybody who's smart should be in college or that college is the only pathway to success or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job again should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making 6 figures who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives and we were having a family financial meeting and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a 6-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male who was in his early 30s who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down where we were talking and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000 and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over few $1 million." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin with all the education with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, he says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. But in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved. right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even really even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is gonna be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. And he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, think about this, a person, if you imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon, who's going to survive? Who's gonna have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there. I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free black man or a free black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it, is because, like, if you want to raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life. than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that, and I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now, right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't. I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're gonna eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. Um, In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was given to the teenage black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent, but you're going to have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com, or you can just show up it's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, b the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in the checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention is going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. Take care. Working out. You just don't feel right when you don't do what you're supposed to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like, and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School. So you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list, though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get the special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant, it tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up thinking that it's hard to get money. And it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that, because unfortunately, trading is a type of it can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading, and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited. And I know I get excited because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I don't. I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland, good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see. Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smoove. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah. Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks. TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, a very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, Black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of Black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men. If we have Black men on TV, then these Black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like because I'm part of I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. And so one thing that's interesting though is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves. I never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me because I was their black speaker, they had me speak to their black students. Most of their black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young black woman who was my tour guide who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too, and I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, maybe one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. They were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts and what different teams need and who they're going to draft next year and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like I was really, like they sounded like scientists and they were with this analysis. And so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman and like and Noah Lyles is if he's gonna get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things, but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also kind of try to make sure I remember like this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking like you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And so what I did was I said, okay, well, well, you guys know, I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to like start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it. And I like there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube, and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no, how do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like So let's say that you have 10,000 viewers and you're gonna make $5 per for every thousand viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times five. So how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. Like that, like no one said a word. And I said, "Oh, well, maybe I said it wrong." Like I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I missed, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show and in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's five times 100, right? You get $5 per thousand. You have it 100,000. So five times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, "This is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right?" And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, "Wait a minute!" But they were just breaking down in scientific fashion like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what five times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting, my butt shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, did you hear that conversation? And she goes, yeah, I heard it. And I said, was my question not clear? She said, no, it was clear. She said, I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation. Because she comes from that tradition like where when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out, and maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always need, so she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And she said I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is I pray for like us and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, you know, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like just something that doesn't even show like the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not going to play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are going to have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt, you don't know how to fish, you don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think, I had I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one got taken down because I say things about white people, and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people, and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jalen's very busy. So obviously, because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. And what's interesting is, in the case of Dr. Roll, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. That if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Roll went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me one, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Roll has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Roll. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball, but if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent. They have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years, I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits, And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test? Like these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is the reason I put this video of Jaylen Brown up. And I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone because it's very weird that we have like just one or two that it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people and their own community and build their own families. Do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jaylen Brown, I was very proud of him. And it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video. And in my dream, I was talking to him and some other people in the Boston Celtics, like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much, I dream about it. And we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally, we're going where we need to go. And because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need black people school. We need black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. Um, but this is something that is easy to do. It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self-accountability, and it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, you know, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck. Except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so, because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so, because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I could give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say black love is a $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with black men and black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic like my daddy was. And so ultimately at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love, instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited and I said, man, this would be so great. Imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas? I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me, that are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had 100 or several 100,000 Black men who think just like Jalen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf, because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. They could just if they want to make a bullet, they're not gonna just make one or two bullets. They're gonna make like a billion bullets. They're not just gonna make two or three really nice ships. They're gonna make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need is we need a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. They are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jalen. Jalen's in his 20s, I think. So that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagues you. It's not this specific one, it's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system, system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me, but oh, it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed. And Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else. And Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really, really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this. So anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just let's not, I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York, and they asked him on the radio. They said, "How do you feel about Puffy and everybody else?" Because he was Puffy back then. He changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, "Man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them news, man. They all right." So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, "Look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand." Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, "Hit 'Em Up," one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something like something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah blah blah, as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you that there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture, and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so he says, yeah, yeah, me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it, so cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us, can't nobody mess, right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. He said, cuz, he said they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and my maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country, so that um I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did, or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand, because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system, is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. Right? It's like, oh yeah, yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness, it's just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy, if I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination, that's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now, so I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in 1,000 directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of, of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. Because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though, when you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about stuff that you don't even know happened. You're not even thinking about it. Why? Because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realize that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, then you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about, like, Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying, this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jaylen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program, but those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our ninth one, and so we're really excited about this. You know, it was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven, and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I never really enjoyed going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations, because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. The first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that, where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe, or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out and they take a nap, or they meditate, or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs, or even being addicted to work. Even though, being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive, as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. This is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about, because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of, there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so-and-so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you. They don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right. We are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang. And so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in, like you're not really Black. You're not going to get invited to the barbecue. You're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly, because unfortunately that can cause you, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and the white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But if you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the black community and develop systems around managing the black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a sexy red or something, boost her up, make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take it's Sexy Red as this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought I don't know, the greatest black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson who happens to be a Republican, like, oh, boo, you're bad, yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done. Right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. I want you to know this because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home, and then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness, and this person's going to be the new it guy for the black community, and that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. And in fact, studies show that black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to black people, they said it's easy, just put a celebrity in the ad, and black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, well, what do you do? And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones. And I said, wow. I said, you guys did a really great job with the marketing on that. And he said, thank you. And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating black people's addiction to celebrities and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly black people to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like being that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like literally the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. I feel like the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff, and I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people, and they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I don't I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really going to want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately, because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number three is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting in Economic Decision Making, a meta-analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like, it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big, big problem. And unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. Everywhere, all people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially, because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country's going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country's going to be a mess. Number four, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it said it's called The Effectiveness of Marketing Strategies in Influencing Consumer Behavior. So marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business, because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much, right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness, or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we say, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. And if she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got. I just say, I said, my wife had played hard to get. I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna, why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago, I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something, but I kid you not, and I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome, and men, don't be intimidated by smart women. You know, if she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. You know, like don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told this story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to like, I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady, and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good. And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, "Well, why?" And I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing: when you a young black man with money, you 30 years old and you making six figures, there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, "Yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da," right? And she goes, "Well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me?" And I was like, "But I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date?" And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I was I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song? It's cold outside. I really got to be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta. Right, that. Do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement, where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment, or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other, but the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, You take people for their word. So when you say no, that means okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. I don't. And also, here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, why would I want to be? Why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation. You will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you, he gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by. We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, "I'm interested in you too," that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life or to beg my way into your life or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a guess if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, 70 billion dollars. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people would say, "Oh, well, I really want him to take my money, so I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared." That's what he did. That's what he played hard to get because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have. And by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are you get the FOMO, thank you, that's a great term, where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something when you tell people they can't have something, they really really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have, and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great mind trick, that because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself. Is a mind trick that I did on Boyce was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. This Stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles nobody was reading, and I didn't. I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, "I'm going to work so hard, and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do that people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him? And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, Tyler Perry wants to talk to you. And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornell West wants to speak to you. Like, so all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I didn't want. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. Um, they saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter, begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. The things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything else, just your children are a multi-trillion-dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page, because ultimately I would be building an empire. That, to me, that investment will be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It will be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. Invest in you. Invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset, I think, that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight at 8 p.m. I'm meeting the prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff. Also, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye. And stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down, and I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep in until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough? Has it, has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So, what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 to me, very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people. They were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, oh, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And and I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics and really I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and masses plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You got Master's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go, here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they call the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, you need to have fewer kids. There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So don't I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that that pandemic is over, you're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try, because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism, you become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. Um, and in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes, was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then really my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life, and I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. They when before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now as I've manifested or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people again that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart. I don't know why. I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset and that it's okay for me to want to have kids. That family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important. Much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, again, this is Again, this is part of Massa's plan because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now, what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective and the collective was chopped into pieces because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group and negotiating as a group and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that because we human beings are pretty adaptive. Assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something, that's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer, and so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, they said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people. Right. So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house, and the heat is on the east side of the house, and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then, so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt's at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation, so people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where, from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population. Is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere, and that's the wave of the future. So, just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks, and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at Copper CopX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as a as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my Uncle Charles and my Uncle Donald and my Aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I think I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that, but really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, so my uncle went to prison. So he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody. I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration. Because I remember how hurt I was, because this person, like I loved him, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I felt like nobody cared, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school. In like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't, damn. Uh, I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, so the year my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who, like, because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't. You can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own. Like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, And so anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He called me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. My father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. He's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So, as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s. And he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. That are going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. You know, they don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and so he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he ended up he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom, by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens? Or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this; it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so, what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. I'm talking about baby daddy, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not going to say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that Massa's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But Massa's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what Massa's plan is. Massa's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a IGA and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was Massa's plan. And the reason Massa's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that Massa's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because Massa's plan is intentional. Massa's plan is deliberate. Massa's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He planned, he thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know Master got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said, one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does? And I said, okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody. She said, do you know that he told me every single thing that I had been teaching? He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted. So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it. And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me? If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about. And you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally. So you just hand them over to these other people and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interest at heart. They don't have your best interest at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. Oh, well, I don't know what I want to do financially. So I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills. And okay, you go ahead and do that. But just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Master's plan. Because Master ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. Your black your black grandbabies. Master ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? And don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to I'll answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So great to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, in case you're new. And the goal is every morning, every single morning, 7 days a week, we discuss the art of economic elevation and just what that looks like, what it means to elevate your finances, what it means to become the absolute best you can be from a financial standpoint. And also, if you want to get text notifications when we start, and I send them out a couple of times a week, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a reminder, like kind of a wake-up call to kind of get you started so that you'll know that we are about to do the thing. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I am actually in Amsterdam. I'm at the end of was about a 10-day European tour. I had to do a daddy-daughter business trip, and it was amazing. And let me just tell you, so many cities in Europe are so beautiful. Let's see, I'm trying to remember all the cities we went to. We went to a bunch of them. Let's see, we had Dubrovnik, which is part of Croatia. And a lot of people think about the war when they think about Croatia. A lot of terrible things happened there. But actually, it's a really beautiful place, and it's really recovered from the war. And it's one of the most beautiful places you've ever seen. In fact, they actually shot Game of Thrones there. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you'll remember King's Landing. That's where Dubrovnik was. It was King's Landing. And then we also went to Brussels, which has this square. I've never seen anything that beautiful in my life. There's like this town square that's 1,000 years old. And I mean, it's amazing. I can't explain how beautiful it is. You just got to go see it. I think you're not gonna regret it. Luxembourg, saw